Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. Yep, she's back there. She's a bit shy. Few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported heavy YouTube demonetization because of the adult subject matter. Most of the videos get limited monetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, that is text to speech. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all of the triggers and full details. Guys, please keep the super chats, donations, TTS respectful. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. And we're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. I don't know why it's not showing up. I think, Nick, just once we move on from this, just refresh that page. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear. To not be naked, don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I never post. Last post is in April, so I'm not going to clog up your feed with bullshit food photos and whatnot. So check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. And any women who are considering getting labia placed, shoot me a DM. I'll talk you out of it. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a 3 clips channels. Links in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I am a student at Santa Barbara City College. I'm majoring in psychology, and I'm 18. 18. All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm 18, and I also go to Santa Barbara City College, and I'm running track next semester, and my major is business entrepreneurship.
What do you run for track?
I run sprints.
Sprints. Ever hurdles?
No.
No hurdling?
No, can't.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Claire. I use she, they pronouns. I am 21 years old. I am a part-time nanny, a part-time research assistant, and a full-time student at UC Santa Cruz, from which I will be graduating next year, spring of next year, with a BA in politics and a BA in Spanish studies.
She, they pronouns.
Yeah, that should be one of your questions.
Disavow that. What is they?
They?
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't associate with one gender. I mean, I feel like this would be a longer conversation, but they doesn't associate with one gender or the other, because, I mean, essentially, gender is a social construct, so. I'll save it for now.
Maybe we'll come back to that after we get through
yeah.
all the intros. Could I just have you scoot your mic that way?
This way?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
Please provide your pronouns for us. Since,
okay. I am a she all the way. So my name is Alexa. I'm 27 years old, and I live. What else are we supposed to do? Oh, and I'm a project manager.
Speak a little louder, please. Go ahead.
I'm Emily, and I'm a student at Cuesta College in San Luis Obispo. I'm studying criminal justice, but I plan on going into probation once I graduate. If I graduate,
You want to be a probation officer?
Yeah, but I might just go right into the workforce. I don't need a degree.
All right. Age?
18.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, my name is Sophia. I'm 24, and my occupation, I am the Southern California field representative for the Leadership Institute. And you can guess my pronouns. I'm sure you'll get it right. And if you don't, I don't care. I won't get offended.
Okay, what about you?
Hi, my name is Amy. I am 23 years old. I'm currently a student at Cal State Fullerton.
Did you say your age? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm 23.
23, okay, got it. Thank you.
My name is Lynn. I'm 22 and I work in retail. And my pronouns are she, her.
Actually? Or are you memeing?
No, like
No, she uses she, they, she, her pronouns.
Okay.
What's that answer?
Yeah.
I'm the Q Pill, 30 years old, behavioral scientist, certified relationship coach, book author, YouTuber.
Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome. All right, so we're gonna go around the table once more. What is everyone's current relationship status? So are you single? Are you in a talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship? Are you married, polycule, sex cult, harem? If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm single. I've been single for 18 years, and I guess I was in a talking stage, but that's over. I ended that shit. Yeah.
Okay. So you've been single for 18 years.
Yeah.
I certainly hope you were single for the vast majority of the. Are people really dating at 2?
I don't.
People aren't really
think they are.
dating at 2. So.
No. But.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so what's the longest period of time that you've ever dated a guy?
Never. I haven't dated anyone. I've gone on dates, but one date.
Have you had what about a situationship that lasted a month or 2? Have you had that?
I guess I was in a talking stage for a month, but that's it. I went to an all-girls school for 7 years.
Oh, for high school?
For high school and middle school, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about, you go to SBCC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you live in IV?
No, I live at Beach City,
okay.
The apartments, yeah.
And you two are friends, right?
Yes.
So you guys go out and party here in Isla Vista, I assume?
Last
Yeah,
night
yeah.
specifically.
Last night
Yeah.
specifically, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then the day before and the night before.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. So typically what I hear when you're in college, it's people aren't really dating in the sense that they go out on a date. It's let's hang out, let's go party together.
Mm-hmm.
People
Basically,
hook up.
let's fuck, pretty much.
Yeah,
the
so
entire time.
have you had that experience?
Yes.
No. Wait.
What?
No.
Yes, she has.
Oh, shit.
Well, hey, yeah, okay, there we go. That's okay,
Oh.
good.
out.
So
I have not.
your friend is throwing you under the bus here a little bit. She says yes.
She's incorrect.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not
Okay,
gonna
we
say
just
it. I'm not gonna
we
say it.
we just met last night, kind of.
We have
but-
mutual friends, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get into detail about everything else.
Do you guys live together, bro? Okay. Yo.
What?
Do you guys live together? Are you housemates?
No. Her roommate and me, we grew up in the same hometown, so we've been friends for years, and I met her through my friend. They're roommates.
So she comes and visits,
Yeah.
and she's moving next semester
Comes and visits.
at Beach City, and we go out.
We
Oh,
go
you
out.
don't live in Santa Barbara?
No.
Oh, okay.
I live in San Luis Obispo.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So nothing.
I've gone on dates with guys here.
Sure.
And I've hung out with guys here for a period of time, and I've kissed one guy here, but I don't really. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
It looks like your friend is privy to some details there.
Well,
Oh yeah, last night we got married.
yeah.
Both of us got married last
to
night.
each other?
No.
No, it's
So
two
these
guys.
guys came to the apartment randomly. I was sitting outside waiting for somebody to open the door, and these 2 random guys woke up to me and my friend, and they were like, "Can we come inside?" And we were like, "Yeah, sure." And we all we wanted all girls to be there, but whatever. And this guy just got on his knee and proposed to me. So now I'm kind of married to him. Even
Where's
though
your ring?
I don't know his name.
That's pathetic. If I were to propose to you, I would do something. I'd bust this out, I'd,
Oh wait! I found.
That's the wrong thing.
That's
the
actually
wrong
your
thing.
ring.
Wait.
Okay.
Well, I've never been proposed to, so I don't know.
Wait, but okay, be honest with us though. I feel like you're underselling your dating experience a little bit.
I mean, I have a lot to say, but you finish. You
has a lot.
finish. You finish.
No, I have my roster.
Oh,
but,
okay, there we go.
I have a few on the burner, but I just don't particularly like to take it to a certain point. I kind of cut things off.
What do you mean?
To cut things
Which
off.
point are you talking about?
You got it.
P and the V? Are we talking P and the V?
Yeah, sure.
You don't like to take it there? Have you taken it there?
No.
Never.
Never.
Yeah, she's never. I can promise you that.
Stop the cap.
But you have a roster.
Not capping.
You have a roster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you say you have a roster, how many people are on your roster?
Let's think.
I don't even know.
I guess like 4, but
you guess.
I just cut one off. So
you just cut one off. So now it's 3.
Now I guess it's 3.
Or it was 5.
It was it's 3 now.
3 now. So what does that mean that you have 3 guys on your roster? Are you're kind of hanging out with all of them? Like how many of the 3 guys or the 4? Well, when did you cut it off with the most recent one?
It was
yesterday.
No, wait. Let me think. It was on Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay, so in the past week, have you seen all 4 of them? Like you hung out with all 4 of them.
I've seen them around. One of them asked me out, but I didn't go because I didn't want to go. And then, but that guy actually, one of the guys on my roster, he tried to like get with me and my roommate, and he's saying, "Oh, like we're gonna see which one I want." And I'm like, I don't want you now. Like, so he's kind of coming off of the roster at this point.
But you're not exclusive with him. He's not exclusive with you. What's it matter to you if he tried to get with your house, like some other girl?
Because that's weird.
But you're seeing 3 other guys.
But it's not about that. It's about the fact that he is like purposefully trying to go for both of us, and he said like, I'm trying to stir some shit up.
Okay, sure, I get that. That's fair.
So me and my roommate are like, get away from us.
So do you think these guys you're seeing, do you think they also have a roster?
For sure.
For sure?
And actually...
For shizzle?
Oh, for shizzle.
For shizzle.
Like, one of them, I was walking with one of them, and then another guy, the other guy on the roster comes, and, like, he, for some reason, knew about it, and he's like, how was that crossover? And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm in my car, and I see him walking up the hill with a girl, and I was like, okay. And then another, like, that same day, I saw him walking to class with a girl, and then I saw him with his arm around a girl in the span of like 3 days. So that's why I cut things off with him.
Oh, that's the one you cut
That's
things
the
off
one I
with.
cut off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you've got the other 3 guys on the roster. Is there one in particular that you like more than the others? Or they're all the same?
But that's the one that like is trying to get with me and my roommate. So.
Brian, you're not live on X.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
X.
So the one you want the most is the one that is trying to fuck your housemate.
Yeah, but I don't really want
Sweet.
him.
Oh,
Let's be clear.
Oh,
I don't really want him.
But he's on your roster.
He's on my
I
roster
hope
just
he's
so I can
watching
have
this.
a roster, like just for fun.
How do you have a roster, but you don't really want any of them?
I do want them, but like.
But you don't.
It's just for the ego boost. Like it's just to have a little fun. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
It's for the ego boost.
Partially.
So they're just there for validation.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right. Good times. Wait. Here, moving on. What about you?
Wait, like, what do you want to know, though?
Oh, so current relationship status?
Very fucking single.
Very effing single.
Very.
Okay.
Very.
And we do have, you were so kind to provide us with your dating app profile, which we will review later. But despite the dating app presence, you are very effing single.
For a lot of reasons.
For a lot of reasons.
I was in a 2-year relationship with a guy throughout high school.
Sure.
And he broke up with me because I found out I was bipolar.
He found out that you were bipolar?
Mm-hmm. I got diagnosed.
Type 1 or type 2?
Type 1.
That's the bad
anxiety.
one, right?
That's the anxiety
Is that the
one.
bad one?
That's
No.
the manic and depressive.
I mean, I guess they're
No,
both
type
kind of
2 is
bad.
depressive.
I don't know what the
I don't know what the
bad
type
one
2
means.
is depressive and hypomanic, so you're not technically as manic as bipolar 1.
Well, I'm definitely not depressed, but I found out I was bipolar. He left me.
Are you currently in a manic phase right now?
No, I'm hungover.
You're hungover.
Very.
When's the last time you had a manic phase? Is that what it's called?
I don't really tell if I like have them,
You don't know.
I guess.
You're just in it and you're riding the wave.
Well, most of the time, I get really manic like a week after I drink a lot.
We should have you back on the show because I mean you said you're hungover, so we'll have you
Like
back in a week.
Deltopia weekend this past year.
Oh.
Yeah, that was bad.
Okay.
I like went on the Easter Bunny shoulders and stuff and almost fell off a DJ stand. So.
Okay. So you're very single. Okay, so you're dating a guy for 2 years in high school. You broke up. How long ago did you guys break up?
A little bit over a year and a half ago.
A year and a half ago. Okay, so for that year and a half, what's the dating life looked like for you?
I'm really closed off with men now because he was like my best friend. And so when you're like with somebody for so long, you get so attached, especially your first love, because we were each other's first everything. I was even his first kiss. So when you like let go of something like that, I feel like it just hurts so much, and it's gonna hurt me probably for the rest of my life because he'll always be there somehow.
For the rest of your life?
I mean, yeah, he was like my first love. Like that doesn't. I feel like for me, that's not gonna go away.
So are you still in love with him?
Not in a way where it's like in love, but I definitely loved who he was, and I still appreciate him as a person for sure.
Okay.
Even though he left me in a really fucked up way, he's still a good person.
He cheated on you, correct?
No.
Wait.
Never cheated, but like I have been cheated on.
Have been cheated on. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong notes here. Wait, hold on.
No, he found out she was bipolar.
No, he found out I was bipolar.
Yeah.
Can I interject for a second? So I know it's not my turn, but I just want to comment on what you were saying. There's definitely hope. You will get over it. I know what you mean. Like, it does stay with you. So I dated a guy for 3 months. It took me 2 years to get over him. And during that time we were dating, I was really depressed. I had a lot of anxiety. And it was coming out very strong then. And that eventually led to the breakup. And I mean, we were only together for 3 months, but he was my first like serious relationship. I mean, I'm just saying.
All right, moving on. Okay.
It took me a while. It took me a while to get over it, but I did. And like, it's not like I never think of him. Like
she's been broken up with him for a year and a half.
I'm like,
okay.
Yeah, I'm better now.
But they dated for 2 years.
I have a lot of hot.
You have a lot of what?
I have friends in my phone that they're cool, you know? Like, I don't want to say I have a roster because then I'm look like a hoe a little bit.
No. This is a judgment-free zone.
Okay.
Zero judgment. Speaking of rosters, though, tell us about it.
I've talked to a few people who were like, I've talked to an NBA player.
Okay.
I've talked to a couple musicians.
Like famous?
Yeah.
Yeah?
As someone.
Here, tell us their names. Why not?
Fuck no.
Any other professional athletes? Just one NBA player?
Like a track star, too.
Track star.
I was going to say a track star because you're a
Like-
track girly.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a very good runner at.
Like someone who runs, unless you're like Usain Bolt, you're basically just a ventriloquist.
Well, then I wouldn't count that.
You might as well just be a ventriloquist. Okay, so musicians, any actors or anything?
I like one actor. It was through mutuals because I
Okay.
have a lot of friends down in LA.
Sure.
And so everybody's kind of like friends with everybody somehow, I would say, in a way.
Sure. So you said you have a roster though.
How many?
Hold on, you were like throwing your friend under the bus, like, oh, I got stories. Now you can't be bashful now.
I mean, there is this one guy.
What do you mean?
I hung out with him on, what was it? Okay, I'm not gonna say the specific date. 'cause
Yesterday?
It's gonna sound wrong. No.
Today?
No.
Oh, are you guys hooking up?
Somewhat, I guess. I'm trying to be a little bit of like a celibate, like not fully, but I'm not trying to just have sex with a bunch of guys, right? Like it just so I could do it, I guess. Like I'm trying to find someone who's more genuine, and I want to like have sex with somebody who also feels the same way. Like there's some type of feeling instead of having a hookup where it's like
They don't just want you for sex.
Yeah.
Okay. They want to pursue
I'm
something
like,
more.
even if I don't even like want a relationship with them, I still want to be their friend, and I still want to talk to them, you know,
Right.
as a friend. If it doesn't go anywhere far.
How long
Sounds
have
like
you been
want a
celibate?
boyfriend.
4 days.
4 days. Okay. Somewhat. You said somewhat celibate.
But he is the guy I did have sex with. He is the only guy I've had sex with in like 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
So I'm trying to like space it out. He's cool. I puked in his roommate's bathroom though, so
It was love at first sight. At first
his
puke,
roommates
I
got
guess.
really mad about it.
Hey, at least it was in the bathroom.
It wasn't his bathroom.
Yeah,
though.
that's where you're supposed to barf.
I didn't make it to his bathroom.
Oh.
Okay. But before you met him, did you have a roster?
No, I had a situationship actually.
Have you ever had a roster?
Yes.
Do you currently have a roster? Because you're seeing this guy, right? He's the only guy that you're hooking up with, but are there other guys that you're kind of
for
entertaining?
attention. Yes.
For attention? What do you mean by that?
Not attention, but it's like everybody does it, you know? Like
Do
you text people like, "Hey, you're cute." Like this
And you
that.
have so you text them that, and you have zero intention of like dating them, or like you're
Maybe.
flirting with them. But
I mean, if they offer to hang out, I'm like, "Hey, I'll get to know you." But
okay.
if they just want sex, I usually don't talk to people like that
Well,
anymore.
if they wanted more, would you hook up with them?
Depending on how I feel about them.
But what about 2-month guy or whatever? What about this current guy that you're seeing?
I still have to get to know him.
Well, you're not exclusive with him, right?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't care if he did anything with other people.
Do you want to be exclusive with him?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet after 2 months?
No. Like, he's
Or-
the only person I have had sex with in the past 2 months.
Oh, how long have you known him?
3 weeks.
Okay.
So we've been texting and stuff. He's a cool guy,
Yeah,
but
of course.
I don't know. I don't know him that well.
Okay, so it's still developing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had a really bad situationship over summer that broke me hard. Like, it was horrible.
Give us the plot synopsis.
So we met on Hinge,
Hinge, okay.
and I was supposed to go to Newport for the 4th of July, so my Hinge was in Newport, and he's from LA. And so we drove up here, actually, for the 4th of July, got a hotel room, everything, great night, had fun, whatever. He goes back, and we're still texting, like, you know, kind of talking. Like, I enjoyed my time with him. I thought he was cool. We had a connection.
Mm-hmm.
So he invites me to go stay with him down in LA for 3 days, I think. And he introduced me to his whole family, all of his friends, like his second family, like people who like watched him grow up. And they were all telling me, they're like, "Oh, he's never brought a girl around, ever. And he's 20. He's never had a girlfriend," which is a huge red flag, kind of. Like, at least, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was kind of a red flag a little bit.
Okay.
But I'm the only girl he's ever brought around. And so I go back home from that trip, and everything was good. Like, everything was fine. All of a sudden, he's like, "I don't want a relationship. I don't want any of this because I'm not ready for it." And I'm like, "You're 20 years old, though. Like, how are you? If you're not mentally ready for a relationship, that proves how immature you are, and I'm not going to waste my time on that." But for like 3 weeks after, I cried a lot. Because it was like a one-time thing connection where it's like, we got along so well, but fuck him.
So he told you that, and then did you immediately cut it off?
No. For 3 weeks after that,
Oh,
we
sorry,
would like
yeah, that's
we
right,
would
that's right.
continue talking, calling, like crying on the phone. Like I would get drunk and then drunk
You'd
call him.
drunk
be like,
call him?
Yeah, I actually
Good times.
went and saw. Maybe I went and saw him again actually after we ended to like clear the air, I guess.
Unannounced? Like you just dropped
No,
by
no,
his
no,
house?
no.
Oh, you let him know you were gone by?
Yeah.
Okay.
We planned it because we both felt like we needed that to happen. But honestly,
Really?
he's a freaking
Really?
asshole, like big asshole. Like,
Well, you said it was like, when I first asked you about it, you said it was terrible and awful and
well, it
toxic,
not
or-
not the like part where we were fine, but the aftermath was really toxic and not good. Like, he was just so...
He no longer wanted to see you? Is that the asshole part?
No.
He was
There's
so
just
what?
a
Sorry,
lot.
I didn't mean to cut you off. He was so what?
There's just a lot more to it. Because he's the first guy I've, like, genuinely liked since my ex, who literally left me for, like, a reason that hurt me. Like, every time I've always found a connection with a person,
Okay.
they usually leave because they can never handle emotions.
They can never handle emotions?
Yeah, like, they can't speak on their emotions. They can't, like, handle things like that. Because obviously, being bipolar, I'm a lot more emotional. And most guys can't handle that. They can barely handle, like, a little bit of, like, anger and sadness. Yeah.
Have you ever slashed anybody's tires?
No. I'm not that type of person. I don't like to stoop low.
Okay.
Wait, how did that question even come to mind?
It's just slid through my brain.
I just don't like stooping low.
Okay.
Because then it makes me feel like a shitty person. Even if they are a bad person or they've done something bad, it's like their karma will get them on their own.
Is there a treatment for bipolar?
You can be
Medications.
Are you medicated?
Yes.
Why?
I am. I'm not scared to say it either.
No, I'm not. The way you said it, though, I'm sounded like you're not.
No, I am.
Okay, you take medication for it?
Not heavy, but
Okay.
when you are manic, you do have to take them to sleep. But that's kind of it. I struggled with anxiety for a long time, too. I took meds for that, but I, like, slowly got off of them because I don't want to, like, rely on them forever.
Wait, but the way you painted it, it sounded like the guy was this huge asshole, major jerk. But what? I haven't really heard anything so far that would indicate that he was an
I don't
asshole.
want to expose him too much because he might be watching this.
Can you give us, like, a vague hint about what?
He said some really shitty things.
He said mean things. Gotcha. Okay.
About me personally, that I told him about my personal life that's happened to me with, like, my past and growing up, because I didn't really have... I had a good childhood, but mentally I really didn't, and I told him a lot about that, and he kind of, like, used it against me, and that's when I knew, like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Okay. Got it. All right. Roster. You said at one point you had a roster.
I have...
What's the most amount of men you've had on a roster at once?
Fuck.
You can be open. This is open.
I wouldn't say I have rosters. I would say I have people that I'm into that I've gone on dates with, and I'm into them, and I try to give it a chance, but most of the time it's like they give up because they have the roster, you know? And so they kind of give up over time because they're, like, reaching out to other people, and then I just don't really care for it anymore.
Okay. So how many of those people? We won't call it a roster.
Like right now?
Well, just the most at any point. 3 guys talking to at the same time, 4 or 5.
Maybe like 30.
30?
Is the most. It was like my junior year of high school.
In high school, okay.
Like
was
junior,
it
senior
other
year.
like within your high school? Because wouldn't
No.
word spread kind of like?
No.
It was another high school.
Up and down California.
Up and down California?
Yeah. But
in high school?
But I'm not like I'm
at what, 16? 16 or 17?
17. It was right after me and the
breakup.
ex broke up.
How quickly after the breakup did you arrive at 30 on the roster?
That summer.
Well,
we broke up in March.
Broke up in March, and then what? By May, June, you had a roster of 30.
It's like June or July. I mean, it was summer, like hot girl summer, you know?
Are you sure it's not like 31 or 32, or it's like exactly 30?
I don't know specifically.
It could be more than 30, less than maybe 29, 28.
I mean, that was last year, you know? I don't really remember.
It's a days. It's a days. So, how did you meet? Like Hinge, right? Did you meet them on dating apps?
Yes.
But you said you're 16 or 17.
No. Last year, I was 17 last year. I was not on dating apps. I would actually, like, on Instagram, people would, like, DM me through my TikTok.
You have a TikTok. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a following on there or just?
I have 47K.
Okay. What do you post? Just dance type stuff or?
I go live sometimes.
Okay.
You know, gotta
Yeah.
get them bands somehow.
There you go. Get the bands. And you said up and down the California coast. How?
Maybe not the coast specifically. I don't know.
Sorry, inland.
It's just
Excuse me.
people would like just text me on Instagram, and if I found them
The
attractive.
Pacific Northwest. Any
Who knows? at
Pacific
this point?
Northwest.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't like that anymore though. I'm not like that anymore. I was like that. Not gonna blame it on the breakup, but I definitely was a lot more immature last year because I was a lot more immature.
But so were you like hooking up with all these guys?
No.
Not at the same time maybe, but like the 30 guys, had you hooked up with them?
No.
No. Okay.
Maybe like 2.
A couple of them. Okay, 2. Got it. Okay.
But that was like it. Pretty
All right.
much. Right now though, I'm like very single, but I'm not closed off anymore. At least.
But you've been dating a guy for 3 weeks.
No, we're not dating.
You're what then? You're fucking?
No, we're just getting to know each other.
Wait, I thought you are. No, but you are fucking. You said you
It was one time.
4 days ago.
4 days ago.
Have you talked to him since?
I'm trying not to because I puked in his roommate's bathroom.
Oh, so you were like intoxicated.
Very. No. It's not like that. I was aware.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But so you're trying to not, the guy that you broke your celibacy for, you're now no longer trying to talk to him because of the happenstance.
Because I'm just scared he like thinks I'm like crazy or something now.
I mean, isn't it pretty common if you've drank a lot of alcohol to?
I mean, yeah. I just don't know his
expel?
opinion on it. To be honest, I haven't really asked.
So
We've been snapping.
Oh, snapping.
Yeah.
So you are talking to him
with my face and not like texting.
Oh, you don't write any messages. It's just
no. I just
photos.
Take a photo, send it.
And he sends what back? A photo of his face too?
Sometimes the ceiling.
Oh, I thought you were about to say something else. Okay.
No, not that.
He sends photos of the ceiling?
Yeah, because I send photos of the ceiling sometimes.
Is this how people communicate in 2023? Here's a photo of my face.
Yeah.
Dude responds back, here's the wall.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
Is that
is how.
That's
Most
how
of the
they do
time
it?
it's like kind of like.
Have you tried hi?
Hi?
Have you
Instead of drunk?
maybe sending a hi could work? How you doing?
Oh.
How's it going?
I mean,
You know what? You could even communicate to him with smoke signals. If we're gonna be like it's not nonverbal. It's non-linguistic. Smoke stack signals. I don't know.
What is that?
You've never heard of smoke signals? Yodeling from mountaintops? I don't know. That's how they used to communicate back in the day.
What year?
You would know.
Back in my day, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a boomer over here. Okay, so do you have your phone on? You just say what's up. How's it going? I don't know.
I swear
This
to
is the
fucking
guy.
God,
This
if
is
he's
the guy.
watching this, I'm gonna be so embarrassed.
This is the guy you broke your celibacy for.
My mom just texted me. I'm watching.
What's her? Yo, is your mom? Is she?
Hi, Mom.
What's her name?
Don't fucking watch this, please.
Is your mom single, by the way?
No, I have a wonderful stepdad.
Never mind.
Oh, you're into MILFs?
Never.
I mean, I'll
never.
show you a picture of her. You want to see a picture?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Wait, should I text him? I cannot show his name.
Just
on
okay.
here.
Fine. Moving on.
Oh wow, he looks hot in that way. Hold on.
I can confirm he looks cute.
What about you?
Oh, I'm kind of scared you're gonna grill me now, but mine's a little less exciting. I'm in a situationship / single. I've been single for 3 years, and my longest relationship was a year long.
Single for 3 years, in a situationship with a man or a woman.
With a man.
Okay. You're bi, correct?
Mm,
Pan. I don't know what the fuck.
I don't know where you got that from, but I guess you could say that. I don't know. I think girls are really pretty, but I'm definitely more attracted to guys.
Well, I think you showed us your dating profile before the show, and it said maybe indicated something that you were interested in women.
I don't know. Most people have that impression of me. I'm not sure why.
So you're in a situationship. How long has the situationship been for?
About 2 months.
2 months?
Yeah.
And my understanding is you are, let me just pull this up here one sec, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And we have quite a bit of pre-show information from everybody here. So you're Christian.
Mm-hmm.
You're a virgin waiting for marriage. Is that correct?
Not necessarily like till we tie the knot, but I'm waiting for the person I feel like I'm, like we have a strong connection and like I feel like we're going to be together forever. And like in the event that it doesn't work out, like I wouldn't be disappointed in myself.
Can you scoot your microphone that way?
Yeah. Like this?
No. Just like keep scooting it. Yeah, that's good.
I also found a picture of my mom.
Show me later. It's fine. Okay, we'll talk after the show. Well, in your first message to us, you said that you're a Christian and a virgin waiting for marriage. However, I think you clarified later on saying that you're saving yourself for the person you feel like you're going to marry, which is different than waiting for marriage.
Yeah, that's why I made that clarification, because I don't want to necessarily wait till like the day that we get married. But if I feel like we have a strong, because my whole thing is like when I lose my virginity to someone, I want it to be about like our connection and our emotions.
Sure.
And like I said, I've been single for 3 years and none of my relationships have been really healthy, and they were when I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm just waiting for the person that I feel like we have a strong connection and we'll probably, be together for a really long time.
Okay. And what in your pre-show notes, and thank you for being so detailed.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you're Christian.
Mm-hmm.
However, you said you have very liberal views,
mm-hmm.
strongly support LGBTQ community,
mm-hmm.
feminism, women's rights in general.
Mm-hmm.
You are pro-choice, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Especially the choice to have an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
You're into socialism
mm-hmm.
and unconventional family dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean really quick? What is unconventional family
I'm going to use a
like
small...
polygamy?
Yeah, like polyamory or gay
Polyamory.
relationships, or since you don't like the they-thems, non-binary relationships.
It's not that I don't like them, and I'm not using that word in the pronoun sense. I just, the pronoun thing is confusing to me.
I can explain it to you later.
Well, it's...
Or right now.
Look, I just don't... I feel like if you look at somebody, you can have a pretty reasonable assessment.
That's the issue, is that we've been following that tradition for so long that men and women look a certain way. And whoever created that, where did you learn that from? I don't think men and women look a certain way, and that's what we're trying to change.
I mean, every single person here is, besides Q and me and Nick, are female.
Okay, and how many people are in this room, and how many people live in the world? Like, we're such a small percentage.
I've just by looking at you guys, I can make, I don't need to see your gonads. I don't even need to see your chromosomes. I can make a determination pretty simply.
I mean, but you're basing that opinion on a group of 9 people. And, are specifically, you say...
I'm pretty sure, 99% of people I'd be able to,
Okay, but you just said,
female.
reach out to me. So, obviously, people who identify as a girl are going to reach out to you, and you're going to have girls in here.
Wait, what?
Because you say you're girls...
I say casting women, yeah.
Women.
Well, girls, women, yeah.
Yeah.
Female.
Yeah, so obviously people who identify as a woman are going to reach out to you.
Okay.
So you can't make that assessment based on just who's on your podcast.
Well, I mean, I could walk around Isla Vista and with probably a 99% certainty determine whether someone's a male or female.
Okay, let's do that experiment then. I'm down.
You think, what do you think my percentage rate would be on that? You think
I think you'd be surprised with the college kids, yeah.
I think I could probably, I would say even somebody who considers themselves non-binary, I think I could guess whether they're male or female.
Well, that's the issue.
Well, do you at least acknowledge that somebody who's non-binary is male or female?
No, they're not male or female, they're non-binary.
No, that's gender. I'm talking about sex.
Do you know the difference?
I'm not gonna try to guess someone's biological sex.
What?
For what reason would I do that?
You do acknowledge there's a difference between gender and sex, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But so male and female, that's in reference to sex, not gender.
Okay. So then what was
we can
your
have
question?
a conversation about man and woman.
Okay.
Those are genders. Sex and female or male and female are sex, and man and woman is a gender. So you can't use female interchangeably with gender because it's not the same definition.
Let me ask you a question. Do you acknowledge that somebody who identifies as non-binary can be male or female?
Biologically, yeah.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that somebody who identifies as a woman could be a male?
Biologically?
Yeah. Well, we're talking about sex.
I mean, yes.
Okay.
But I mean, I think if someone, because you're talking about trans people, obviously, right?
Are non-binary people trans?
Well, you said if someone identifies as a woman.
In that specific, yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. Biologically, they started as a male, but I like to consider them a female because I'm gonna respect their preference.
No, well, you cannot become a male or female.
I think that's just a difference in opinion between
It's not,
you and I right here.
Even I would say even mainstream people who are transgender would agree that you cannot become a different sex. You cannot become a female. You cannot become a male. There is a conversation about becoming a man or becoming a woman. That's very different, though.
I mean, what about like if you get like
Okay.
a gender reversal surgery or like isn't that essentially kind of, I mean,
You can get fake tits. That doesn't make you a male.
at its core, yeah, you still have like XX chromosomes or XY chromosomes, sure. But you
Okay.
can transition as much, as you want to,
Yeah,
as
you
need
can.
to.
You can identify you were born as a female. You can identify as a male.
Mm-hmm.
Or excuse me, you were born as a female. You can identify as a man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you cannot. You're not a male. Your sex can't change.
Like I said, I mean, you have hormones. I mean, there's different surgeries you can get. I mean, I think essentially you're inserting yourself with biologics of the opposite gender. Like, what would you say about hormones then? Like, do hormones do nothing?
Do you think that the difference between male and female can be diminished to just the endocrine system?
I think in this day and age, yeah.
Just the endocrine system. What about the muscular skeletal system? What about the cardiovascular system? Do you not acknowledge there's differences?
I do
in these
acknowledge
systems,
that,
there's
but different.
There's no therapy to change someone's cardiovascular system, for example,
That is true,
or
but
their muscular skeletal system.
estrogen and testosterone does change stuff like muscle
It might
mass,
have an
though.
impact, but it doesn't. For example, there's certain differences when it comes to the angle of I believe the hip, for example.
Okay, then I would agree. Yeah, there's some okay, let me phrase it this way. There are some biological aspects that, yeah, you just can't change with surgery. But as time has gone on, we've accepted more transgender people. We've offered them more care. There are drastic ways you can go about, appearing as the gender that you would like to identify with.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would just like to ask a question. So if gender and sex are two different things and gender is a social construct, then what's the point of getting sex reassignment surgeries if you're transgender, other than what is it called, body dysmorphia, which is like, even if you're not transgender, you can have that. You can.
So what's the question?
You can be like anorexic, whatever. What's the point of sex reassignment surgeries if gender and sex are two different things and gender is a social construct?
I think that's the issue that Brian and I were running into, is yes, they are two different things. Gender is a construct and sex is something factual and biological. But I think and like we were saying, there are some aspects that you're not going to be able to change completely when it comes to your sex.
But why try to change anything at all if gender and sex are separate and gender is a social construct?
Why try to change? Because people who are trans, they feel extremely uncomfortable and troubled by the fact that they still have biological parts of the gender they do not identify with.
So don't you think that we should be approaching that issue from the psychological point? Like, why do you feel uncomfortable, instead of putting them through these drastic surgeries?
I mean, are you talking about adults, or because I feel like kids would be a different?
Well, in general.
And okay, I'm gonna speak for adults then, because I think kids would be way different. But can you rephrase? What was the question again?
Here, let's move on.
Okay, yeah, that's a whole other conversation.
That's another conversation.
Yeah, sorry to stray away.
You did say unconventional family dynamics, though. So you're saying like kids growing up in like polygamous.
Yeah, or like gay relation. Because I see a lot of like propaganda that are like, oh, if you have a child in a gay relationship, your child is more likely to grow up gay. And there's statistics that show like whether a child grows up in a heterosexual or a homosexual household, they have the same probability of being gay or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, typically though, when I think of unconventional family dynamics, if there's two loving parents in the household, cool.
Yeah.
Where I think it probably gets a little difficult is if there's like 3 parents, so it's like polyamory. I think that's probably a little can be.
I think another
troubling
one that comes to mind, like unconventional, because you said like 2 happy parents, like single moms. Like I think you can, like, there are plenty of single moms out there, and I think you can, like, completely raise a child by your own. I mean, it's going to be really difficult, and if you have a support system, that'll make it a lot easier. But yeah, I support those kind of family dynamics as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's better if you can have 2 parents in the
I mean,
household.
arguably, yeah.
Statistically proven too.
Yeah. I mean,
definitely
I'm not
better.
saying it's better to have a single mom, but I think you can definitely do it. Like,
Well,
it's
of
not
course,
impossible.
it is done, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's if you have 2 parents in the household, it's probably better for the child.
I mean, probably, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's a lot. Socialism, okay. So
I feel like we should move on to the relationship status.
no,
now.
I'll get through it really quick. But
Okay.
so there's the socialism. What's that mean to you?
I mean, think about absolutely everything in this country you have to pay for. Like the parking spot I'm in right now, I should be paying for that. Isn't that ridiculous? Like, you have to, everything is capitalized upon. If we had a socialistic society, number one, people wouldn't be as rich as they are right now, and we wouldn't have class differences like we have right now. Like, I think we live in a system where they purposely want different classes. They purposely gatekeep education. Why is education so expensive? You
mean like higher education?
Higher educations, yeah.
Why is education so expensive?
Depends on where
Probably
you choose
because
to
the
go to
government, you cannot discharge your student loans through bankruptcy. Therefore, these companies, both the government and corporations that issue student loans, have no incentive to deny people student loans because it can't be discharged in bankruptcy. So, yeah, that's probably part of it, I reckon.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is like, isn't that unfair? Like, because you're talking about all these corporate, like, if we didn't live in such a capitalistic society, we wouldn't have a conversation about all these big corporations because they'd be under control.
So are you proposing what? Like, how should society look?
I mean, obviously I'm not going to change the whole society by myself, but how should it look? I mean, look at countries like Norway. Like, Norway is a really small one, so it's a little bit hard to compare.
Isn't Norway capitalist?
No, they're
No.
socialist.
They also have a population
they have,
of
don't
6
they have
million, though.
economically
There's
though,
no
aren't they
line.
capitalist?
No.
They have a social.
Mm-hmm. There's 2 public
super-
universities, and you don't have to pay to go.
Well, you can have free education, but still live in a. I'm not. This is not a topic I'm super well versed in.
And that's
but
the other thing too. Like,
maybe chat can
Yeah.
tell me. I'm pretty sure Norway, it's still a capitalist society.
no, I have a friend from Norway.
My ex is Norwegian, so I can actually
Yeah.
answer this one. It's not a capitalist society, but it is very hard to live there. They do have free healthcare and free education, but they also have to serve in the military.
Yeah, and they
So
you know,
are you
it's not an
willing-
So
obligation.
but let me ask.
For men it is.
Let's just make sure we're talking about the same thing. So in Norway, you mentioned a parking spot earlier.
Yeah.
You're saying in Norway, you don't. Look, this is not a topic I'm particularly well versed in. There's no currency in Norway. Don't they have kroners? Isn't the Norway
Yeah, but
kroners?
not absolutely everything you have to pay for. Like,
But-
you have to pay for absolutely everything in this country.
You have to pay for. I've been to Norway. It's very expensive. It's everything.
I don't,
is 40%
but that's
tax
because
as
a
well.
lot of people have a lot of money because
No, they don't. The average salary of a Norwegian individual is like $67,000, and it's more expensive to live there. It's $14 for McDonald's.
Well, they're also very wealthy because of the government set up a fund related to their natural resources. Their what is it? Oil?
I think so.
Like
That
very.
one I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know where we're. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Okay, so society, you shouldn't have to pay for things, is what you're saying. Everything should be free.
No, I don't think everything should be free.
But you mentioned the parking spot. That should be free.
That's something I shouldn't pay. Okay, like when I go. Sorry, I'm getting heated because this is something that makes me mad. Like when I go to school, for example, UC Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
It's either I go and I pay for parking, and there's not like I could drive up there and there's like no parking, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna be late for class. I have to risk getting a parking ticket, like parking in a spot I'm not supposed to. or I take the bus that never comes like at the time it's gonna come. Like, why is transportation so difficult for me? Like, to go to the school that I pay so much money for already. I have to pay for coffee, I have to pay for, it's just like, I already pay you guys all of this money, where is it going to?
So coffee should be socialized?
It was just an example, because I had this one day, I was like, I gotta pay for parking, I gotta pay for my coffee, and it was like $7, and it's like, I already give this school so much money, they should be offering some resources for free.
Coffee should be free. We should not be paying for coffee.
If you pay
Who's
pay
gonna give you the
$20,000
coffee, though?
dollars of tuition to your college,
But so then you could also make the argument that it pays for your library, it pays for your professors, your tuition actually does go to something. Do I think schools? I paid a hellacious amount of money for school, and that was a choice that I made.
Yeah,
it's a choice of also which school you go to. You can choose to go to a community college first. I'm a big advocate for community college.
Save
First
a
2
lot
years,
of
save a
money.
shit ton of money, and then decide to transfer at that point. You can save so much money. I think it is ridiculous that you have to spend so much money on parking. UCSD, I didn't go there, but I looked at it.
7 Deadly Simps donated $100.
Thank you, 7 Deadly Simps.
My sprinkler goes like this.
Like a rap beat.
What is it? Oh.
And comes back like 777 decillion 777 nonillion 770.
Thank you, 7 Deadly Simps. Appreciate it, man.
77 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion.
We're close. I think we're close.
777 quadrillion.
Socialism. Okay, we'll come back to all that stuff. But you're a Christian, but like, don't some of your views kind of counter to Christian doctrine?
I mean, that I feel like you're asking me so many questions I could talk a lot about. I feel like we should move on to the relationship side.
I know.
as well.
I just okay,
people don't
last
want to
thing.
hear me blabber.
Well, here's the last thing. I mean, so the one that strikes me as the most kind of contradictory a little bit is so you're pro-choice, right? But when it comes to Christianity, the Christian doctrine, wouldn't that indicate that you ought to be pro-life?
I mean, it could. Like, are you talking about a specific doctrine? Like, what are you talking about? Like a document?
I can't cite to a specific...
That's what I'm saying is, like, do you even know it's a core religious value of Christianity if you can't even tell me where it's at?
Well, I'm not particularly well versed in the Bible, but perhaps, I don't know if... Okay.
You knit me together in my mother's womb.
And can you interpret that in modern English, please?
So that's a Bible verse saying that God created you inside your mother's womb. And there's another Bible verse, I'm blanking on it, but like, he knew you like even before then. Does anybody know that Bible verse? That like the one, he knit you together in your mother's womb, and then there's another one, but I can't think of the second one right now.
Well,
like
okay.
Something like he knew you before you were created in your mother.
Yeah.
Like he knew you before you became an actual person. Like he knew your soul and your like spirit.
Yeah, that's the idea. I can't remember like the exact verse, but yeah, that's.
I don't know exactly what it is. But it's
okay.
like
Grim Reaper 69 donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Question for the ladies: if the Grim Reaper comes and says, "Should I take your life or your husband's?" Who do you choose?
We'll go around the table on this. We'll start with you. Go ahead.
My husband.
Of course.
Sorry.
It depends on the situation, you know?
Just however you take the question.
I mean, if he's a shitty husband, bye. But if like,
let's say he's a good husband.
If I love him enough, yeah, I would take mine.
Okay.
I'd take mine.
Depends if we have kids. I'd say probably take I'm sorry, I'm off into my husband, but I'll take care of the kids.
If you have kids, you.
No, if we have kids, him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The Grim Reaper takes
him.
The husband.
Yeah.
If you don't have kids, also the husband.
I'll sacrifice.
Oh, you'll
myself.
sacrifice?
It's okay.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to heaven. It's okay.
Emily, what about you? Into the mic.
If I had kids, me. I'd want my husband to make sure they're
If
safe.
you didn't have kids.
If I didn't have kids, probably
Also the husband.
Probably still me, because I wouldn't marry someone unless like I really loved them and I wouldn't want to.
Still you.
So it would be me either way, but if I had
Wait,
kids...
you get saved or you get...
No, I would die. So both
both
ways,
situations.
both situations. If I had
Okay.
kids, even more me, because I'd want my husband to make sure they're safe.
Take care of 'em,
And
yeah.
And then if we didn't have kids, I just wouldn't want to be alive without my man.
Sophia?
Me, because I know that I would go be with Jesus, and also because there is no greater love than to lay down your life for another. So definitely me.
If it's just the two of us, me, but we have kids, him.
Lynn?
I'd say me, especially if I have kids.
Okay.
Bender the
Just
Offender
looking at what
donated
Maddie was doing.
$99.
Yo, what's up, Bender? Thank you, man.
American
Appreciate
Idiot by Green Day was ahead of its time, and the Skittles colored lady proves it.
I don't flex on him.
Do you have a response? Besides that, that was the response? Okay. Well,
yeah,
Bender, hey, Bender the Offender, good to see you in the chat, man. Much appreciated. Okay, so here, moving on. Maybe we can come back to some of that stuff later.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm recently single.
Recently single?
Yeah.
How recently?
Like, if we've been like on and off kind of trying to do the breakup, but like I would say officially like a month and a half.
Okay. That's
Longest relationship
longest
was like
relationship?
3.5, almost 4 years.
3 to 4 years. Okay. And you provided some pre-show notes here. I'm just going to go through them really quick. So you said 2 out of your 3 of your serious relationships came from Tinder.
I did.
Dating app. Okay.
Yeah.
You also did a challenge that you did 50 dates in 50 days with 50 different guys.
That was the attempt, yeah. So I didn't start dating until I was 19. I was homeschooled for most of my life, so I graduated early, and then I was in college at like a very young age, so I was like, I legally can't date anyone for a while. And then once everyone kind of called me a prude, so I was like, screw it, I'm going to see what's out there. And I was like, I'm go big or go home. So I was like, I'm going to go on 50 days with 50 different guys. And so my longest relationship was date 14 on the first attempt, and then we were together for almost 4 years, and then we broke up very viciously. And then I was like, might as well finish it. So I was like, I'll try and keep going. And then my next relationship was date number 9. And then that ended. He got deported. He's the one from Norway. He got deported, funny enough.
No.
So
Did he overstay his visa?
Take his ass.
No, yeah, exactly. He had to go. But,
oh, man.
And then last relationship was a friend that turned into
this whole, 50 dates, 50 days, 50 different guys. So the first one, 14 dates in. Now, so what you're saying is prior to finding your relationship from date 14, you went on 14 dates with 14 different guys within that 2-week period before meeting him.
Yeah.
So you went on a date with a new guy every single day without miss.
Without miss. One day I even went on 2 dates in one day.
Okay. And then just a question though. So date 14, did you know, like, so you had the first date, did you, like, you knew right away?
Yeah. After our date, I got in my car and I was like, I can marry this guy. And then I said, that's a weird thought. And then I was like, I really like this one.
And then did you cut it off with?
I had 2 more weeks lined up and I cut all the guys off.
So, you had 2 more dates lined up?
No, I had 2 weeks upcoming.
You had 2 weeks upcoming.
Yeah.
You pre-booked.
I pre-booked.
2 weeks, and you cut them all off.
I cut them all off.
What about the previous 14 guys?
I ghosted them.
You ghosted them?
Yeah, I really liked this one.
Okay, and then you did that. Then you broke up with that guy, and then you did this again, but you only got to date 9.
Yep.
So then you had 9 dates in a row.
Yep.
And then again, your most recent relationship, I guess, 12 dates in a row.
I went on 12 dates, and dating in the Bay is very different than down here. And
sure.
I told myself I wasn't allowed to date for 6 months, and I kind of like put myself, because I'm a serial monogamous. I've been in relationships for, I think, the past 9 years altogether, except for those little stints.
Sure.
And I highly recommend women do it because
you recommend women do what you did?
Yes. So reason being is because I feel like a lot of women are picky and they don't give a lot of guys a chance. So if you have to book it out, you have to actually give people a chance, and I think that would be good for women. So.
Are you really giving men a chance though if you're dating 14 of them and a 2-week period?
You're giving guys a chance that you never would have talked to. And then if you find, like, the guy I ended up in a relationship with is someone I never thought I would ever actually date. Like, he was not someone who, like, in the profile. I thought he was cool, but I didn't actually.
I
didn't know until I went on the date. Huh?
You weren't physically attracted to him?
He was a very attractive guy. He's just not my typical type.
Well, if he attractive, that right there.
I mean, all the guys were attractive. It was, I mean, in their own ways. But I mean, you couldn't go on dates with guys. He was a little. He was very. I don't really go for blondes, and he was a blonde. So.
Well, okay, so you. The first time you tried this, you were able to secure 14 dates with 14 different guys in a 14-day period. Yep. And it sounded like one of the days you did 2 dates.
In one day.
You did. Have you ever done 3 dates in one day?
No, that's too much.
Have you done? Was it just one time you did 2 dates in one day, or have you done that a couple times?
I've only done it once.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, the first thing I would say to that is women have dating on easy mode.
I agree.
Women absolutely have dating on easy mode.
Even I can never get 50 dates in a week.
Bro,
or 50
like,
days.
I mean, 50 dates
she pre-scheduled for like an average guy is what, lucky to get 1 date in a month or something?
Yeah. 2.
Yeah.
2?
2 in a month.
Yeah, women have dating on easy mode. That's, I mean, look, I know it's not a shock to me, but it's like, yeah, you got that shit on easy mode.
But I would like to say, also the dates weren't like I was getting free meals every time.
I have a question. Do you have a brother?
Don't.
You don't have any siblings?
I have half and step.
Half and step?
Yeah, my dad's on his 3rd marriage, so.
Good times.
Messy.
So, you have a half brother?
No, half sisters.
Oh, okay, never mind. Let's see. You said in your messages to us, I hear stories of women getting the red carpet brought for them on the first date. I feel like I'm lucky if a guy will pay for a meal for me in the Bay. Don't get me wrong, I've had some amazing dates, but men in the Bay have no clue how to date.
I agree.
So you want a guy to pay for the first date? Is that?
I would like that.
You want them to?
And it also doesn't have to be dinner. Like, I'm totally down for coffee or like ice cream.
But you want
like,
them to pay in that?
I would love the offer. I had a guy one time on a date for a coffee date, walk up in line. It was Starbucks. He goes, "Oh, I forgot my wallet." Walked back to the door. I have no problem paying for my own meal. That's perfectly fine, or my own coffee. I paid. Yeah. He walked right back to me and goes, "I do this so I don't have to pay for girls' stuff."
Okay, so.
Ew.
Hold on. So the 14 day. Hold on. I lost my train of thought. 14 dates.
It's a lot. It's very hard.
I remember. Would you tell the guys that you were doing this?
No, but I mean, everyone's casually dating, so it's.
Yeah, but most guys don't. Most guys are not, and frankly, most men don't have the capability to go on a date every single day of the week.
At all.
It's
like, a lot of work.
I'd say even like really attractive guys. I'd say guys even more attractive like than your looks equivalent. It's like, it's not gonna be that easy to schedule a date every single day of the week. Because guys, like, if you make yourself available to them, I'm free this day, they're gonna take that opportunity. Whereas women are typically not as flexible with.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, I also did it because it made me. It forced me to give multiple, like, different types of people a chance that maybe typically.
Sure, that's fine.
Different races, different ethnicity, all that.
And so,
like different ages too.
Sure, but what you did, and I get flack for this. What you did is actually one of my arguments for why I think men should not pay for first dates. Because I don't want to feel like a sucker. I'm going on a date with you, and you just went on 10 dates in the past 10 days with 10 different men. Oh, you said you went on 2 dates in the night, so I'm going to go on a date with you, and then afterwards you have a date with another guy. Yeah, I'm going to feel a certain type of way about that.
Absolutely,
so like this expectation of traditional treatment, when you have so many options and you're dating so many people, it's like, I'm not going to pay for you.
Well, and
I'm not going to be traditional when, like, I get that we wouldn't be exclusive, but if I went on a first date with a chick and she saw a guy after me, you're not getting any traditional treatment.
Well, like I said, you can go on the date, and I actually am all for like going out and doing things that don't cost little to no money.
Even
Going to
if
hike,
it's free.
like you
Honestly,
can go on a hike. I think it's a nice thing to do and meet
like,
someone.
if I knew this going into the date, somehow I became privy to the fact that you were dating multiple dudes, even if there was no expectation that I was going to pay, I would just cancel on you. I wouldn't go on a date with you. If I found out this chick was dating this many dudes, goodbye. They can have you.
But if it's just a date, then why? Like, if you're not like sleeping around,
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
it's just
you're
like
just getting to know people.
I feel like it's different if you're actually like building something with this person. And like
I
I
like,
said,
especially if it's a
I like a
first
girl
date.
that's properly single and that's not talking to 50 other dudes.
I concur.
but isn't
She
she
not
probably
only
single?
not only had she been on 14 dates prior, probably still texting with them, she had a date planned out for the next 14 days. So let's say I had a genuine interest in her. I wanted to set up a second date. Oh, you're booked up for 2 weeks. Fuck out of here. I'm not dealing with that. I'm gonna find a girl that's properly single and then I'm gonna talk to her.
But it's also like you're meeting these people on a dating app, and you're just meeting with like, if it's your first meeting, like you didn't.
Oh, she's
meet them
free to
before,
do
right?
it.
It was your first time. Like, you're just getting to know them. Like,
That's
when I
great.
go like on date, like when I was on a dating app and I would go on like dates, like it wasn't even like really a date. It was just like, hey, I'm meeting you in person.
That look, you're free to move in that way, but what I'm
No, like
saying is,
I kind
if
of
I knew
understand
as a
what
guy,
you're saying, but like if it's just a date, like you're just getting coffee or lunch or something, then I don't. Like I kind of understand like why you say like you wouldn't want to pay. Like, okay, fair. I think
I don't even want to go on the date anymore.
exactly, but that's the part that I don't understand. Because like not paying, like, okay, I get it. It would set you apart though. And then she might want to
It
go on
would set
another
me
date with
apart.
you, but
from the 14, the 30 other men she's going on a date
if
on.
all the guys have like the same mindset and they don't pay, like she was saying, like this guy like went out to his car to grab his wallet so that he wouldn't have to pay.
What happened to the days
it's like
of like liking the person and you both like
it's
each
hard.
other?
They have to
Even
earn
for
it.
women.
Put it this way. No, here's the thing. It's really hard to find someone that you actually like. And if you are a woman who's
Yes.
career oriented or you focus on school, I would love to know how you're supposed to meet someone if they're not in your immediate proximity. And I'm not dating someone that I work with.
I think
personally.
it's personal reference though.
Yeah.
Like,
but
I
here's the
wouldn't want to
question.
be with the guy who's like going on dates personally.
But here's the thing. You could also go on a date with a guy who's sleeping with 3 different women. Why would you be more okay with that and not to have him actually going to go meet someone and genuinely find someone? As soon as I found someone that I was like, this guy's great, I have no desire to even talk to these other men. And out of respect, I wasn't exclusive with him. I mean, it's one date. But at the same time, it was something where if I saw that there was actual potential, I cut it all off. And I have no problems doing that too.
If I was that guy who really liked you and I knew that you had...
He felt flattered. He honestly, when we actually were in a relationship, I said, as soon as I met you, I cut it off with every other guy. I think it's out of respect, and it makes a man feel more special. If you know she had options and she chose you and you chose her, even after the first date, you knew there was potential. There's difference of that. If you're going out on a date with someone and you're hooking up or you're doing whatever you want to do, that's perfectly fine, but that's your choice. But if you're just going to go get to know people, I mean, if someone's actually looking for a relationship and they want to meet someone, like, by all means, why should you waste your time going on? I think it's mean when a girl leads a guy on for so long. You go on 7 dates and the guy's paid for everything. I think that's messed up, and the girl knows it's not going anywhere, or the guy's just trying to hook up with the girl. Like, I don't think it's bad if you actually say, hey, I'm looking for something, and if you're giving people a shot. And I think that's a big thing. Is like our date ended up being like 6 hours long, and it was just because we wanted to talk and we got to know each other and we really found each other intriguing, and you know, he's very articulate.
Look. So just to bring it back to what I was talking about. So originally what I was saying is, in that situation, I would not want to pay for the first date. I wouldn't even want to go out. I wouldn't even bother going out with a girl who's doing that. I mean, you're kind of gamifying courtship and dating. I get it. But, and you might say, well, you're single. You don't owe it to a guy to only be talking to him. Personally, I think it's actually very easy to date just one person at a time, but
I only date. I like I said, I cut it off.
No, but you went.
There's a difference between
dates.
going on first dates and dating around. Like if you're going on multiple dates with multiple people, there's a difference than going on first date. Because you went on a date and then that was it, and then you knew, and then you knew whether you want to go on another date or not, right?
Did you kiss any of those guys on the first date?
A few of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
but in my defense, one of them, it wasn't by choice on some of them. One guy like picked me up and put me upside down and kissed me. It was very awkward.
Okay, all right. I'll just say, like, look, you don't owe it to a guy to only be talking to him, and we as men, we don't owe it to you to adhere to outdated, unfair gender roles like paying for the first date. You can get your own ride. You can open your own door. You can pay for your own meal. And if you're going to be entertaining dozens of other men while you're talking to us, then out the window goes traditional gender roles.
So can I ask on this part, when you're saying talking to someone, I mean, I don't really, I mean, if you're on a dating app, I think it's nicer to meet people as soon as you can in person. Like, yeah, you can have cordial conversation. There's some people who will spend weeks talking to someone and then they meet them and feel like, hey, there's no real chemistry, or, you know, they're really good at texting, but, you know, in person, they're not that very articulate, or they're not that comfortable.
Sure.
Like, you're able to portray a different mask of who you are, I guess you can say, through text. I meet people, we match, I say, hey, you know, are you free this day? They say, yeah, like and that's as quick as it is. So it's not like they've invested weeks of conversation or that. I think that's messed up. But if you said, hey, right, I think you're attractive, you think I'm attractive, I think we have really good banter, I thought your profile was cool, do you want to meet next Thursday? I feel like most guys would actually prefer a girl who does that versus investing all this time texting, and you find out she's dating other people, or you meet her in person, and then she's like, hey, you know, I'm not really feeling it, and you're like, damn it, I've been talking to this girl for like 2 weeks.
You can meet up relatively quickly and still not be dating like 20 other men at the same time.
Is your issue that she had like the 2 weeks like pre-scheduled, or that she was going on dates every day?
The whole thing just makes me uncomfortable. The whole fucking thing is uncomfortable.
Is it because you can only get 2 dates a month? Is that why? Is it because you're jealous that women have it on easy mode?
I think it's
no.
Pretty
It has
normal.
nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with jealousy. That's just not a woman that I want to associate with.
That's personal reference too. Yeah. Everybody has different references.
Right, and if everyone has different opinions, like, you can totally respect someone's preference to not want to date somebody who's dating around with multiple people. Like, dating around with multiple people is really simple. It just means you're going out with multiple people, and a lot of men like Brian don't want a girl that goes on multiple dates, but some guys don't care.
I'm just trying to like understand, like, if she's just meeting with people, like she's not like hoeing around, so to speak, like she's not sleeping around, whatever, she's just meeting people, talking to them, like she's not even like emotionally invested at that point, she's just getting to know them. I'm just trying to like understand. I don't know.
Let me try to put it this way. Let's say, because I don't really have an interest in one night stands or just fucking a girl once and maybe stringing her along a bit. I'm dating, like if I'm pursuing a girl, let's say we do hook up, I want there to be continuity, I want to continue seeing her, I want it to, maybe it leads to a long-term relationship. So my issue would be, if this is going to be my future girlfriend, if this is going to be my future wife, if this is going to be my future mother of my children, I'm going to feel a very strong type of way if I found out that the first time I met her, the first date I had with her,
Getting passionate there.
She was on after her date with me, she went on a date with another guy. That to me is just kind of fucking scummy. I don't know what to say.
Wait, but I think that's different. When you went on a date with somebody that you actually liked, then you wouldn't go on another date with a different guy, right?
No, when I saw potential, I cut off all future dates because I out of respect to him, I don't want to keep doing that.
No, right, but okay.
So it was just before, like if this was like your future wife and you were like married or whatever, or you're the mother of your children, and you found out that she was, she had like 14 days of dating. You were the 14th guy, but after you, she didn't see anyone. What does it matter? Like, if she, like, I understand like body count, but this is different. Like, it's not a body count. It's just she's meeting people.
So she gave an example of where in one day she went on a date with 2 different men. That's like, to me, it's like, what's going on here?
But if you were interested in the first guy,
I'm trying to find a long-term relationship.
Okay, so if you went on, so one day you went on a date with 2 guys on the same day. Yeah. If the first one you felt some kind of way for, would you have broken off the second one the same day?
Yes.
Okay, let's say, for example, well, first off, I would say that while she might have broken it off with all those other guys, she may have very well, there might have been some other contenders. Were there some other contenders? Or all 13 of those guys were just no-goes?
There was like 1 or 2 that like I was like, okay, I could see going on a second date, maybe that kind of thing.
Okay, let's say you
like
didn't, let's say you didn't meet the guy who you were like, whoa, this is the one, okay, I'm cutting everybody else off. But there were a couple that you wanted to continue seeing, maybe second date, right? Okay, so you go on a second date with them, and then eventually it maybe leads to something more long-term with those guys. I mean, the whole time I'm seeing you, I'm going on dates with you, whatever, you're talking to other guys, who knows what else you're doing. You're saying you're not doing anything else with them.
I'm not, no.
Maybe you move that way, but a lot of people don't move that way. So
Agreed.
I just would feel, I'd feel a certain type of way about that. I would.
And I respect that, but it's also one of those things like, would you argue that if men had the option to do that, they would do that? Because I think most of the men that I know, and I primarily work with men, would love that. I see it from they would love to go on 14 different dates.
Men don't have the capability of doing that.
But the argument could be that if a woman has to be more open, she's going to give other guys a shot, and she could potentially meet someone. So if girl, I agree. I see girls, and I admittedly in the same way of like, if you're on a dating app, you swipe, and it kind of gives you like a fun left, right kind of thing of what you're doing, and you put everyone to basically a picture and a profile. That's all it is. If women said, okay, I'm going to go on, let's make it more tame. Let's say 5 dates this month. Whether or not I have actually liked someone, I have to give more men a shot. And I think that actually works in men's favor. Because if a woman is going to say, okay, I have to go on, like I said, typically a lot of the guys that message, obviously they would have to be respectful in their comments. Or
Rippin' Lips donated $100. What do you all think about Donald Trump? Is he a misogynist? Would you vote for him?
Okay, thank you, Rippin' Lips. We can only do one question per TTS, so would you vote for Donald Trump? We'll do that one.
Never. That's it? Okay.
No.
No.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't really get into politics.
Nick. Huh?
I don't really get into politics just because I think it's a lot of time, and so I just don't vote in general.
Okay, there you have it. Thank you, Rippin' Lips. Okay, I'm trying to think. Look, ultimately, probably most guys don't mind, right? Most guys, okay, whatever.
But wait, can I say, if more women gave other guys a shot that wasn't their typical type or whatever, ridiculous
So you're doing them a
standards.
favor? That's even worse. Oh,
No,
she's giving me a favor.
It's not a favor. I'm just saying, it's not even a favor. It's saying women can't be as picky, which I think is a good thing. Because like I said, nothing about my ex. I thought he was a great guy and he was one of those things. But if I just saw his profile, he had it was fine. It wasn't anything that really stood out. Physically, he wasn't my initial attractive type, but once I met him and I got to know him, I'm a sapiosexual. So as soon as I get to know someone, if we can have a really good conversation, I found myself very attracted to him.
Okay. So you more so mean dismissive, because you were still picky. I mean, at the end of the day, it ended up being 2 out of 50.
Yeah, dismissive might be the word.
Yeah, so dismissive. So a lot of women, when they see profiles, they dismiss men on all kinds of parameters. And then
you could also argue that men, I mean, depending on the guy, a lot of guys are still picky, even if they aren't the creme de la creme.
So, I mean, but your motivation was simply to be more open to the idea.
Yeah, open to it. Because it challenged me to actually say, okay, everyone has like what they're naturally attracted to. Can I venture out of that? And he was someone that was outside of that.
She's just being open, Brian.
She's open.
Yeah. Would you guys rather have somebody who's dismissive?
Well, I wouldn't know. I would be dismissed.
I mean, that's a good point, but like in general, like, would you rather have women be more dismissive or dating more guys?
It's a bias, because if she's dating me, then yeah, I would want her to be dismissive. But if I'm the one, if I want to be seen by her, then I would want her to give me a chance.
Yeah, but so how do I say it? It's like, would you rather the scenario where a girl looks at your profile and she's dismissive and she's like, oh no, or she gives you a chance and then, maybe you guys really hit it off, and like she said, that guy that you were actually interested in, like, you never thought that you'd be interested in him. So maybe it's the same way. Maybe she's like really into you and she just never would have thought based on your profile.
Well, I mean, again, that's a bias, because if it's me, we talking about me, then yeah, I'm pretty sure I can charm any woman. But if it's somebody else, I might be more self-aware to know that this woman's not gonna like me. Like, there are a lot of guys who understanding just how selective women are. Women are extremely selective. Y'all all know y'all are extremely selective. So women dismiss men. Women have a million turnoffs. So once one of those,
Then the offender donated $99. The reason most men don't like when a woman has multiple dates lined up is that if Brian, for example, is the 14th dude in line, he would have to wait for the date, and it's not a guarantee that the woman likes him. It's a waste of time and money for men.
So you'd rather have dismissive?
I'd rather just, like, if a girl told me, by the way, Brian, I just had 5 dates this week. I've got 5. I was on a date with a girl who was totally unremarkable. Not like, and she told me, oh, she just downloaded Hinge. She'd already been on 3 dates. She had 2 dates planned for the weekend, and I just lost all interest. I mean, I appreciate her telling me, but I'm like, they can have you. That's my thought process. Look, I get it.
But they don't have you. Like, it's just a date.
Right, but if you're talking to that other dude's, like, for me, like, I just don't want to deal with that.
It's the principle.
Like, I don't want to. Okay.
So what's the principle?
Your attention is divided. You're not, like, if you were. I know you said you're not sleeping with all these guys, but it's kind of like the same principle as when it comes to body count. If you're fucking 5 other dudes and you're trying to sleep with me, it's like, fuck no, I don't even want to have sex with you. I don't want anything from you.
And I respect that. I think that's perfectly fair.
But it's almost the same thing. With body count, your sexual attention is divided. With going on this many dates, your romantic attention is divided. I don't just want your sexual attention. I want your romantic attention. I want your emotional attention. And if you're talking to 14 other guys, to me, to some degree, it's for example, I would think if I went on a date with a girl and she found out that I went on a date with 2 other girls that night, I would see how she might feel a little off by that. She might feel a little disrespected.
So here's another question, though. Don't you think that a lot of women would actually, to be honest, be kind of attracted to that because you're a guy who's in demand?
Well, that's a fair point. There is a differential there between men and women because I think women typically are. How do I articulate this? Q, you got something for this? I have a thought on this, but I feel like you might.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So if you could describe it.
Well, she's saying, well, for me, for example, it would be it would certainly be a turn off if a girl was sleeping with other men or dating other men. Mm-hmm. But some women might view a guy who's getting with other women as more desirable because women like pre-selection.
Because it signals to other women that this guy has things that women desire. And if you don't feel special at the end of the day, if you and I were to go on a date and I went on 2-3 dates prior and you felt some type of way, I could easily talk my way out of that. I could easily explain to you, you're different. I see you different. I'm a guy. I have less options. I have less opportunities. So I have to take advantage of my opportunities. You're more selective. You can afford to dismiss guys. You can afford to tell guys, I don't really, you can afford to do that. Me, you can understand. He's just being a guy. And at the end of the day, women are still wired to know men are just being men. So we can compartmentalize. We can compartmentalize sex and emotion. We can compartmentalize. Liking a woman but not wanting to be with her. So all of these things still leave the door open for you to understand that you have a shot. Whereas with guys, what Brian is saying is he's much more serious about the way he approaches dating. So because he's much more serious about the way he approaches dating, when he sees a woman that does things like go on multiple dates, he don't know if he can take her seriously because that by default is showing that her strategy for dating is basically bullshitting. That's what he's saying.
Yes! That's awesome!
Pretty much what
Ryan, that's a good point, but that's why I feel like you don't tell somebody on a first date that you've just gone on 13 other dates with guys until you're in a serious relationship, and then maybe if it comes up, you're like, oh, by the way,
that's a breakup. That's a breakup. Yeah. Goodbye.
I don't know. I feel like that.
Like I said, he was flattered. If you've been dating for like 2 years, I mean, if it was before you, or if they ask you, anyway. But no, I see your point now. I mean, if I knew that a guy, if I was like his 3rd date that day, it would be a turn off. But if we had been dating for like 2 years, whatever, we're serious, and he goes, oh, by the way, I was on this dating app, I was seeing a bunch of girls, but I picked you, I would feel like flattered. I'd be like,
exactly,
like, right? Like,
well, also one thing that I'd like to clarify.
I feel special.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. One thing I would like to clarify is, I get as far as the romantic attention. I agree with that. But if you're just matching with someone and you set a date right then and there, you have not romantically invested anything in me.
Exactly.
I haven't romantically invested anything in you. when we meet in person is going to be the first time we actually both invest time. And I think that that's a fair piece. I think it's personally, I think it's the whole texting back and forth, seeing what they're going to say, waiting the 3 hours or whatever. Because I see some people, they're like, I don't want to seem too available or too needy. It takes a lot of time.
It's a waste
But
of
if you're
time.
like, hey, we matched. I think you're cute. I like something about your profile. I verbalized that. Are you free tomorrow at 4 for coffee? I feel like that's a fair investment. Neither of you have done it.
The last thing I want to add to that is that it's really hard to get to know someone on a dating app unless you see them in person. So
I'm not opposed to meeting in person. I'm not. My argument is.
So what if a girl was meeting?
It's the frequency with which you are meeting.
What if it wasn't
men.
a date?
Huh?
What if you didn't call it a date?
No, I don't think you're. I think you're failing to.
Also,
I don't have an issue. Like I don't object. It's not like you have to. I actually agree that you should not spend weeks on end being a pen pal with someone. I think you should meet up fairly quickly. What I object to is how many dates you were going on. First off, I don't know how you have the fucking time to do that.
I don't sleep.
You,
I do it all throughout the day. Or like,
were you unemployed?
No, I would do it on my lunch breaks. On my lunch breaks,
breaks.
I would, it could be a 15-minute date. It doesn't have to be 3 hours.
You're not
or
wasting
whatever.
time.
Some days it was like,
You both gotta eat, right? Like,
okay, look, yeah. Why 50?
I don't know. I just came up with a
She
number.
wanted-
I'm an
she
extremist,
was
so I was like,
gamifying.
might as well. Well, because here's the thing too. If you actually have to, I'm sure it came from the movie, to be honest. The 50
first
dates.
dates.
Like, I think
50.
it was something
Wait,
random.
he went on. He kept having the same date with the same woman.
No, I haven't seen the movie. I just heard the number.
No, she had like amnesia. I'm pretty sure.
I haven't seen it, so I
Adam
don't know.
Sandler, right?
The numbers
She
say.
had amnesia.
She had short-term memory loss.
She had some amnesia or some shit.
she
So
got
he
into
went
a
on
car
50
crash.
dates with the same chick. Hello?
I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know.
I think
but I
that's
think
the-
that's where
is
the
that the-
inspiration
is that-
came from. I think that's where it came from.
That's like the hoe version of that movie. Okay.
I see your point.
Look.
I'm just saying, like, it's very easy to be dismissive, see something on someone's profile, and think like, oh, I'm not going to waste my time with them. Versus if you meet in person, then you can't really get to know someone online just based on their profile. So if you give them a
that's
chance,
not what I'm arguing. That's
but
not
it,
what
but
I'm
what
arguing.
like what are we supposed to do? Like be like super picky or dismissive or whatever? Like if you get matched with like I don't know 100 guys in a day, then and you're sitting there like super dismissive, like no, not this one, then like no one gets any chance. But she's
I
just
would say
open.
be even more selective then. Only go on the dates.
I mean, I personally like I'm very
You also
like
do
picky
this?
on dating.
You also
no,
do this?
I'm very picky on
20
dating
20
apps.
dates in 3
Like
weeks?
I understand what she's like. No, I'm very picky. I understand what she's saying, and I think like, oh, that's good. Like you're being open. Like me, I'm super picky. So if I see like one thing in your profile that's off to me, like it doesn't even have to be like a red flag. I'm just like, I don't like that.
Exactly.
Because
No,
I don't want
that's cool.
personally,
That's
I don't
cool.
want to
That's
waste my
cool.
time if I don't think that it's going to lead anywhere. But like she was saying, like you never know because you might meet somebody and you might think like, oh, I never thought it. I mean, that was me with my ex. Like he was not my type at all. I never thought I would have like dated someone like that, and
That's
ended up
cool.
dating
Look,
someone.
ultimately, I'm just saying, for me personally, maybe there's a bunch of men out there, they wouldn't mind if they were date number 22 in your game that you're playing, but I would not appreciate
That's fair.
my someone I'm going on a date with look, you don't owe me anything, right? If you want to go on 3 dates yesterday and the day before and sleep with a bunch of men, that's fine. That's your call. I know you weren't doing that. But I'm also free to have a standard, a preference, and a boundary of not wanting to date a woman who is moving and operating in that way. Some men might not care. Some men might even be like, ooh, competition. Okay, I want to be the winner. Cool. That's fine. Me personally, I'm just going to opt out. I don't want to date. I don't want to be involved with a woman who's gamifying like that and who's dating that many men.
Yeah, I mean, you was essentially playing the Bachelorette, in a sense. And honestly, I was offered to be on the Bachelorette. I would never.
Which
no.
season?
It was 2 years ago, so I would never.
That dynamic is just like, okay, it's. I don't want that dynamic.
So here's the question, because if you haven't met these people, let's say that you're trying to find someone, you're trying to date, you're trying to find a long-term relationship.
Yeah.
What is an acceptable amount to you? Because again, if you go on
I
a
don't think
first,
you're gonna like my answer to this. But
you want to date one guy at a time, like.
well, I don't think it's that hard to date one person at a time. But I mean, my joke answer would
But to
be.
meet them.
My joke answer should be before she even became aware of my presence on this earthly plane, she has to have committed herself to me. No, I'm being a bit facetious.
She watches the podcast and she's like, one day.
But she has to have been celibate for 2 years before she even knew me. Basically, that's my joke answer. But no, I think be properly single when you're dating.
What does properly single mean?
Don't be currently fucking anybody, and don't be.
But she's not.
No,
she wasn't.
I wasn't doing any of that. It's a first date.
No penis in and around the mouth either.
Yeah,
agreed.
None of that.
I
Yeah,
didn't do any of that.
That's cool. Also, just don't be dating like 14 guys in like the past 14 days. That's
but
also
but is it acceptable if a girl goes on a date once a week?
I was gonna say, what if
Like,
what if someone had a date with you?
It's
What
a
if she
scale.
scheduled the dates on the day of?
It's a spectrum. It is a spectrum. Okay, so it's a spectrum. Like one date a week. Yeah, I don't know. It's still a little. I'm raising an eyebrow there. Is it a total deal breaker? Maybe, maybe not. Would it be preferable if it was once a month? Yeah, it'd be preferable. Would it be preferable if it was once a quarter? Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4? Yeah, you know.
I have a question. So if there's like
Is she a virgin? Preferable.
If there's a single girl,
Why are you looking at me that way?
So you would want somebody who's a virgin?
Yes. Yeah.
How old are you again, though?
Well, she doesn't have to be a virgin, but that would be
The preference.
that would be optimum.
Yeah.
Why?
Would
Why
I
does
prefer
that
low body
matter?
count? Yeah. Low body count, virgin. Sure.
Well, for
she doesn't
me-
have to. A girl doesn't have to be a virgin. To answer your question, I'm 34.
Okay.
I like
So
virgins.
what do you expect at your age? That most women are going to be virgins at your age, or with low body counts?
No, I'd say women around my age probably are typically not virgins, but
Yeah,
low
young you
body
date.
count,
typically in
low
the
body
50s
count.
range, probably. The
Well,
30s to 50s.
You think that's the range?
Well, yeah.
What's your range right now?
that's a very forward question for just meeting her.
It's not that forward.
I'd say I don't regret anyone I have slept with because I have always felt somewhat connected to them.
That's the first time I've heard that.
What's
Like, even if it was a one-night stand, I still enjoyed who that person was, which is why I...
Haram!
Well, because that's how women are wired. Like, for sex for women is very emotional.
I mean, depends. If I'm, like, super drunk, accidents have happened.
But you don't even regret those?
Accidents happen. You don't regret the accident happening because sexual
I try
regret
not
is
to
something
live
that-
my life in regrets, because if I do, then it just makes me, like, overthink it, and then I feel shitty
let me ask
about
you a
it.
question. So you thought people kind of within my age range, their body count's going to be about 50?
It's going to be like that. I mean,
I
come
don't
on,
think
you have
it's-
to experience...
I mean, some of
It's
these
not- it's
chicks.
not gonna be.
Some of these chicks.
Maybe
some-
lower. That
cue
was a
some of these
little
chicks.
bit
Yeah,
dramatic.
it's going to be
Some
the
of these
minority.
chicks,
It's going to be the minority.
they do
one.
that shit in their first freshman quarter.
Of college.
Like, so what people your age, let's say
Yes.
between 18 and 20,
Yeah.
what would you say is like, for a girl, maybe you know some girls, what would you say is like the average body count for that age range?
Especially with, like, college life. I feel like at the beginning of college, most people have around, like, 6 or 7, I would say.
Really?
Most people that I know, at least.
What
Like,
if I told you that? What if I told you the average girl loses her virginity at 18?
I mean, that's just... I'm talking about people that I know. Maybe not, like, 5 or 6, like, you know.
She belongs to the street.
Not me personally,
So you said,
but...
did you say on the low end 6 or 7? And then what do you think is the average? 10?
The stretch could
15,
be 10.
20?
I mean, like, come on, like...
I feel like
Yeah,
I
these
know people who
be
have
out
like
here fucking.
25.
Yeah, there are some... well, come on, we're in Santa Barbara.
Not me.
Come
I
on
think
now.
to each
their
Come
own.
on now.
I think she has a point. I think it also depends on what kind of circles you're around or what kind of circles you're a part of.
Oh, hold on
Mike
just a
Davis
sec.
donated $100.
Uh-oh.
Yofu,
Here we
you
go.
already know them. Bachelorette wanted you on there for the diversity and would have booted you week 3 latest. They wanted me on that granny show. F no. Also, you talking all soft and beta. Let's get some alpha energy in the room.
Check these
Check
hoes.
hoes.
You can go if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But that's Mike Davis, guys. the guy he owns like 20. Sorry, excuse me, 230 Burger Kings.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
He got money.
He's killing it. Okay. All right, well, let's move on from that. We still haven't gone all the way through.
I was going to say, did we even finish the
Can I-
whole
Not
relationship
really.
status?
Short, like
But-
half a sentence.
Really quick.
So I just think it depends on what kind of circles you're a part of, because in Christian circles, like, it's not common for women to be in their like, what's it called? Their late 20s and be a virgin, looking for that one man that they're gonna marry.
And that's preference, you know? Like, people just live
Yeah.
differently. But
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
I'm just saying,
judgmental
like-
towards any of it.
Because
Like-
did you ask, like what is he expecting? Because he's like 30, and does he expect to find a virgin? I'm saying, like, they're out there, they're definitely, and like in Christian circles, like, it's quite common actually. So like, it's.
But the whole world isn't Christian.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, if that's what you want, then you can find what you want because it exists.
Just depends, but
A
Well,
lot
also
Right,
the
I'm
question
saying
is,
it's
are
not
you
impossible.
Christian?
a lot of
You're not Christian, are you?
I'm a man of God. Let's just say that.
What does that mean?
I'm a man of God.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying about it.
You're worried?
Yeah.
The Christian woman is.
I'm concerned. No, I want to know what that means for, like, a man of God. What is
I'm a man of God.
What's the
I'll keep it vague. for
Okay,
now.
Sure.
I'm trying to think if we closed up on that. Here, let's get everybody's relationship status. We're already an hour and a half in, and we haven't even got that. What about you? Go ahead, Emily.
I'm single. My first relationship was, I actually messed up earlier. I'm 19, not 18. I don't know why I said that. I just had a birthday, but
It's fine.
Birthday.
thank you. So my first relationship was right after I graduated high school. We were talking like in our senior year a little bit, and then we started dating for 6 months, and then I moved to San Luis, and then I found out he cheated on me. Probably like, that was like the second time. I'll be honest, I already knew he did before, but I forgave him, and then
This was in high school, right?
this was after I graduated,
after
so this
you
was in
graduated.
2022 still. So then, yeah, we ended that relationship December of last year. Then
Okay.
I was single up until, I think, May. But I didn't date him exclusively. We just dated for about 3 months and then recently ended it. So I'm just
you
completely
ended it when?
we ended things in September, I think September 7th or something like that.
Oh, so like
Recently. Really
less than a month ago, like 3
Yeah,
weeks
the
ago.
guy that I was not exclusively with, but we were dating.
What do you mean not exclusively with?
So we went on a date probably like twice a week, and like we were spending like, we'd spend like the whole day together about like twice a week, and like we're talking every day, but it wasn't like, we never had a conversation like where I'm just seeing you and we're boyfriend and girlfriend. And I tried to, and which is why we ended things. So
Oh, you tried to, and then
yeah, I wanted to make it exclusive
he
because
said-
I really liked him, and he kind of said like, oh, I don't want to tie you down, like I really like what we have. And I was like, oh, like I like what we have, but I want something more, and I know I'm gonna resent you if I keep seeing you. So I cut it off. And
wait,
then
you would resent him?
yeah, I knew that if I didn't cut him off
Yeah,
after
yeah,
he
yeah,
just told
that's
me
fair.
he didn't want a relationship, I knew that I would resent him if I kept seeing him. So I was like, I can't see you anymore. And then we stopped talking for like 4 days, and then he sent me like a really long paragraph saying like, I want to be in a relationship with you, and eventually I just need to take it slow right now because I have stuff to work on, but like you're the one person that I want to be in one with if you want to take it slow. And then we took it slow for about 2 weeks, and then he changed his mind and was like, yeah, never mind.
He kept you strung along there for a little bit.
For like 2 weeks, yeah, he was like,
How long were you dating him total?
we started dating in the beginning of June, so that's June, July, August, September. It would have been 4 months if we would have.
So you really liked him. You started the conversation about exclusivity, boyfriend, girlfriend. He said no, basically.
Basically was
and then
like,
you kind of broke up with him, sort of cut things off.
It was in the same day.
But then you continued seeing him for a 2-week period.
So yeah, what happened was the last day we saw each other. No, it wasn't the last time we saw each other. So when I told him I wanted to be in a relationship with him, he said that he didn't want to, that it wasn't something he was looking for. And that was in August. And then, so I said, all right, I can't see you anymore. Went home that day, didn't talk to him for like a week. And then he hits me up saying, hey, I really miss what we had. I don't want to lose like a possibility of having something meaningful. And I want to be in a relationship eventually. And I want to do that with you if you want to take it slow. And I was like, yeah, like totally for it. Then we saw each other, went on like 2 more dates, and then he just did it over text and was like, hey, we had that last conversation, but I just changed. I'm not ready for a relationship. So he was really vague. And then
Have you spoken to him since the breakup?
no,
You
not
said
at
that
all.
was September 7th.
Yeah, we haven't spoken
Okay.
at all.
And then you said that I don't know if this is this current boyfriend or the previous ex-boyfriend, you said in your pre-show notes, you've cut one of your boyfriends off, but he still sends you money and sometimes weed.
Oh, I included
Good for
that.
you.
Yeah, actually, he wouldn't be too mad if I like explained that. He's probably watching.
Wait,
but
is this the recent guy?
from high school? No, the one that cheated.
Old ex-boyfriend, okay.
Old ex-boyfriend.
From how long ago did you break up with him?
I broke up with him.
A year and a half?
Almost a year ago. Yeah.
Year ago. Okay, so
Almost a year.
you still talk to him though, and he sends you money and weed.
No, we actually don't talk. I talked to him for the first time. Yesterday, but before that, it had been like probably 4 months. And he would like hit me up on Telegram every once in a while. It's like a messenger app that, yeah. And I wouldn't really open it, but yeah, I would just get a package every couple months, and it would be a letter and some weed and some cash sometimes. So, yeah.
You're like shocked.
Well, I mean, it's not. Wait, but you said he sends you money sometimes in weed. How much money would he send you?
Like, you want like in total?
Sure, total.
It's not that much, like $3,000.
I mean, that's not nothing. So
No.
you broke up with him, and he'd send you in total $3,000.
In total, yeah. He sent me some for my birthday, and then before that, he sent me money to buy a car.
How much in weed would he send you? Like 1,000 in weed?
Oh, probably more than that.
More than that?
Probably.
2,000 in weed?
Probably around 2, maybe a little over that.
2,000 in weed. Okay.
Yeah.
I would just sell it.
Oh, I smoked it.
He's fueling.
So he cheated on you, but he still sends you money, and you guys broke up, and he also sends you drugs. Okay.
It's
don't
more of
make
like
it
a-
sound like
Yeah, don't make
that.
it sound like that.
Well, that's literally what's happening.
It's a federally
Like,
legal
do
drug
you
now,
smoke weed?
but
I don't.
but
Well, it is a drug.
yeah, it is
a drug.
federally. or-
Wait,
no,
but
it's actually
It's no
not
state-
federally
it's
legal.
not
It's state
federal.
legal,
It's
so it's
state
federally
Okay,
illegal.
Look, but that's fine. So, question: you were dating this guy, the most recent guy, since June. Did the guy, your ex-boyfriend, send you money or weed during the time period that you were talking to this new guy?
Yes, but I never asked for any of it,
Oh,
and
he
I
just
never.
sends it?
Yeah, I never asked for any of it.
You
I
don't
never.
ask? He just sends you.
I've
Here's
never asked for
$1,000?
money. No, I've never asked for money. I've never asked him to send me weed. When I cut him off of all contact a really long time ago, and that's probably when the packages started rolling in because he had my address, and
fuck?
so there was no like verbal contact. Like, we weren't speaking, but I would get a letter, and that's how he would talk to me, and then he would include like maybe a couple grams, and then it started being more, and then it
This
was
is
just-
wild.
Would you write him back?
Wait, hold on. This is wild. Like, not only, okay, earlier I said dating on easy mode. You have life on easy mode. Like, you have broken up with this man, and he is sending you thousands of dollars and marijuana. Huh? Like, what? Women don't send me shit when I break up with them.
To be
You just
fair,
gotta
I don't
ask.
think. Wait, to be fair, I don't think
she
he's
doesn't even
ever.
ask- she doesn't ask for it.
It's a pretty privilege.
To be fair, I don't think like anybody's ever gone through like some of the stuff I went through in that relationship. Like, I think he feels really bad for a lot of what he did.
He's making it up to you.
So he's
but-
trying to make it up a lot of it, and I mean, like, he's a great person. I feel like that takes really selfless to do that. So, I mean,
he's trying to get back with you though, right?
maybe I would never let money make me get back together with someone. I've told him that, like, it doesn't matter how much money you send me, it'll
Good for
never make
you.
me want to be with you. But thank you.
You deserve way better, girl. Like,
Is there some component though of you? Are you stringing him on a little bit? Are you leading him on?
Well, she said she didn't write him back.
No,
Wait,
yeah, I
can you
never.
scoot your microphone that way.
So yeah,
Yeah, but like turn it so this is facing you straight.
Thank you.
That's a good question, because I actually felt really guilty about that for a long time after we broke up, because we stayed in contact after we broke up for
Yeah.
like maybe 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
And that made me feel really guilty because,
Right.
yeah, that does feel like leading somebody on when you know someone's still in love with you and you're letting them still talk to you and like speak to you every day. It just, whether you're telling them you want to be with them, even just talking to them gives them that hope. So I cut it off because I was like, yeah, that's just fucked up. But he was still like send me letters and talk to me even after I cut everything off. So it wasn't my choice.
Was he around your age? Same age as you?
Yeah, we're the same age.
Sending you you're 19. He's sending you thousands of dollars, and is this guy a drug dealer or something? What?
Does he grow weed?
Yeah, he's a
No
drug
comment.
dealer. He's a fucking drug dealer.
He hit you up on fucking Telegram. That's how you know he's a plug.
No comment.
Okay. I am constantly surprised by this shit. Okay. Well, hey, good for you. This is making some money. Okay. You wanted to talk on, let's see, in your pre-show notes to us. Man, there's so many pre-show notes from all you. Thank you guys. I'm not sure I'm going to cover everything, but actually, we're going to go around the table, get everybody's relationship status really quick. Really quick before, though, I'm going to do this chat. Vivina, hey, thank you so much for the donation. Brian, do you just say you prefer under 5 feet to sound as crazy as the 6 foot preferences girls have? I've watched over 70 of the shows. Q-Pill. Whoa. First off, Q-Pill is a top tier guest. Vivina. Q-Pill is a fucking gigachad. Well, what the fuck? And I will have you. I will not tolerate this. Vivina, you need to respect. You need to apologize to Q.
Yeah, with the bottom tier pussy.
Whoa.
Fuck.
Whoa. That was.
Oh my god. Wait,
Damn, that got heavy.
Wait, you literally said you prefer short girls, though.
I do. But like, you're 5'2", right?
Yeah.
How tall are you?
5'1".
Sorry, you guys are way too fucking tall. What the fuck? Got giants over
I
here.
like short guys.
You guys are way too tall for me. I'm sorry.
I like short guys. So it's not like I would like you anyways.
No, that's not. I'm not trying to like. That's not what I was getting at. It's kind of a joke, but. Do I prefer? Yeah. Okay. So.
He literally talked about this earlier too. He likes if you're not like 4'11".
No, I mean,
and under.
I kind of joke a little bit about it because it's kind of the mirror image. You don't often hear like men having super strong height preferences. So when I say like, in the same way that women will reject men for not being over 6 feet, I'll reject women for being over 5 feet. It's revenge. It's revenge preferences.
What if a girl is like? What if a girl is like my height, but she doesn't care if you're tall or short? Would you?
What?
Doesn't matter. You
like,
still.
I like short. Sorry.
Collateral.
You're too tall. In the same way, like, you know how a lot of women will be like, oh, he's too short. Yeah, you're too tall. Sorry.
Well, I'm blessed to be 5'2" because I personally like short guys anyways. Like, my ex was 5'6".
Okay. Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
No, but when it actually comes to height, I do have a slight preference for short women. So
you like virgins and short?
Do you want to hear my preferences? Here, let me get my list.
Let's get your type.
Let me get my fucking list here. I have it written down because it's
so
quite
this is like your
it's
perfect
huge.
woman written on paper.
There's no such thing as perfect. Hold on.
Not perfect, but like someone you would prefer
build a
want
wife.
to be with.
Build a wife here.
Yeah.
Where's my notes? Hold on. Okay, here. You ready, guys? Okay, here's what I want. So we'll start with looks. I've written this down. Wait, Q, don't read.
What if he has the same type though?
Oh, okay. So any race is fine.
Okay.
That's a good start.
But slight preference for Asian women and white women. Okay. Slight preference for petite, fun size, short women.
Fun size?
5'2" is a bit tall, but you know, whatever. Okay, when it comes to height, no issue dating a woman who's taller than me. Don't care. Height for me, it's never going to be a deal breaker. She could be really tall. She could be taller than me. Not a deal breaker. Still would date her. Whereas I would say for guys, height's going to be a deal breaker for 95% of women.
Really?
If a guy's shorter than you, like that's 100% deal breaker. Whereas for men, I'd say most men, like you would say the equivalent of a guy being shorter than a woman would be a woman being taller than the man. I would say there's more. There's more men who would be willing to date a woman taller than them than there are women who would be prepared to date a woman, than there are more women prepared to date a man who's shorter than them. So, strong preference for no plastic surgery. So no fake tits, no fake lips, no BBL, no lipo. and I really mean this. I mean it when I say it. Like, okay, so maybe this is going to sound like I'm kind of simping, but this is going to sound corny. So I think women are beautiful as they are.
He's getting vulnerable right now.
Huh? No, it's not even vulnerable. I just think women are beautiful as they are without the need for undergoing dangerous, expensive, and frankly unnecessary cosmetic surgery, which I honestly think makes them look worse at the end of the day. So I would, for example, and it's not like, okay, here's an example. I'd prefer a girl, well, let's say she had small boobs. I'd rather her have small boobs or even flat than have her with fake tits.
Okay.
I'd rather have a girl with a little belly than lipo. I'd rather have like a small ass than a BBL.
Yeah.
Small upper lip over lip fillers. So you can take any woman with any of these procedures, let's say she's had them, however they were before, I would prefer them as they were. Mm-hmm. So there's that. Minimal makeup or no makeup, a little mascara or eyeliner is fine. Mm-hmm. Here's a big one, very important, large labia. Huge, very important. And it's not a deal breaker. I don't really care. I just say that. I mean, I do. It's a preference.
Where did the organization that you started come from, or like what?
Big
what
Labia
that?
Matter. It's a grassroots movement. We are BLM. We are. Yep, that's the one. Big Labia. We're under construction. We're still getting set up, but it's going to be big in a couple of years. There are going to be people in the streets. In
wearing
the mean
shirts a bit?
Streets,
holding
chanting
signs.
BLM. Okay. Look, women are allowed to have a penis size preference. I'm allowed to have a labia preference.
I think it's fine.
How do you like go about finding out? Like,
Yeah.
is that
Yeah,
a
how
first
do you
date
do
question?
that?
Yeah, how's
You
that
try
go?
to see that's the difficult. Well, first off, it's not a deal breaker. Like if a woman's got an innie, that's cool. That's fine. Innie, outie, it's all good. Right? I'm not tripping. Do I have a slight preference? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of do. What? I'm allowed to have a labia preference. I'm allowed to have a labia preference. Y'all be talking? Huh? What?
Nothing.
What? Go ahead. What's up?
No, it's fine.
No, say it.
No, I feel like it's similar to people who are like, oh, I prefer circumcised or uncircumcised.
Exactly.
No, I can see that. Yeah.
It's like all dicks are ugly though.
Whoa.
What?
That is
like,
deeply hateful.
like they're not like if you okay.
Wow.
Listen to me.
Yo.
Listen to me. I'm not like they're cool or whatever, but like in general, like no vagina or dick is like genuinely good looking, I guess.
Disavow.
Like personally, like when I look at a dick, I'm like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's cute.
Oh my god, it's so
You've
pretty.
never seen just a beautiful cock?
You've never seen an attractive looking penis? Like,
no. What? They
There's
feel
some that
good,
look
but they
a
don't
little
look nice.
Have you ever? What about the Statue of David?
The fuck is
the
that?
same thing.
You don't know the Statue of David? He's got. I mean, it's like he's flaccid, so
He's
I
got
don't
his
know.
little pee out.
You've probably seen it. Okay. So, okay.
But I'm just saying.
No,
No,
no, Nick, don't pull it up. I heard you typing, Nick.
Pull that shit up.
We're going to get in trouble for that one.
Can you just blur it out? It's art.
Why is this a statue?
Yeah, it's art.
I feel like YouTube is
Wait,
so
blur it. I
whack.
want to see what it looks like.
Don't.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll get
then
in
again,
trouble.
other things are in textbooks.
But I'm just saying, like,
What's up?
like, why would you? Like, a vagina's a vagina, you know?
Look, it's not a. I'm down with innies. I'm down with outies. I'm down with middies. That's kind of like in the middle, right? It's in the middle.
How do you
Middies
know
is-
about that?
It's like not a full-blown outie, but it's, look, it's a sad state of affairs that women are shamed if they have a large labia. It's very
I would
sad.
agree.
In the
I
same,
mean,
like,
yeah.
I don't
Some
think
girls, yeah.
anybody, man or woman, should be shamed for their genitalia.
Yeah.
Like if a man's,
Oops.
Has a micro penis.
If
You guys
he's
actually
cut,
accept it?
uncut,
you,
Don't.
yeah.
That one's
That's
a little
the
tough.
David of Statue of David, though, kind of.
He has a micro penis.
Well, he's he's flaccid, guys. It was probably cold back in the day, and he's naked. You got global warming or whatever that shit is.
No, but
so.
it's crazy though to see like how like what's it called, like our like beauty standards have changed over the years, right? Because we see like statues of like that were created, I don't know, hundreds of years ago, and then versus like today's beauty standards.
That's right. Actually, and if you look of statues of women from back in the day, son, they didn't have these big, like, giant fake titties on. They had,
No,
like,
because small.
B cups.
Yeah,
B
no,
cups?
that's
Was it B cups?
true.
B cups?
There's
Yeah, and they
the
weren't, like,
statue of Venus or the painting of
No,
Venus,
it
whatever,
was
and
actually
she
better
has
if
like
you
a
weren't.
cup or what, like her.
Yeah.
I read somewhere, like, fun fact, like her breasts are the size of like a wine glass, so like not very big, but that was like small breasts were considered attractive back then.
Look, A cup all day over some giant fake titties. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, finish your list.
Okay, so that's pretty much looks wise, right? Personality. I'd say I like more introverted women, quiet, calm, soft spoken, maybe a little bit shy, maybe a little bit nerdy. Brings me peace, doesn't quarrel, doesn't party, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs, doesn't go to bars or clubs.
Oh, you don't drink?
Very rarely. And if I do,
celebratory champagne.
So the other person has to drink rarely, just not.
So
so when I say doesn't drink, like if she has a glass of wine at dinner, that's fine.
Okay,
but I'm talking like a girl
Heavy,
who parties.
Yeah, he means
like an alcoholic.
Oh god.
Yeah.
That's how you view girls taking shots.
What is that's what they be doing.
Some of them,
That's what they be doing. The whole stretching out the lips around the shot glass.
You've never seen shots? No.
Yeah, you put
They
your
do
whole
it all
mouth
the
on
time.
it, and then you go like that.
Yeah, they do it all the time.
Yeah. Low body count.
Okay.
And
What's low to you?
Yeah, number wise.
Like under 10.
definitely under 10.
Yeah.
Definitely
Okay.
under 10.
Under 5.
We'll go under 10.
I mean, it's a spectrum, right? The lower the better.
Is it a ratio?
No, they're the ratio. That's BS. That's BS. But yeah, I mean.
But would you say you have a high body count?
First off, I'm a man of God, so I don't reveal my body count.
You don't have to say like a specific like number, but I'm saying if you're being so like, oh, I don't want a girl who has a lot
I'm
of
going to
bodies.
plead the fifth on answering
my
that question,
gosh.
but
Exactly.
what do you mean?
Because
What?
you don't have to say like a specific number, but have you had sex with quite a few people, like more than 10?
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
Okay, and
no
then
comment.
you're saying
No
you want a
comment.
girl with the lower body
Oh,
count
okay,
stuff.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying like it's double standard kind of.
Yes, there
different
is a
standard.
double
Like,
standard.
if you're really into
Double
somebody
standard.
and they have like a body count over 10,
double.
and they're your age, right? They're your age.
Yeah.
Would it be a deal breaker if you truly have a connection with them?
Well, age is a factor too. So obviously, a woman who's a bit older is going to likely have had more sexual
what are you
partners
trying to
than
date,
somebody.
like a 22-year-old or something?
Sure, I'll date somebody 22, 21. Sure.
What if you met your perfect woman and she was a virgin and she asked you your body count and that was the deal breaker for her? She wouldn't date you because you had too high of a body count.
I mean, if that is a deal breaker for her, that's fine.
You wouldn't like regret it though. Like if she like met like every single point on your list and was a virgin.
Regret what?
Like sleeping around.
I wouldn't say I really slept around a whole bunch, but.
Well, he
Body
shouldn't
count over
regret
10?
it.
Huh?
Well, no, but I'm saying like, well, if you
Yes,
value,
people-
like there
people
is
are-
a double standard. If you value that, then you find a woman who's a virgin, but she also prefers to be with somebody who's
Sure.
a virgin, and she could be like the
Yep.
perfect woman for you. Meets
She can
every
reject
single
me.
one
Yeah,
of your
you can reject anybody
points.
for any reason you want.
Well, no, I know,
I don't have
There's
like
billions of people in this world, though.
But
you-
it's
both men and women are allowed to have preferences,
I'm-
standards, and boundaries. If there's a criteria with which a woman wants to reject me, that's fine.
I'm saying that that usually women who have low body counts or are virgins also
Perhaps. Yeah.
prefer men with low body counts or virgins.
Perhaps. Although
So you're
I would
like,
say
I'm
say
just saying you're
sure.
making it harder for yourself. Like you're decreasing your chances.
Well, I've neither confirmed or denied what my body count is, but for the sake of
That's right, we're
this
just
show, I
guessing.
feel like I probably shouldn't. But so
this card needs
And
to
I was like making the argument in general, not
but
like
here's the thing. I think
specifically
women
directed
care
at you.
far less about body count than do men, generally.
I mean,
It depends.
generally, but I was also like making the argument, like generally, because like that's what I'm saying.
No,
like
but-
I was saying earlier, it also depends on what kind of circles you're a part of, and so if you want to find a woman who is a virgin or low body count or whatever, then typically like you find that in like a lot of Christian circles. But those Christian women, also prefer guys who are virgins or low body
But
count.
what about people who aren't Christian?
Well,
You're
I'm just
saying someone
like,
that's
you're-
looking for it though.
Yeah, like if you're looking for that, then that's where you would
Well,
typically find that.
I do want to challenge you there a little bit, because there's this idea that like only conservative or religious or Christian women have some like exclusive claim to non-promiscuity and virginity. I don't think that's the case.
Well,
I
I'm
think
not saying that, just
like,
in general.
whether I agree or not with someone with their politics, like a liberal woman could be non-promiscuous,
Absolutely. I mean, there are exceptions, but like that's rare.
or like an
but
atheist,
he's
non-political
saying
woman
Christians, yeah.
could be
Yeah, it's just less likely.
non-promiscuous.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's based on religion and stuff. Like everybody, it's
well,
I mean, just like statistically,
but I
like
would
it's
say yes. I would say that women who are religious probably lean more towards non-promiscuity than their more liberal atheist counterparts. But
yeah, and I'm saying like,
but you don't have exclusive. You don't have like exclusive. What's the word? Claim to non-promiscuity. Like.
What do you mean?
He's saying that you don't have to be Christian to.
Oh no, I'm not saying that.
Butler donated $99.
Hey, Butler, thank you.
Here's why high body count make you filthy.
Oh, wow. Okay, he's going
Condoms do not protect against genital herpes.
True.
60 bodies equals exposure to 12 partners who are infected. 100 bodies equals you're not clean. That's why they can't test for it in corn. It would destroy the industry.
Based. Yo, thank you, Jay Butler. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely condoms do not prevent the herp-derp and
they just prevent no children sometimes.
And other STDs, but yeah. What were we talking about? I don't remember. Low body count?
Your dream girl.
Well, no, you were saying,
talking in general.
I think you were saying something about, well, if you have been with all these people, then...
I'm just asking why your preference is that if you've been with, like,
well,
who knows how many people you've
know.
been.
You don't
I
know.
don't, but I'm saying
But
like,
you're, okay, sure. So let's say I did have a high body count, right?
Yeah,
so you're saying, well, Brian, you shouldn't have this preference for women who have a low body count. Is that kind of...
No. I'm
argument?
asking why is it your preference?
Oh, why is it my preference?
Like, why do you specifically want a woman like that?
With low body count?
Yeah.
I'm going to defer to Q on this because Q...
Oh, okay.
Because all the research indicates that there are gender differences between our sexual behavior. That's why we're sexually dimorphic. First of all, you have paternity uncertainty, which is women who sleep around. There's less likelihood of them knowing who the father of their child is. And to a man, the ultimate disrespect is him raising a child that's not his. He's investing in resources to help the next man's offspring. That's extremely detrimental to his genetic legacy. The second thing is women, like I said, experience a lot more sexual regret. Women come with a lot more emotional baggage. They sleep with guys that rack up bodies. I don't know if you guys just seen Brittany Renner, but Brittany Renner just said she had 35 bodies. When she said she had 35 bodies, she said a lot of them, half of them were one-night stands. And she said she wished they hadn't have been that way. So that tells you right there that a lot of times when women sleep with a man, they want that man to like them. They want something out of that man. Mm-hmm. So if you don't get it, you become bitter. You may regret it. It may affect you emotionally. It may damage you emotionally. That's another thing. So you carry that into the next relationship that you're in. So now those guys are wondering why you are the way that you are, when in reality it's just because you don't feel valued. You don't feel validated. You gave your body to a man who didn't appreciate you, who didn't give you what you want. You knew what you wanted out of it. You didn't get it. So you feel some type of way.
I agree with you.
The next thing is
like that.
The next thing is the orgasm gap. Men have an incentive to want to procreate because we orgasm 99% of the time when we have sex. The majority of women do not orgasm when they have sex. So what did you just do? You just wasted your time. Also, women describe sex is better when they like the guy. They're attracted to the guy.
Yes.
So if you sleep with a man that you don't know, you might feel some type of way, yucky, or I wish I hadn't done this. You experience sexual disgust. So there's differences. All the research aligns with what y'all call the double standard, and that's why I say it's not a double standard. It's different standards because the standard sexual behaviors y'all exhibit are not the same standard of sexual behaviors that men exhibit.
But then you could also argue that stats prove that pair bonding happened for both men and women. The higher body count a man has, also the less likely he is to pair bond.
Butler donated $99. For the panel 1 by 1, would you sleep with someone who had genital herpes? Once infected, you're 7x more likely to contract HIV, disclosing to future partners, and will likely get rejected, taking antivirals for life, and forced to use herpes dating sites.
Jay Butler is he's a anti-herpes activist, and he's in here every week just going hard on the herpes train. So he does raise a very good point about, let me just see here, having herpes. It's a good point. So, okay, we're one by one, and we'll come back to the body count thing. Actually, or you want, let's have, did you want to finish your point before we go on to the...
I was finished. She was saying something about pair bonding. I was just going to
pair bond.
that.
Yeah. You were saying something about that?
No, I was saying the argument is that, because he's saying that men and women have different reactions when it comes to sexual promiscuity in that sense. But stats actually show that pair bonding is something that negatively affects both men and women the higher your body count is. So it is harder for a man to actually find someone too long term. The pair bonding, it affects us both.
My understanding though is it's more more pronounced in women.
It affects women to a higher degree than men. Do you know why?
To a higher degree, but I'm saying it happens for both. You're saying it only happened to women.
No, I didn't. I never said that. I never said that at all. You just said that.
How dare you say that? How dare you? No. You were going to say though why?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know what promotes pair bonding? Do you know the hormone that's involved
Oxytocin.
in? Exactly. And who typically releases more of that?
Women.
Exactly. Is
oxytocin
that
and dopamine, I mean, people.
It's oxytocin and vasopressin. But but vasopressin, it makes us territorial. You know, oxytocin is what bonds us. And you release that during childbirth, during breastfeeding, when you're hugged, when you're touched. Women release oxytocin a lot more than men do.
There was a TED talk on this, and I can't remember the names of the different chemicals released in your body, but the studies showed that yes, women release this like love hormone when they have sex, but men don't. So men typically, when they have sex with a woman that they're not committed to, they might not be interested in her anymore. They might like fall out of love, whatever. Yeah. But so for men, when men start producing the love hormone, it's once they are committed. It doesn't have to be, and in the TED talk they said it doesn't have to be like you propose or you're married, whatever, but you have to have a certain like commitment to this woman. Like you have to decide for yourself, and it is different for men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
she's correct.
I think it's like the matter of who views sex as a commitment. I feel like women generally view sex as a commitment in just a broad, like in a big generalization. A lot of women think like if I have sex with a man, like subconsciously you think he's gonna date you, he's gonna want to take you seriously. But for men, it's actually the exact opposite. Like you could argue, like she said, men don't release vasopressin until they start like carrying out like tasks and duties for a woman. Like once they start accomplishing things for her, then they'll release that love hormone. But if they're just having sex with a woman, it's never gonna come like that because they're just not wired that way. But that's why men have more casual sex, and women, I would argue, don't have as much casual sex because for women it's not casual. Like we attach way more feeling to it. So like
because you run the risk of getting pregnant at the foundation.
Well, that's part of it, but it's also like the quote, women give sex for love and men give love for sex.
Yes.
Word?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Word. Where were we before we were talking about?
We need to finish your
dating history.
Oh, I pretty much.
This was going to get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of. I already
it.
said like peace and doesn't quarrel, but like I think one of the most important things you need to do as a guy is protect your peace at all costs.
Okay.
So a quarrelsome woman is enough to upend your life. And look, a man who's got serious issues will also severely fuck up a woman's life. But you add mental illness into the picture, could ruin your life. So one of my preferences, I don't know if I want to go here.
No, you should say
no
it.
mentally ill women.
Yes.
Well, I'd say no major mental disorders like bipolar, BPD, any cluster B personality disorders,
sucks.
APD, BPD, HPD, MPD, no self-harm, suicidal ideation.
How do you know
I got a question.
What if? Wait, I have a question. What if somebody was like severely like depressed, like had like what's it called, like major depression, and went through that phase of having like suicidal thoughts, but then worked through it and is doing better. Like had that history, but has like taken action and responsibility. Would that be an exception, or would you still like no?
Yeah, that would be my question. What if you knew they had like a solid support system, like they see a therapist, they see a psychiatrist consistently?
Red flag.
Why is it a red flag?
So you're calling me a red flag?
But what
I'm
if they took
probably a red
responsibility?
flag to you. I am maybe
Because I'm bipolar.
Okay.
You know? So
Well, there's degrees to that.
Exactly.
Bipolar can manifest itself in different ways. Look, it's possible that I could meet a woman who has one of these things and she's got it under control.
Yeah.
Just.
I get what you're saying. You
Like,
just
what
wanna
if
keep
it's
your
like
peace.
genetic?
Peace, that's
Like
fine.
she can't
It
control
is,
it.
but
Cool.
see,
What
but
if you're
see-
genetic and you're short?
Yeah, but see, that's what he's talking about. I mean, dating is not fair. Like at the end of the day, dating is not fair. Attraction is not fair. It's just the way it is. We have certain proclivities and
100%.
tendencies to want to date people who are, don't possess certain qualities. And when you talk about personality disorders, a lot of those are genetic. So we run the risk of our kids possibly being exposed to that or them having that themselves. like our kids being like that. But it can obstruct the relationship. It can obstruct our ability to bond. It can obstruct the way we resolve conflict, the way we manage conflict. And that's why it's more of a headache dealing with a woman who has those kind of issues. I've dated women who've been in therapy, and I will say that therapy doesn't always work the way that it should. It doesn't work if you don't apply it. And they still fall into the same behavioral patterns, the same behavioral tendencies that create conflict in a relationship. And after a while, it's just cyclical. It recurs over and over. And then you're just like, I had enough. I can't do it. Don't want to do it.
Can I add to that? I mean, I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself. But I don't deal with them as bad anymore, but I deal with like debilitating like panic attacks. And I've been seeing a therapist, and I see a psychiatrist. I'm not secretive about that. And I think when most people go to therapy, they think this therapist is like a doctor. They're going to fix all my problems and I'm going to be good. And it's really like that therapist is just there to listen to you and support you. And you have to put in the work for yourself to get to that place where you can communicate with your partner. And when you do have, like for me, if I had a panic attack, I could, calm down from that and then like explain to them like what happened. And I just feel like for me personally going to therapy, like I've learned how to communicate with people so much better. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, that's what therapy is. Can confirm, and you have to put in the work. You can't just she said. And like a lot of people just go on like medication and they think it's gonna fix their problems.
That's your preference though. Some men can handle women like with that.
Men with a lot of patience.
Do you not have patience?
It depends.
I'm patient.
It depends.
I'm pretty patient. I'm pretty patient.
Yeah, I have selective.
But it's in the same way that, see, I think maybe this is a shocker because most men are not really open with their preferences, standards, and boundaries. Women often never hear men actually articulate what they want.
It's better if a man speaks about it, though.
Right, but look, I mean, you said that, sorry, what was the word you used? You said handle?
Not handle.
I don't want to have to handle somebody.
I meant it in a way where it's like they're capable of sitting there and listening to you and like understanding it.
But why if you're dealing with a man who has options and there's a woman...
Oh, if he has options, I'm not going to talk to him. Like, as if I want to pursue something with him and he doesn't and he's still seeing those people,
sure,
whatever, bye.
But in the same way that women, just like her, she went on 14 dates with 14 different men in 14 days. She picked, of those 14 men, keep in mind she had 14 other dates planned for the next 2 weeks, she picked the most optimum men of the 14. Okay. In that same way, men are also entitled, well, maybe entitled is not the right word, men are also able to pick the most optimum partner.
Sure.
So, my personal view is that, and I don't see how this is like a crazy hot take.
It's not. It's also one of those
don't
things.
date people who have mental illness.
I think it's actually commendable for Brian to admit that he can't handle that because
No.
It's
not a question of handling.
No, I'm just
in
trying
the same way that I don't want to handle a woman who's a murderer.
No, I know that. I'm just what I was trying to say.
Handle a woman who's a pyromaniac.
Yes, you shouldn't have to handle it. It's not your responsibility to handle it. I was just trying to make a point of I know men that will get into relationships with women that have disorders like that and lie and act like they can, and then when the woman is disappointed after a couple weeks or months because they realize this man just left them in the side of the dirt when they had a manic episode, like wouldn't you rather have a man dismiss you right away for your mental illness rather than lead you on for months thinking that he can deal with that when he actually can't? Well, like I feel like that's more respectful that he could admit that he doesn't want to be in a relationship with someone like that because it would just
but I also
make
don't
more
tell people right away that I'm bipolar, like
but
I'm
like,
not, if I'm on a date,
why wouldn't we're just having a conversation about it.
No, yeah, I'm just saying like it's actually better of being a better person to state your preference straight out like that than lying to someone saying that, yeah, I'm fine with that. And then after a couple weeks, they realize what that actually entails. And then they're like, oh, fuck no. And then they've just hurt your feelings and treated you like
shit.
I
could see that because if someone was like, oh, I don't want to see you anymore because you're mental illness. I'd probably be like,
that's a little fucked up.
Okay, I don't want to have a relationship with you. I mean, we're probably just incompatible. Like at the end of the day, then yeah.
Sure, you do you.
Word.
Look, again, could I meet a woman who does have one of these disorders and she's got it really fucking under control and she's got a strong constitution and a strong mind?
Yeah.
Yes. However, it is kind of my general practice, unless proven otherwise in some way, to avoid people who have like cluster B personality disorders. It's just like I dated a girl who had BPD. Wasn't good. Was not good. And luckily it wasn't that severe, but even for like that caused so much issues in the relationship. And so I think one of the most important things you can protect from a man, I mean, look, women can do this shit too. I think women are very selective already. Don't get involved with men who have the capacity and capability to absolutely fucking destroy your life. And it happens to be the case that people who are mentally unstable, if you break up with somebody, the normal thing is, oh, hey, sorry it didn't work out. I wish you the best. Take care. You break up with the wrong fucking person and they will stalk you. They will ruin your fucking life. They will stress you the fuck out. They will age you. So both men and women, but I'm speaking from the male perspective, you should not get involved with women who have the capacity to absolutely fucking destroy and ruin your life. Same with women. You should not get involved with men who have the capacity to absolutely fuck up your life. So you gotta be very selective here.
Depends.
So they have to be pretty mentally ill for you not to want to be with them. Because I feel like that's like.
What do you mean?
Like
this is like common sense to me here.
No, and I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying like I thought you meant like if you have any mental because you said psychiatry therapy, that's a red flag. So it sounded like you were like any mental illness period, but it sounds like
I said if
like
you
even
add
anxiety.
Mental, what's that?
Like even anxiety. You wouldn't.
Well, I mean, look, I have anxiety. I used to have panic attacks, and what I did was occasionally I still have some anxiety. I saw like a person who specialized in it. I had like a month of sessions, and luckily, I was able to
Have you ever been
overcome.
depressed?
Huh?
Have you ever had like a stage in your life where you felt somewhat depressed?
Have I ever been depressed?
It doesn't have to be like extreme. It's just like you had a point in your life where you felt really
people
down.
say there's clinical depression, right? So I'm not I don't think I've had that, but like are there periods in my life where I have not been happy or been upset about things or depressed? I suppose you could say yes, but I didn't. Well, I think this is a big difference between men and women, and so I think talk therapy, well, it's not clear to me if that even helps women, but as a man, I don't want to talk about my problems. I want solutions to my problems. Talking about my problems does nothing. So
that's facts.
I am kind of, talk therapy to me is kind of
bullshit.
What about cognitive behavior therapy? What are your opinions on that?
I think I'm not super familiar with it, but I think that's like changing your behaviors to
based on your values.
And changing your thoughts.
Yeah.
I think, but that's like something that's actionable. But just going to a therapist to almost like
talk therapy is bullshit.
Yeah.
To me, I don't think that would help me. I want either.
Everybody's different though.
Well, my view on it is if I have an issue, I either need to have a solution, or if there is no solution, then I need to accept the situation, and talking about it for me is not really gonna be alleviating in any sort of way.
Yeah, you can always go out and do things too, like go on a run or go on a hike. And
sure.
It'll help like the anxiety and like being sad, or going out with like friends, going to get dinner or something. But for other people, like
if it works for other people, that's fine.
Sometimes
it's
better because they're not they're not in an environment where they're around people who they are able to speak to if they are down. And so sometimes it's like your therapist truly doesn't know maybe who you are, but it's sometimes nice to just let it all out and someone's just listening.
Sure.
And you get that advice at the same time.
Sure. And I think there perhaps might be some benefit if you are like grieving. There are therapists that can, I think hospice will actually offer, if you had a loved one in hospice and they passed away, they'll offer therapy, and there's people who are specialized in helping people deal with grief when a loved one dies. I think that's okay. But like I don't know, me personally, I don't think going to somebody and talking to them about my problems, for me anyways, would be particularly helpful. If it helps other people, cool. But yeah.
Okay, continue.
That's pretty much it. Just look, ultimately at the end of the day, you need to protect your peace. This is my advice to men, and I suppose to women too. Somebody who's quarrelsome, it's gonna fuck up your life, and add some of these other things into the picture can ruin your life. So I think people should be very, very careful with who they get involved with.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you know the book called Why Men Love Bitches?
Why Men Love...
Have you heard of that book?
No,
it's
what's...
good.
It's a good book.
Who wrote it?
I don't know her name.
Why Men Love Bitches?
Yeah,
Is
look
it
it
like
up.
psychology?
Look it up.
Is it like a joke? Like is it actually making the argument that men love bitchy women?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
But
that's
it's
absolute bullshit.
It's
Well,
not like
it's
bitchy.
not-
It's like they don't want a
yeah.
woman that can be walked all over.
Yeah, you have to
Well,
read the
It's
book
not.
to
Yeah,
understand.
the
Like,
name is like a catch,
What-
a
what's-
attention grabber.
What's like the top 3 things that it's...
I didn't finish the book, but it was my friend's and she took it back.
Well, you read it?
Oh no, I've just heard of it. I just know that the.
No, I know.
Yeah, I just heard of it.
What's
I've
it
never
called?
I can explain.
Why
Why
Men
Men Love
Bitches.
Bitches.
Love bitches?
Why
It's-
men love bitches.
I
Why
can
Men
explain
Love
it. I
Bitches.
read
Yeah.
half the book.
And I
but-
just heard one woman say that
Why
it's
men are
pretty
attracted
much-
to a strong woman who stand. Hold on, let me find the Amazon. Here, I'll read it for everybody here. Do you have it, Nick? October. It's okay. Released in October 1st of 2000. Oh, whoa. October 1st. It's October 1st.
That's
Okay.
weird.
2002. Let's see. The discover why men are attracted to strong, independent women with a straightforward, accessible dating guide from New York Times. Blah blah blah. Okay. Do you feel like you are too nice? Why men are attracted to a strong woman who stands up for herself, with saucy details on every page. This no-nonsense guide reveals why a strong woman is much more desirable than a yes woman who routinely sacrifices herself. The author provides compelling answers to the tough questions women often ask. Why are men so romantic in the beginning, and why do they change? Why do men take nice girls for granted? Why does a man respect a woman when she stands up for herself?
Yeah. It's just
Reread
about
that last
being an
line?
independent woman and like.
Oh, is that what men want?
That's well.
Wouldn't you
that's
make the
how all
argument
women
though?
should
Wouldn't
be,
you make
but,
the argument
like,
if you're independent,
the
you don't
book
want to be
says
in a
that.
relationship?
Sorry, say that.
If
again?
you want to be independent, you don't want to be in a relationship.
That's
I
pretty much how
don't agree with that. I think like you can be independent and still be in a relationship.
But the literal meaning, it's so saying self-sufficient is one thing, but saying that you want to be independent means you do not want anyone.
Yeah, because the opposite of that
The
is
meaning-
interdependent.
Yeah.
I mean, I disagree with that.
The title immediately.
I like to be independent in different ways, like with relationships, though.
Okay.
I think the book's mostly about not losing your entire life
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
a man. It's like not being completely obsessed to where you like
You
your
lose
identity.
yourself.
Have your
I think
identity.
like you
obsession
lose
is
your
good.
identity. Like you lose
she
your
should
identity.
be obsessed.
But like,
I
would
think
you
she should
want
be
your
obsessed.
girlfriend to not have any sort of identity or personality to where she's only revolving around
She
you?
changes
That sounds
into
pretty
a
dope,
person.
not gonna lie.
Yeah.
No, you just
Like
be
in-
dating like a puppet. Like
Perfect. Great.
happened
Awesome.
That does not
Sign
sound
me up.
very good.
Sign me up. Where are all these
you
puppet
say that,
women
but like
I'm
after a while, you'd get pretty turned off if a girl was just completely 100% of the time only focusing on you. She'd like to
Like,
not
you're-
focus on
wouldn't it get
herself would mean
annoying?
she'd neglecting all of her like educational
needy.
needs, physical
Like,
needs, going to the
very
gym. She wouldn't be
needy.
doing any of that.
Oh,
She'd be
whoa.
only focusing. Wouldn't that be unattractive?
So you like
Well, okay,
needy
yeah,
girls.
that's like such a.
I don't ever
It's a
think it's ever
extreme.
actually. I don't ever
That's
think
an
it's ever happened like that. In
There
actuality.
is women like that will lose. I have known women in high school that will forget about everything going on in their life because one man looks in their direction, and then they're obsessed with it
That's
months.
dope. Sign me up. Where's she at?
So you like needy girls?
Huh?
You like needy girls?
You'd have to present to me the behaviors. I mean, the title
Like
of the
constantly
book.
stuck to you?
You didn't text me
Well-
back fast enough.
Oh no, I don't like
Like
that.
you said, it's
Okay,
a
well, that's
quarrelsome one that would
obsession,
ruin
though.
your
That's
life after you
obsession.
broke
no,
up with
but
them.
but then she's quarreling.
Yeah.
See, I want a girl who is, however I'm acting, she's cool with it.
Like like post you on Instagram?
No, like for example,
type
let me
stuff.
just clarify that point I just made. So, for example, I'm a bit introverted. I'm the type of person that needs a bit of space, so I'm not, at least certainly early on in a relationship,
Yeah.
I can't see you every day. Like, one, I'm just very busy with my work. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I'm not going to be calling you every day. So I'm not going to be texting you every day. I'm super busy. I'm preoccupied.
You can't even shoot one text though.
Wait, so let's
That's
see.
pretty tough for me, not going to lie. It's pretty hard.
So
It's pretty tough.
if you're dating a person,
Yeah.
That's fair.
you don't text them every day to like how are you doing?
How early on are we talking here?
I
Early
mean,
on?
it's like-
No, you're not getting a text every day from me.
even if you're in a relationship with them,
How
like,
early on?
boyfriend and girlfriend.
We've been talking for a month?
No,
What are you
I
talking
mean,
After you're
It
official.
depends.
no. You first go on a date with somebody.
Yeah, you might
Would-
not. You
if
might,
it went super well, would you text them
maybe
the next day?
maybe like 6 months in, you might get a couple texts a week.
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah,
okay,
that's
then you're obviously not into the woman. enough.
Yeah, you're not into
The
her
woman,
if you're
like,
texting
needs
her
to-
like not
deserves
every
to
day.
be
I think
treated
part of it with
differently.
you got to understand. Part of it with me is that I'm an OG.
Okay,
I'm a
we
boomer.
forgot.
Okay.
We forgot.
I didn't used to. Hold on. Let me show you my old phone. Okay, hold on. One sec, guys.
You could write her a letter.
Wait, I forgot to ask
Snail
you.
mail.
This used to be my phone. Okay. You see this thing? You see this?
Yeah, looks like
Huh?
it's like from like
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
And then look, I had this one. Boom. Look at that shit. It has the what was it?
Do you
called?
still
The-
use it?
Huh? No. I have a.
It's his
I still have a
burner.
home button though on my
Respect. Keep the home.
iPhone SE 2022.
It's better.
I like the home button. I remember when people didn't have access to you 24/7, and this kind of applies in the workplace too, where it's like, I don't know, some jobs it's like you got a cell phone, okay, you're getting texts all the time, you're responding to emails all the time. I remember when people didn't have constant access to you. So I'm an OG. So I just,
I'd get really annoyed if the guy I just started dating was texting me every single day. That would literally turn me off so fast.
I would
Same.
still want somebody to be like, "Hi, how are you? How's your day?"
Also, I'm like
But
I'm a little autistic, so like, here's my thing, right? What is the
Wait, what?
utility? I'm a little autistic, probably. So like, what is the utility? Probably. What is the utility of just like, oh hey, you know, like what is it? What purpose does it serve?
I mean, like if
Wow,
it-
I'm such a
if-
fucking asshole. Okay.
They know that.
Yeah,
she
you're
knows that
realizing
thinking
it
of
now.
you.
I'm
Yeah.
self-aware.
Yeah, like no, I understand what you mean. I
I get what
actually
you're
switched
saying.
to
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I
get it.
actually switched to a flip phone because exactly what you were saying. I just got like so fed up with it. I was like, don't text me, like if you need anything, like call. And it's like it's been a hard transition, but like I get that like desire for like you don't always want to be on your phone all the time. However, if you're in a relationship, then yeah, like she said, like it would be a huge turn on. It's like, hello, like we're dating, like you can't text me like at least once a day, because I feel like there it's like different, like, you know. And girls like they like to know, like if you're, especially like if you're dating, like they like to know that that you're thinking about them, or even if like they're interested, like that, like that's something that girls look for.
I know what you mean. What I recommend to men is who might be like me, who are semi-autistic and assholes.
Probably.
You should. What? I think I probably am.
Like most people do.
There. Yeah, maybe I'm not diagnosing right. Gentlemen, if you have an iPhone, I'm looking into this. Yeah, I'm looking into this. There's a thing in the accessibility section of your iPhone where you can automatically send out a text message every single day at a specific time.
How did you find
should
out
schedule.
about that?
It's a thing. So just if your chick wants good morning text, just schedule that shit.
I honestly would
She's
not
gonna
mind
catch
that.
on.
I
No,
was,
it's
I
a
was
thing.
Like,
Girls
I'm
would
sorry.
love that, yes.
Yeah, no, the guy that I was talking to last, I was like, can you just set can you text me good night? I was like, can you set a reminder on your phone? And he wouldn't do it. I'm like, I don't even care if you schedule a text. Like, I
You
need
can schedule it, yeah.
consistency.
I
I don't
am
even
so
care.
not
Just, you know,
used
don't
to
tell me,
this.
but I don't
Oh, yeah.
care.
You're not used to it.
That's
I'm not used. I text who I'm with every single day,
See, that's too much.
but I'm 18 years old.
Wait.
She also snapped on the ceiling.
I'm old. She
But-
called
but-
me old, guys.
Can we get some paper towels? It's okay. It's just some water, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't too big. It didn't fall
We
into
have
your
like
lap.
3 empty
No, it's
cups
not.
over
Oh no,
here.
Alexa jumped like she was the Wicked Witch of the East.
But
What I was saying though is
Yeah,
like
what were you saying?
I'm
Tell us what
18
you're
years
saying.
old, about to
Yeah.
be 19, so it's a lot
Okay.
different for me.
Yeah.
Because it's like everybody's in college. You have free time. Like
damn, is that the good tea?
people obviously
What?
have time.
Oh shit, we don't have.
Two-ply.
Oh yeah, we don't have any paper.
She's
towels.
mommy
We're out of paper
material
towels.
for
I
real.
am mom of all of my friends, so.
Sorry. Continue with your point. Go ahead.
No. What I'm
Understandable.
saying is like we're both 18 years old.
Yeah.
We're young. We have time on our hands. Even though we're in college, we're not having like a serious job. We're
Mm-hmm.
still going to school, but it's like we don't have a serious job. So I'm able to text the person I'm with every day, and usually it's the same way around. Like,
Sure.
hey, what are
Yeah.
you doing? Like, how's your day? Oh, do you want to like FaceTime if you have time later? You want to go on a
Sure.
phone call so I can hear your voice? It's like the little things.
But
Yeah,
I would argue
I-
one thing about that too is when this is one thing that I think the younger generation doesn't do, is like you don't give them a chance to miss you.
I would agree.
I
Like,
think it's,
when the
yeah,
guy
I
doesn't text you
agree.
back, all you do is think about him. So imagine if you actually did that a little bit too.
By the way, I'm not
Yeah.
doing this as like a game. I'm just genuinely so busy.
Oh, same.
And
I
like,
don't. I
I'm
suck
just
at texting.
not. I'm not a good texter,
Same.
admittedly, but in person, you'll have my undivided attention. However, like, because to me, it's like, okay, I pick up my phone, then how's your day? It's very token to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. So
Yeah, I have to like consciously make the decision like, okay, like next 5 hours, like I'm not texting him, or else I will text him because like I want to. But like now I have to like play a game because
It's not
like,
playing a game. It's going and focusing on you and doing your thing. And then when you get
Yeah.
to talk to him, it's like it's that whole thing of also saying like, again, even if you're not texting them, you're still thinking about him this whole 5 hours.
Right.
So it's one of those things. It's like have your own life, do your own thing, text your girlfriends.
That's what the book says.
Oh, okay, there you go.
yeah, the book. Oh yeah, we were talking about the book. Why Men Love Beaches. I don't think that's true. I don't think men love bitchy
Love
women.
is strong.
It's
I don't think we
yeah.
even
The
like
title is not.
Love is a very
bitchy.
The
Men
title-
don't like bitchy women.
But
Title's
men are
not
s-
representative of the book,
Well,
really.
it should be.
But
the book,
no,
the
that's
book,
like a
mathematics.
eye
We talk
catcher.
about biology. Math,
True.
like what? It's just like
True.
I don't know. It's okay.
It's not the same.
I think they're
Why
trying to like
men
make the
love
word positive or something.
Bitches.
Yeah, that's what I.
Or like
But
That's
what's-
what it
okay.
seems like, because I don't think that's a woman is a bitch if she's strong. So I think it's a stupid title.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In my
The
opinion.
title-
The title's probably it's not clickbait, but it's
It
like
is
like
clickbait.
attention,
Yeah, it's very- yeah.
Oh,
attention
yeah.
getting. Oh, what? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
so-
read it.
Okay.
Like the subtle art of not giving a fuck. I actually haven't. I've been recommended
a good
that
book.
book. It's on my list, but just like
Yeah.
the title is just like really out there.
good times. We're almost 3 hours in, and we still haven't gone all the way around relationship status.
Oh yeah.
Oh, my apologies, Senior J. Butler.
So important.
What was the question? Would you? Okay, really quick. We'll go around the table on that. Would you sleep with someone who had genital herpes,
No.
or date, be in a relationship with? No.
Why the? No.
Some women might.
That's
be
so
down.
unfair.
Unless I like
what?
seriously love them. But
Unless
unfair.
I love them, but we would
Oh.
have to like use
not wanna get a
protection
disease is
or
unfair.
whatever. But that doesn't work sometimes either. So.
If we have a strong connection, we're in a serious relationship, and they're like, hey, this is something that I deal with, I would probably be like, I don't know if I was really into them, we have a strong connection, they're not seeing anybody else, I'd be like, let's figure out a way, like, I don't know, to do it where it's safe.
Sure.
And
Okay.
also, if we're not sleeping with other people, it's not like we're like spreading it around either, so.
Sure, but.
But what if you break up?
What if I...
What if you catch it
Wait,
and then break
what's
up
her?
and then
What's
go?
your name again? What are you doing under the table there? Are you texting?
No.
Rude.
I just he texted back.
Oh, who's he? Who's he?
The 3-week guy?
Wait, did we ask you to text? I think did we ask you to text
Yeah,
somebody?
you did.
What was that?
I just said hi. He was like.
He was
he
like,
said I watched.
oh, he's watching the show.
And I was like, wait, really? And he's like, no, yeah, I heard the entire story.
And is he still down for you or no?
I told him if he wanted me to call him after, so we'll see what he says.
Wait, he wants you to call him?
No,
after?
I asked him if he did because he was like kind
Oh,
of
okay.
concerned. He's like, don't say my name, and I was like, no, I won't. I'm not that fucked up.
Okay, cool,
But yeah,
good times. So you'd be cool with the?
I mean...
there's a lot of people out there that don't have herpes. That's also an option.
I mean, it's just tough for me because I'm not having sex with the person until we're in a committed relationship. So it's not like I'm going to
Okay.
know that, like,
Sure.
right off the bat,
Okay.
you know?
What about you?
I'm same. I'd have to be in a committed relationship long term, and then we talk about
But
it.
it wouldn't be a deal breaker for you. If
Not
the
if
guy,
I'm not if it's a potential long term lifelong
Yeah.
partner. No.
Okay. Emily, what about you?
Probably deal breaker.
Okay. Sophia?
The only person I would sleep with going forward is my future husband, and if he has a past, but has, changed, and that's the situation, then we can figure it out together.
Okay.
it's a deal breaker for me.
Yeah, I would say that it's also a deal breaker.
Was this just to the girls, I think? Oh, Q? No, it was the guys too. Q?
It's probably a deal breaker.
100% a deal breaker for me. 100%. It's just... Look, I mean, if for you, if it's not, okay, I just think there's a lot of fish in the sea, and if you don't have it, I guess, I mean, if you already had it, then, well, okay, whatever. But if you didn't have it, why?
Well, I just think that, like I said, it's not something I'm gonna know, like right off the bat. We're not gonna go on a date and I'm gonna be like, do you have herpes? Like,
well, I would hope they would disclose to you at early. I mean, I know you're not. I know that you're not trying to jump in the sack immediately.
That's
because
exactly.
you're like waiting.
Yeah.
You're a virgin. You're waiting for your long-term partner. I get that, but your long-term partner need not be someone who has herpes.
I mean, I definitely prefer that, but like in the scenario that, because I don't think that's just gonna like come up in regular conversation. So if like
that should be on them to disclose that. I think.
But why would they bring it up if they want sex?
Wait, why would they bring it up
if they're trying to hook up
why
with
would
you,
they disclose it?
Yeah,
why would they disclose it with you if they?
Because that's the moral and ethical thing to
but
do.
But not everyone would do the moral ethical thing. Yeah.
Well, I think that's like I think. Oh, is it Nick? You think?
Is it?
There might be some criminal liability to not disclosing.
I'm sure there is.
Like if there's if you know that you have whatever it is and you have sex with somebody without disclosing, I mean then that consent there's no, it's not consent or I don't know whatever. So
if they tell you or if they tell me early on, then it is a deal breaker. But if it's like
I'm not gonna throw away a whole developed relationship. You know?
Sorry, hold on just a second.
Curtis_Leon donated $100. Women want a text a day because they are paranoid that you're cheating. If I missed texting my chick, she accused me of cheating. I mean, I was cheating on her. I wanted to see how much I could get away with. So their text request is reasonable.
Curtis Leon, hey, thank you very much, man, for your TTS there. Really appreciate it. This reminds me of that Mitch Hedberg joke. It goes something along the lines of, I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. Okay. Thank you, Curtis. Appreciate it. Okay, so we went over your relationship situation. You can do an impression, a Mort impression. Can we hear that really quick?
Let me think of what to say really quick.
Who the fuck is
Like
Mort?
from Madagascar?
Yeah, from Madagascar.
He's so cute. Mort.
Do it.
He's a little lemur.
Do it!
No,
Okay, stop staring.
Just
Yeah.
do it! Yes, you can! Just do it!
Emily. Okay, go ahead.
King Julian, can you please bring your kitties upstairs?
No, Mort. No kitties come upstairs. She has allergies.
Please, King Julian, I want to pet them so bad.
That's all you're getting.
Do it!
Oh shit, let me get rid of Shia.
That was good. Yeah.
A little shy, but that's all I'm doing.
I'm gonna pretend like you didn't just make my dick go soft.
You asked for it.
What the fuck? Wait, question. If a guy asked you to do that in bed, would you do it?
Never in bed, no.
Like,
but I've had multiple guys I've had like one guy I was dating thought it was hilarious, and so
Emily, let's say you and me were dating, and I was like, Emily, can you do the Mort voice while we're being intimate?
No, that's a fetish.
What if it? No. But like, what if you really cared about me? What if you?
I believe
really
in kink
cared about
shaming.
me? Huh?
I believe in kink shaming.
You believe in kink shaming?
Yeah.
Really?
But you listen. I'm kind of the like it depends. I'm kind of the person like. You know, you got your lady friend, if she has something kind of interesting, or if your guy has something kind of interesting, maybe indulge them in it. You know what I mean? And if it happens to be the case that I'm into you saying some weird shit like in a Mort accent, Just fucking go for
But
it.
Mort's not sexy though. I feel like a sexy.
I mean, it probably
Let's
turns her off.
Let's hear a sexy
though.
thing. Can you do a sexy thing?
I can't do a sexy
Wait,
Mort.
what
sexy
is
Mort.
this conversation?
Oh yeah, you just came in a really interesting time. Okay. What about you, Sophia?
Okay, so currently single. Longest relationship, like official relationship, was 3 months. Yeah, that was really like my only like real relationship that I consider, because I had another one, but it was like a week of being official, and from like first date to break up like 3 weeks, so it was really like nothing.
So in the pre-show information you provided, you're a Christian, correct?
Yes.
And you're also waiting for marriage, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're a virgin?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
like what is it called?
Born again?
Whatever. Yes.
So you
Born
okay,
again
okay,
virgin.
okay.
Yeah. I wanted
is that
to.
a thing? Can you be a born again virgin?
Well, okay, so I messed up, and now I regret it, and so I'm not gonna mess up again, because I have done that mistake once already.
Sex is a mistake.
For me, it was. I regret it. So and I think so. I'm a Christian, so I base my worldview. I have a biblical worldview, so I believe that sex was intended for one man and one woman, husband and a wife. But I wanted to wait until marriage before I slept with my ex, and so I do regret it. But because I made that mistake once already, now I'm even more determined to not make that same mistake again. Because, and this is like an advice that I would give to younger women or women my age, whatever, who are virgins and haven't had sex yet, and or maybe on the fence about it or struggling, whatever. I would say that for me, waiting until marriage, it would have been really difficult, but it would have been so worth it. So.
And so you just had that one guy?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So let's see.
Like I've like had like stuff in high school, but
not all the way?
No.
Okay. You said your current relationship situation is complicated, LOL.
That's sadly kind of over. This is like very like fresh, so it's like kind of sad, but so I was talking to someone that I have known for 5 years. It's complicated because of like the little details. Like when I first met him, he was married, and then his wife just decided that she just wanted a divorce. Like they were both like Christian when they got married, but she left the faith, left the church, left him, said, "It's been fun, but I'm ready to move on with my life." And then I found out about their divorce like January 2022. So then when we were already friends, but then we started talking more, and I have liked him like before I even like knew what he looked like. I overheard a conversation that he was having at our university. We went to the same school, and I didn't like look around to see who it was, and I regretted it. I'm like, who was that guy? I thought I was never gonna like see him again, because I thought like, oh, our university is so big. But I didn't meet him, and we did become friends, and then I found out he was married. Not like he wasn't wearing the ring, I just didn't put two and two together. But then immediately like shut down all my feelings for him, and then we were just friends for a while. And then there was like at one point, it was like fall 2020, where we were talking on the phone. I was going through a rough time, and also I was like still hung up over my ex. Yeah.
Wait, can I just jump in here really quick? So
yeah.
Can I just read this to you, what you wrote to us, and then maybe that'll help guide the conversation a little bit. So you said, "I know I want to marry my best friend." Oh, hold on. Okay, well, it was a good time to interrupt you, I guess.
$99. There are multiple court settlements for purposeful transmissions of herpes filth of $1 million or more. For the panel 1 by 1, would you date a person with herpes?
Wait.
And don't say no to this answer, then turn around and say your body count doesn't matter.
Wait, Jay Butler, you asked this in your previous, and I don't know if you're just tuning back in, but we just went around the table on this. Would you date a person with? Wait, hold on. Did he ask, would you sleep with a person? And then
he said date.
The previous one, he says, would you sleep with someone who had genital herpes? And then this one is, would you date?
I think he added the last part where he says, don't say you wouldn't date them and then say body count doesn't matter. think he
That's
included that.
actually that's a good argument.
He included that, yeah. But I don't,
Because like people who like, oh, body count doesn't matter. Would you be so quick to defend?
yeah. And then they'd be like,
You
I
got
wouldn't
it.
date someone
You
with
got
herpes, but it's like they got herpes
how they got
because
it,
of their
yeah.
body count most likely. So
Well, you know what their rebuttal would be though? Well, you can get herpes the first time you ever have sex.
True, but what was the body count of the other person that they had sex with? Because usually it's because they've had like 20 partners, and then when you have sex with them, you've had sex with their
Right.
20 partners, and then you get the herpes.
And I'm not saying that that's like that was just
Yeah.
what's it called? That's the argument that they would make, but I think it's a poor argument because like
Yeah.
typically the first time you have sex, like more like you're not likely to get herpes under those circumstances. Your risk of getting herpes increases the more sexual partners you've had. So, good times. So, Butler, do you want us to go around again, but this time date a Okay, really quick. Would you sleep with a person who has herpes? Would you date a person who has herpes? Just yes or no.
I don't know.
It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the same thing.
I mean, if you wouldn't sleep with them, why date them?
No.
Also, I'm not going to sleep with
Is it
someone
the
I'm
same
not dating,
answer?
so-
The answer you gave before, is it
Yes.
the same answer for
Not
everybody?
for me, it would
Same
be
answer.
different. Well, because for me, it was like the first scenario, would I sleep with them? Well, the first standard is that we're in a committed relationship.
Raven DT donated $100. Remember, when you have sex, you are also having sex with all of their past partners.
Not literally,
I'm just saying if they carried anything
but
over, hand it to you.
Technically.
Raven DT. There is something to be said there, though, when it comes to potential STD risk, when it comes to, I don't know, like, what's this soul tie stuff?
It's your exposure to all of the STDs. Like, don't you guys remember in health class when they showed you just because you are losing your virginity and having sex with one person, they have had
Right.
sex with two
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
That person they had sex with 100. So then you're actually having sex with 105
Sure.
people.
Got
Yeah.
it. Well, let's come back to you, Sophia. So I'm
I'm not going to make this like too long, but yes.
Oh, well, I was just going to read it to you. So you said you want to marry your best friend.
I did want to marry him, yeah,
But
and
not-
he was
oh.
my best friend.
Not anymore, though.
No.
Okay.
So anyway, so when we were getting like kind of close, like on the phone, I like backed away because he was still married. But then I found out that he was divorced, and then we started talking more frequently. So, like I said, I had liked him from the beginning, completely shut those feelings down. But then I started to like him again. Didn't think that he liked me that way, but then I found out he does. But then he wasn't ready for a relationship. So we were kind of like, for almost 2 years now, we had been in this like emotionally, it's like we're dating, but we're not officially dating, but we're definitely more than friends. For certain periods of time, like we'd be talking on the phone like for hours and several times a week. And then for several months, he'd just kind of disappear. And as of recently, so I had just moved to California last month, like maybe like 6 weeks ago, little over 6 weeks ago. And the last time I saw him, the last time I spoke to him really was right before I left. I went to visit him. That was my first stop on my way. I drove. And he hasn't called or texted me once to check up on me, see how I was doing. And that really hurt. And there's just nothing left there anymore. Like, it's nothing that I can do because I'm the one reaching out to him and he doesn't respond. He doesn't call. He doesn't take my calls or text back or give me a call back or anything. And I let him know like how hurtful that was. Like, hey, like I'm essentially like all on my own here. Like I didn't really know anyone when I moved here, and
Did
I
you
could
move
just
for
use
him?
the.
You moved here for him?
No, he's back in Virginia.
Oh.
So I moved away, but also
Wait, but it's hurtful,
for my job.
It's hurtful.
I moved for my job, but it's like a temporary contract, so I'm only here until this school year, and then I plan to move back to Virginia. And also, it's not like we're in a relationship because he said, I very much wanted a relationship. Like, I wanted to marry him, but he said he wasn't ready for a relationship. And he kept saying that, like, I shouldn't base my life decisions based off of, like, I said, well, I'm gonna wait until you know whether you're ready or not. Like, that's how much I like this guy. And he said, well, no, don't base your decisions off of that. Like, he was, like, trying to encourage me to, like, date other people. At the same time, like, he also has feelings for, well, he says he's, like, so, like, emotionless and doesn't have feelings, whatever. But then he did want to, like, be with me at one point. Like, he agreed to go on a date. But then, like, I know how it sounds, but he agreed to go on a date, and then it evolved from, he was saying, like, last summer, he said he doesn't think that he's capable of a healthy relationship. But I think a lot of that has to do with like the hurt from the divorce. And then it went from that to, okay, now I just need, because he is a Christian, I just need to figure out if it would be morally right for me to remarry, because he's already been married and he's divorced. And also he's like Christian leaning Catholic, and so am I.
Yeah, I was
and so
gonna
the
ask if he's
Catholic Church, yeah, they're very strict on divorce.
Well, he's divorced.
Well,
aren't they more
yes.
strict on the divorce thing than the remarry thing?
So in America, like if one person wants to get divorced, there's really nothing you can do. It's just a matter of time. And so that's the position that he was in. Like he tried to work it out, and there was just nothing that he couldn't convince her otherwise. So now the question is, like biblically, like morally, would it be right for him to remarry, or would that be a sin if he remarried? And the only way he could do that is if he got his first marriage annulled.
Okay, so there's a lot there. There's a lot there.
For sure.
So, question: when you met him and you were talking with him, he was married at that point, because you said you guys were talking for 2 years.
Well, we were friends, but we were mostly just friends through mutual friends. So every time I'd see him, it would be like in a group setting.
Well, but was he still married when it seemed like your interaction started veering into a romantic realm instead of a friendship realm?
A little, me on my part, I felt an emotional attraction.
You were having feelings for a married man.
Wait, I did, but that's when I took a step back and
That's
I
not very
stopped talking to
Christian
him on
of
the
you.
phone. Well, I mean, but that's when I stepped back.
You're lusting after a married man.
I know, that's why I took a step back, because I realized that wasn't
and you're
good.
still pursuing him romantically.
No, but okay, so that was fall 2020. We were talking on the phone, and I realized that, I'm starting to catch feelings for him, and then I took a step back, and I did not call him on the phone. He actually I was going through a really rough time with like my depression and everything, and he asked if I wanted to get lunch, and I said no, and I did. I wanted to get lunch with him, but I knew that that's not a good idea. And then when I saw him, like, so timeline. Okay, so that was fall 2020. That was fall 2020,
Sure.
right?
Okay.
Then
yeah,
I got over those feelings because I didn't, because I took a step back. I didn't talk to him for a long time.
Took a step back. She did take a step
and
back.
then
folks.
when I found out
a
that
step back
he was
taken. Keep going.
when I found out that he was divorced,
divorce happened.
That's when that and I asked him about it, like what happened, and
it was you, wasn't it? You
No.
were the poison apple.
Okay, that's not what
that
happened.
led to his imminent divorce. You, right?
I saw his wife, now ex-wife, at a coffee shop. One time I never met her, but I recognized her from pictures.
Did you apologize?
I did not. I didn't even go up to her because I didn't want to cause problems for them, even though there was nothing between us.
Wow.
I thought about it, but
no.
I wanted to go up to her and be like, "Hey, I'm friends with your husband," and I was like, "No, that's a bad idea. I'm not going to do that."
I'm the
But
woman.
we've only hung out in group settings.
Hi, I'm the woman who
No, that
wanted
was
to
way
steal
before the
your
divorce.
husband from
She's
you.
living in LA now, and she's like definitely not living as a Christian. Like she was just like, I'm done. Like it's been nice, but I want a divorce now. I want to move on with my life.
Okay,
whatever.
So,
how old is this guy?
Well, okay.
He's I'm 24. He's 26. 2 years older than me. Yeah.
It's not a big age.
How much did he tell you about his problems with his marriage?
What do you mean? Like I know.
Like, did he tell you about the arguments and fights they got into and private things about their marriage?
When I asked, but I don't really.
You asked?
Like, well, I asked like general, because like, okay, I want to know, like what happened.
Send the nuke.
Well, I think it's important. But don't you guys think like it's important to know like if like a man got a divorce, like what happened, like what led up to
After
that?
the divorce.
After the divorce.
The
But not
man
during
between
the
himself and
marriage.
God.
No, during the marriage, no. During the
Okay.
marriage, I didn't know. Actually, whenever I would ask him sometimes, like how's, like, because we'd be like talking just as friends, and I'd be like, how's your wife? And I never met her. I wanted to meet her, but then listen, no, because I'm also like a very outgoing person.
Very Christian.
Hold on, no. I'm a very outgoing, like, you guys are like spinning this completely the wrong way. I'm just a very outgoing person. So like we'd meet in like group settings, and I'd be like, hey, how are you doing? How's your wife? Whatever, just being friendly. Wait,
It's like
but
Judas?
then,
Is this Judas?
But
no,
knowing
it's just
you
like
have,
a simple like, hey, how are you?
really,
And also I was just like, well, I was like, when can I meet your wife? Because
Sophia.
Well, because it was weird to me that I'm friends with him and because I have married friends and I'm friends with both of them and that's fine. But with
you
him,
had romantic feelings for.
No, but I completely
different.
at first, and then but then that was over. I even remember like sometimes we'd like hang out, and I remember thinking like, thank God he's not my husband. So like no, those romantic feelings were like buried.
But clearly they were never buried if you considered marrying him after he had a divorce.
And then they got unburied.
So then they were never buried. You
okay,
had
but
them the
I
whole
didn't have
time.
anything to do with it. When he like brought up like any like frustration or anything that he had in his marriage, I immediately I didn't ask any more questions.
Get some help.
I did the right thing.
Question. So
you guys are taking this
what
all
was the
wrong way.
Like you were kind of quasi involved with this guy for what, 2
no,
or 3
like,
years?
No, the only time we would hang out would be in group settings, and then when I was going through a really hard time, then we'd like talk on the phone like one-on-one, and then that led to me having feelings, and then immediately I took a step back. I was
No,
nope.
but okay, he got divorced, right? But then there was after the divorce, you were pursuing him, correct?
Only after the divorce.
But he
and I
did
asked
he reciprocate the romantic
what
feelings?
happened. Yes,
okay.
After the divorce.
But you're saying that you'll text him and call him, and he just doesn't respond. Like,
yes, right. So, as of
but like you'll
6
send
weeks
one
ago.
text and he doesn't respond, or you'll send like 7, he doesn't respond. You'll call him, he doesn't respond. What's the degree to which?
Are you a scammer? Like when?
No, because some women will be like, he never texted me, and the woman she never even sent a text either.
Oh no, I text him
I don't anymore. How many?
But
what color is the text? Green, blue usually? Is it? No, it's blue.
It's blue.
How many blue?
Quite a lot. It didn't start off that way.
How many blue without a response?
Well, because I would text him like every day, and then he responded like 3 times, and that was just like.
Do you have your phone on you?
No, I don't.
Okay. I was curious.
And I deleted the messages.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Get rid of the
because I was like,
Get rid of the evidence.
over.
So how many?
It was never an issue in the past.
How many blue texts? 10?
A lot.
10
like
unresponded. 20. How many blue texts?
Oh yeah, like a lot.
How many? Give me a number.
He wants a number.
I don't know the number.
Is it 30? 30 plus.
Do you have to scroll up to see the top?
Okay. Yes,
but
it wouldn't be like one. It wouldn't be like all at once.
Sophia, you gotta have dignity. Like 3. Like if it's 3.
No, but it wouldn't be all at once. It would just be like every day, or and also because.
For the past 6 weeks, that's how it's been.
Yo, this is some intervention shit, Sophia.
That's why I cut things off.
Even like if you 2, I'm
that
done
wasn't
after 2.
The biggest red
Okay,
flag
that's
is that he was
you.
married and then just like.
Wait, how many phone
no,
calls?
not right.
How many phone
not
calls?
right away.
You
A
said
lot. Because I'm in trouble sometimes, and I need help. Yeah, like I'm here. Like,
this
all by
motherfucker's
myself.
in Virginia. What's he gonna do for you?
Send me money, and then I'll repay
Send
him.
you money?
I've literally have run out of money multiple times, and I had to ask my friends to loan me money, and then I always pay them back. I literally I don't have money for gas and food because my job doesn't pay me enough. It's tough out here in California.
Ain't that the truth?
Thank you.
But so my question is, when you were going through these tough times, you had no other friends that you could have reached out to, like some girlfriends or something that you.
No, I did, but I feel bad because I know that I have a lot of friends who also don't make a lot of money, and I feel bad asking from them. And he works as an engineer, and also we are really close, so we are our relationship, our friendship is where I can ask him for.
When did
we
he get
were really
divorced?
close, and so
She was close,
he's
yeah.
somebody that I
Very close.
can tell all
She
my
could tell.
problems to.
All the problems.
And he knows about everything going on in my life, and so if I'm in trouble and need help to pay for gas or food, whatever, then I can ask him for money. And I do always pay it back, and I know that it's not going to be hurting him financially because he's an
Not
engineer
hurting him.
and he makes a lot of money and he has a lot saved up. And versus I have a friend who
She has a friend.
He always sends me money when I
So I have a
need it. But
question.
he works.
Wait.
He's
I've
National
got a
Guard.
question
He's
before
Army
you go.
National Guard on the border. He doesn't make a lot of money, so I feel bad asking from my friends who I know don't
Do you
have a
only
lot of
have
money.
guy friends then or something?
No.
I have a diagnosis here. I can kind of think why he stopped responding to you. You kept hitting him up for money.
No, not just.
I'm cutting
money.
it. Somebody's asking me
no,
for money.
and
I'm
I
cutting them
repaid
off.
him. for everything.
You'd repay him?
Yeah, even though I'm struggling financially, I sent him $950 because I repaid him for like the last one he sent me, and then also like he paid for my to get my open water scuba certification because this was like last summer.
Why'd you need that shit, son?
Because he was
You're
doing
struggling
it for work.
You're struggling for
that
money.
was last summer.
Let me become a
that's
scuba
why
diver.
that was before I moved
This
to
is a
California.
priority.
Keep up.
Huge priority. I'm indigent.
That was last summer. That was last summer, and I also couldn't afford it.
That's
why
the first thing homeless people go for.
What?
I just want to
Someone's
become
homeless.
a scuba
I need to get my
diver.
fucking
That
scuba
was
shit
last
checked
summer.
out. Let me
That
get
was
some oxygen
before I
tanks.
moved here.
I need some oxygen
Not
tanks.
this
I'm fucking
summer,
homeless. Let me go get some
2022.
fucking stocked up on my oxygen tanks.
Okay, that's not what happened.
I'm living in a cardboard box. Let me get the fucking oxygen tanks, son.
Wait,
Cardboard box. I live in my car. No, just kidding. But no, that was last summer, and he was getting his open water scuba, and I said I wanted to get mine, but I didn't have the money, and so he paid for me. And I said I will repay you, and it's been like a year, so I'm like I said I would repay him, so it's time. So even though I'm struggling, and also because of like the situation, like he's not texting me, whatever. So I was just like, okay, you know what? I just want to pay everything back, and then like.
So you guys
we're good.
done? Are you guys done seeing each other? I mean.
I think so. I mean, there's nothing.
Well, yeah,
left
he's
there.
not
There's
responding to you,
There's
right?
not any friendship, nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
but
it's over.
Can I add something? Like, if you're spamming someone and they're not responding, like, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is, like, if you want him, you have to like cut things off or just like ghost him, because then he'll come back to you. Like,
I don't think this is a healthy relationship.
I think this is not.
When did he get divorced,
You
though?
guys get it.
When did he get divorced?
They separated spring 2021, and then I don't know when the divorce became official.
So you don't even know if they're technically divorced.
No, they are, because when in January,
because he told you
2020,
that,
yes, spring 2021, I know that they separated. I didn't ask him when the divorce became official, but in January 2022, so like almost a year later, I asked him, and he said yes, they were by then divorced.
So I think.
What the fuck?
You said earlier that you were saying the reason he didn't want to pursue a relationship with you is because he struggled with the idea of because he's Catholic, so he had a divorce, and that wasn't, he didn't feel comfortable marrying again. But like, my question is, how did you jump from not even in a relationship with him to asking him to marry you after he just got out of a divorce?
Not right after he got out of the divorce. No. It started with, actually when I did not think that he liked me that way. But when I found out that he got a divorce, I was a lot closer with my other friends from that group, guy friends, because they were single. So I'm just gonna ignore what you're doing there on the screen.
Sorry. That's Nick. Nick controls that.
Yeah, sure. Okay. But anyway, so my initial thought, like after I found out that he got divorced, wasn't like, oh. it wasn't here's my chance or whatever. It was more just like, well, I can talk to him freely, and because he was one of my closest friends, but I wasn't as close with him as I was with my other friends, because my other friends were single, and so it was like a lot easier. And so I'm like, well, now we can like start talking more and whatever. And that's how it started out.
Divorce?
Yeah, okay, separate. I don't know when the divorce became official, but separated spring, like April, like 2021, and then we started talking like February 2022.
If I was the ex-wife, I would be a little suspicious.
I would too, I'm not gonna lie.
The ex-wife, like she decided to leave him. Why would she care?
Oh, my sweet summer child.
I think she would be more suspicious
right,
that you know exactly why they divorced.
We're still not done.
I don't understand. Like
you don't understand the problem with another woman being that involved in someone else's relationship. Like every detail.
You're talking like after the divorce. Why would she care after the divorce?
I mean,
before
I
the
still
divorce,
would. I was married to that person at the same time.
But she doesn't care. Like she just left him.
Donated $99. She wrecked a home, then got alpha widowed.
That's not what happened.
You were kind of talking to a married man. Just saying. All right. What okay. What do you mean? That it literally was what happened. You were talking and had feelings for a man who was married.
No. You guys don't
the words came out of your mouth. You said, well, okay, boundaries. I took a step back. But
we had boundaries.
You had feelings for a guy who was married, and you had a But
no, I'm really proud of, like, I set like really good boundaries because I knew that like at one point before I knew he was married, I had feelings for him. So I'm not going to do anything where like I start having feelings for him. And as soon as I started having feelings, I took a step back. So like the whole time I didn't even like hug him until like after they got divorced.
That's considerate of you. That's
serious. Like, I mean, we would be hanging out with, because like I hug my friends, you know, like
you
hello, goodbye, whatever.
The friends.
I give my friends hugs, and we would be hanging out in I don't know what you guys are laughing about, but we'd be hanging out in a group, and like we'd go fishing.
Was it the vicarious hug? Like you were hugging your friends, but you were really wishing.
It was like when we say goodbye.
1 second too long.
No, it's like when we say goodbye, it's like, hey, it's been nice hanging out, whatever. Goodbye, hug. Like, I don't know why that's weird. And then I would just like skip him.
You'd skip the hug.
Because he's married. I'm not gonna be hugging a married man, but I hugged my other friends because they were like single.
Are they
but
also
you'll
married?
talk to on the phone for hours.
No, that was after the divorce.
I'm sorry, but if I was the wife and I found out,
what would you do? Tell us what you would do.
But why would she care? She divorced him. Like, she doesn't care.
So let's move on here, but thank you, Sophia, for being open and sharing that with us.
I regret it. I'm never coming back again.
No, it was good. It was good. It was a.
I'm kidding.
Okay, I need to get caught up on a couple chats. We'll continue with the rest of the status of the panel. Ladies, what yearly salary would you consider low for a man?
Oh.
Now, Bender, I do want to point out some of these women are in university college, so for a lot of these women, I don't think that they are really all that preoccupied with money at this point, right?
I don't think any of us have a salary job yet.
Yeah, like some of these girls are 18, 19.
I get paid hourly.
But we will ask the question. Maybe you can try to frame it from...
I'd say 20K, 25K.
Currently?
Yeah.
Or...
No, in general. Like, if I'm married to somebody...
Like 20... You try and live in Idaho? What's up? Montana? What's up?
Well...
Because California...
You ain't living in California.
Maybe Bakersfield? I mean...
Even Bakersfield.
Bakersfield. Okay, I'll give it 30K. 30K.
Okay, what about you?
I don't really know. As long as like he has a job and like it's a steady job, then that pays like somewhat well.
Word.
Okay, what about you?
What's too low? Is that the question?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, what's too low?
Would you consider low for a man? How about bare minimum? Let's just do bare minimum to date a guy.
Oh, if he... He's got to be making like 70, 80,000, I feel like.
What the fuck?
Says the socialist. Hello?
I told you I'm not gonna fix society by myself, so I gotta live with it. Like, yeah, but what do you mean?
That's a very like you said you're a socialist, but the guy needs to make $70,000 to $80,000.
But like I just said, I'm not gonna change the world by myself, so I have to.
Yeah,
live
but what?
with
Your
it.
partner can't be indigent? Indigent?
What do you mean?
It's like makes no money, basically, like broke.
I probably don't want to be with him if he's broke. I want both of us to be making
for
money.
somebody who's a socialist. That's a rather
so why
like,
don't you redistribute your income to him?
Actually, you know what? Do you believe in reparations?
Flip the script.
For what?
Do you believe in reparations for African Americans?
Like in what? Like giving them back like land, money? Like what are we talking about?
Also Native Americans.
Money, yes.
I think I would need more context. I think that sounds... I don't know how it's related.
Do you have any cash on you right now?
Cash on me? Yeah, I do. You want some?
Yeah, would you give it to me because some people I don't know are slaves?
I don't know why.
I think the context is just off right now. It's.
Do you have any cash in your wallet?
I do.
Can you... I feel like this has to come out of Q's mouth. I'm just... Q? Ask
I told you it's the wrong context.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know why
That was really random.
Okay, I don't know.
I think he wants to talk about
He's getting a little sleepy. I can see.
I think so.
Okay. So 70 to 80K. Socialist, by the way.
I'm not gonna fix the country by myself. Like if you can't beat them, fucking join them.
Be the change you want to see in the world, Claire.
It starts with you.
Sure.
Standing on her hands.
I'm not gonna do it by myself. So.
Do you think? I feel like you'd be like you like communist socialist men, right?
Not communist.
Oh,
Communism and socialism is not the same thing.
Okay, fine. You like socialist men.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Are they okay? Whatever. Okay. What about you?
I work in tech, so like low for where I live in survival is like 70 to 80.
Yeah.
So bare minimum 70, 80K.
Yeah.
Emily, what about you?
Like the lowest?
Yeah, bare minimum.
Bare minimum?
We know you previously dated a drug dealer, so that might skew things.
Right. Does it? Yeah. If it's
They
not,
make-
if it's legal, I'm just kidding. Probably the lowest would be like 40 or 50.
Okay. Sophia?
I mean, depends where we would live, obviously. I would want, what was the question again?
Just bare minimum.
Like to date or like
marry?
Well, yeah.
Marry?
Yeah.
Okay, so like marry, like I would want my husband to be able to provide for me and a family.
And you wouldn't want to work, correct? Like,
I would like to be a stay-at-home mom. Now, if
Sure.
like the situation, like the going got tough and I had to get a job, then obviously like you know, I'll do what I have to. But yeah, I would like to be a stay-at-home mom and not work.
How many kids do you want?
I don't know.
Like, are you a one and done, do you think, or do you want like multiple?
So since I'm like Christian leaning Catholic, like Catholics,
she wants 10.
like it's basically however many children the Lord will bless us with, and so that's what I'm like leaning towards. Is like
Based.
whatever. I'll have a lot of kids. I don't care. I'll have 10. I don't know.
Man of God, but not a
Based.
Christian.
I'm just saying, 10 kids is a lot of mouths to feed. That's the thing you got to think about if you're having.
Well,
that
right.
many.
You
Yeah.
don't live
to
on a
make
farm.
a
You
lot
gotta
of
be
money.
self-sustaining.
So like Catholics don't even believe in well they think like contraception is like morally wrong, but there is a thing called natural family planning. So if we were in a really tight financial situation where it's like, okay, right now we can't afford to have any more kids, then you know that's where natural family planning comes in.
Translation, you can only bust nuts certain times of the month,
Yeah.
basically?
Yes.
Sweet.
You can do that if
plan
you're
it
not
out.
Christian. You just have sex
Yeah.
on your cycle.
Yeah. It's actually like more effective than using a condom, but it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't.
Dope.
What's it called? Protect against STDs, but.
Amy, what about you? Minimum.
I say bare would be like 60, 70, around
Okay,
that range.
sure. Lynn?
I'd say bare, like starting out, would be 35,000.
Okay, all right, all pretty reasonable. All right, we have a chat here from Vivina. Okay, sorry, Q, not into the multiple girl situation you've got going on. I might have missed an update. Do you still have 3, or did main girl step it up? I think she's asking about your...
Over the last time.
Yeah.
No, I actually chilled out a little bit,
Oh.
but main girl is she there. We good. I chilled out.
Okay. All right, we have former... Oh, okay. Let's see. Do I pull that one off?
Do an interesting question. Do a good one.
Spice it up.
Let's get spicy.
Let's get saucy.
Get the hot sauce.
Okay, I'm a 25-year-old Catholic virgin who's very ugly, so no man wants to date me. I've offered men hundreds to thousands of dollars to go on dates with me, but they say no. I would like to offer Brian $500 plus a fly out to visit me via wire transfer.
That sounds
72. Yeah, with it.
Sounds like prostitution.
That sounds like it.
Anyways, so let's see here. We have. I need to do some of the
Would
other
you
super
take the
chats.
offer?
Huh?
It's a girl offering you free money. It's all you've ever wanted.
Would
Cool.
you take the offer?
Yeah. She might be obsessed with you too.
Moving on. Josh, how much to kick a boonie cap wearing? Oh wait, sorry. I don't know why that. Okay. Black. Oh, bro, that might be TOS. Hold on. Bro. Hold on. Let me read this before. The rest of it. I just gotta make sure. I already pulled it up. That's a little TOS. I don't know. Okay, fuck it. 59 euro. I'll explain that race is actually a spectrum. Gender is not. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday I'm black. The rest of the week I'm white. But some Fridays I will identify as Native American if the mood strikes, because it's my truth and you must believe me. All right. Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Puffy Vegas. Twice in my life I have took home trans. You can tell the difference. Both I turned them down. P.S. I can't streamline. Oh.
Apparently they don't know correct spelling and grammar either.
Yeah, my audience is like primarily illiterate, so
Uneducated.
It's pretty dope. Brian, you're getting butthurt over something you can't control. Women have it easy. I think Alexa's method works in our favor. She removes herself out of the pool. Just be the best version of yourself. Also, men pay on first date or no second date. You're not a 10. The
The last part confused me.
Well, the whole like paying on the date
Yeah.
thing. So I mean, I say this, right? So you're gonna lose women if you don't pay for the first date. I acknowledge that. Like if you want to min-max your dating, you should pay for the first date. I am starting to kind of lean towards more just like, okay, just fucking pay for it. But
So you've been going on dates?
I'm too busy for that shit.
How long has
dates.
it been since you've been on a date?
It's been. I'm busy.
It's been 10
What do you mean,
years.
like a date? Like
Like, have you hung out with somebody recently?
honestly, I kind of feel like it's better if the girl just like comes over to my place right away. That's kind of the.
So you're kind of expressing yourself a little bit.
What do you? How's that exposing myself?
Nothing.
It's just. It's
Just your
Instead
how
of
you
like,
want.
oh,
What are you gonna do? Watch Disney movies at your place?
Let's go out to this place. It's just like, I'm kind of busy. Let's just kick it at my place. Whatever. It's good.
What, to watch movies or what?
Yeah,
Do what?
to
Play
watch
card
movies.
games.
Yeah, we'll backgammon, chess, whatever you want to do.
Put on like The Lion King or something. you're
Exactly.
chilling.
That's my go-to shit. Puffy Vegas. All women cheat. I don't believe can't be faithful. Okay. Apparently.
Then
Bad
don't
grammar.
date.
I don't believe can't be faithful.
Puffy Vegas. She's 27. I'm 49. She beautiful. I love you. She said I love you. I never bought her anything. She's beautiful. I never bought her anything. Okay. Is this like song lyrics or some shit? Like I don't know.
You should be a rapper.
All right. Puffy Vegas. My neighbor is 27. I'm 49. I told me I love bro Puffy. Puffy. Okay. All right. That's
he is struggling.
Puffy is a fucking giga chad.
What's wrong
okay.
with this keyboard?
Woo. Okay, let's go. Amy, what's your dating situation? What's up?
I'm single right now. I'm
Based.
not talking to anyone, not sleeping with anyone.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Are you also waiting until marriage?
Not necessarily. My principle is just to sleep with a boyfriend, not just a stranger.
Have you had that yet?
Yes. My longest relationship was 5 years.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see. And in your pre-show notes to us, you said, let's see, not much besides being cheated on and not having a place in the market. There's all this talk about wanting a traditional woman, but there's no place in the market for us. What do you mean by that?
The last part?
I guess. Oh, are these two kind of different? I guess.
I guess not, but I'll respond to the last part. I feel like they're in the market right now. There's a lot of IG models and a lot of OnlyFans models too, and a lot of girls who post very provocative pictures online, which I'm not saying is necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like a lot of men who do say I want a traditional woman and gravitate and go for those women first, and versus someone who keeps a very low radar, we don't really get noticed.
Well, I kind of disagree with you because I think, I haven't heard much from you so far, but you're saying you're the opposite of that.
Yeah.
You're the opposite of the IG model, the OnlyFans girl. I think there's actually a huge demand for women like you. Sorry, hold on. Okay, all right. Hold on.
Dude, she really wants you.
Except for free money.
At least it was
You don't have to
100
text her
this
every day.
time.
Yeah.
Instead of 70.
It's not like you'll text her every day anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just hold on one sec.
Men like
good
Brian are my type. That's what they said. DM her
She wants cuddles and hand holding.
or him. Who knows? We don't know.
So, Amy, what I was gonna say is that, but you often hear men say, "Well, the Instagram models, the OnlyFans girls, like those aren't the girls that you want to have a relationship with."
Right.
By the way, I want to see W's in the chat, guys. There are no OnlyFans girls at this table, right? Nobody here does
No.
OnlyFans?
No.
Ever
I've
has
been
done
offered
OnlyFans?
like by multiple people to be like a manager for that, but no.
Okay. But nobody, I'm trying to move away from bringing on all these OF girls and porn stars. I mean, look, there's going to be some more in the future, but I am trying to move away from it.
Why? Is there a reason?
honestly, they're kind of obnoxious, and they don't.
Like specifically
I don't think
OnlyFans
they're
girls.
representative of like normal women.
100% agree.
I
could
think
see
they
that.
are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're just like, some of them have come on the show and been like very nasty. So,
or they want to shout.
I've seen a few
their content out.
on TikTok. Seen a
Yeah, that's what made me watch these was the girls on there, and then the episode with Candace Owens where she just like ripped into a lot
didn't
of
watch
them.
that
Was
one.
look,
good.
we
It
will
has- I
we
watched
will
the Dex
continue.
episode.
We are going to continue probably having them on, but I am trying to like.
Switch it up.
There was a point where it was like every fucking show. It's like half the panel, most of the panel.
Yeah.
OnlyFans girl, like. So now I'm trying to rebalance it where it's like let's bring on some more regular girls. Let's say
I guess we're regular.
that.
We are.
Well, I'm undecided on you, but what?
You care to explain?
I'll tell you later.
Later.
Why can't you say it right now?
Say
Huh?
it.
Say it.
I'm just teasing you. Okay. So Amy, sorry, the TTS came in. You were saying that there's not a place in the market for women like you who are not out there showing their TNA, basically,
Right.
is what you're saying.
Yeah, because I'm not on any dating apps, and that's just a principle that I made for myself.
Based.
There have been moments where I'm like, oh, maybe should I get on, but I always, eventually say, okay, no, I'm not going to do it, because I do believe that everybody has made themselves very easily accessible, especially online, and anybody and everybody could find you with a search, and they could DM you on anything, and I just don't necessarily like that type of attention. I feel like it's very tiring. That has happened to me for like 2 weeks when one of my TikToks went viral, and I got many requests, and I eventually just took off that Instagram account and I made a new one. It was very tiring.
What did you do on TikTok?
It was like a
Did you
gym
get
video.
You got canceled?
No, I didn't get canceled. It was just it was a gym video, and people were supportive, but like men were trying to get my attention, and I didn't
You were
like.
just like working out?
Yeah.
Was it one of those gym videos that was like, oh my God, look at this guy?
No,
staring
no,
at me.
I don't even
Rude,
remember
Claire.
the context of it.
Rude.
Yeah.
On your phone, get off. Okay.
I think I said something along the lines of like, you can't go to gym expecting to fix all your problems. You gotta, fix your mind too. I think that was pretty much the context of the video.
Okay, but you're saying that being cheated on, not having a place in the market, is that a little different than the whole traditional woman, but there's no place in the market for us?
I kind of think of them as the same, because I think my problem is I don't know how to find men. Like,
you don't know how to find men?
Like traditional men,
Are you
good
religious?
attention. I am. I'm Christian.
You're Christian?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I would say that there's, like, if we put you next to an Instagram baddie, I would think most men would prefer you over the chick who's on Instagram or who has OnlyFans.
Eventually, but I don't think.
What do you
at
mean
first.
eventually?
I don't think at first glance, I would be a first pick. I think eventually.
I think you're underselling yourself, to be honest.
Girl, you're so pretty.
Yeah.
Like
I agree
Yeah.
with Brian. You're underselling it.
Yeah, I think it's just hard for me right now. I don't know where to look. It's not even like I am looking, but I just haven't been approached in a very long time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely hard because you said you're not on dating apps, which I think that's a good thing. But obviously, that's the way a lot of people are meeting nowadays. You don't have a big presence on Instagram. That's also in some case, well, it's also considered a dating app to some degree. A lot of people will meet on Instagram. So, yeah, it's going to be harder for you. But I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. And
I think it's discouraging. Sometimes it really does.
Yeah. No, I mean, and you consider yourself a bit more introverted?
Yeah.
A bit more on the shy side?
Not necessarily shy. Like,
Not shy, okay.
I think I'm more ambivert.
Ambivert?
Yeah, like a mix. It depends on the day.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's like types of weed.
And it's hard because men aren't doing the pursuing anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're not on dating apps, then like men aren't like, asking you out on dates and stuff.
Why do men have to do it though?
Because that's a man's role.
That's a fair point.
Why can't we do it?
I mean,
I've done it multiple
but
times.
Yeah, Amy.
Yeah.
Start hitting on dudes.
I mean,
Go to
you-
Trader
yeah,
Joe's.
I
Be
think-
like,
I think I'm okay.
you're
I like
good.
Women
I like
don't
my
wanna do
peace.
that. I mean,
Oh, you
maybe
don't
some
want-
women
what do you
do,
mean you
but
think you're okay?
I've done it.
I
Not asked
Well,
them.
hold on, just let her answer. Go ahead.
I'm not like lonely enough to like be like out there.
But
But I am like I have like my faith of like, you know, God has someone for me eventually, but I wonder how.
okay,
Yeah.
it'll happen.
It's best to not look because the
Yeah,
best
that's
people
that's
come
the thing.
around.
I'm not. It's just like I'm wondering, you know,
Wait,
just
wait,
wondering.
say that again.
The best people come around when you're not looking. They come out of nowhere.
Only women can say that.
Why is that?
that's what I'm
I
saying.
agree with that.
Well, you as women are the pursued typically. Like men, we have to do the pursuing. We
Oh,
have to approach.
I've done it before.
Yeah.
Sure, that's fine, but most women don't. We as men, like, let's talk about dating apps or nightclub. If I step foot into a nightclub, I don't go to bars or clubs, not my scene. And I go in the corner, I have my drink, whatever, or I'm at the bar,
Yeah.
wherever it may be. Nobody's coming to talk to me the entire night. As a woman, if you go to a bar or club, you're gonna get hit on. Someone's gonna approach you.
Yeah.
Same thing with dating apps. As a guy, if you're on a dating app, if you don't take initiative, you're not gonna.
It all just
You're shit out
depends
of
on the
luck.
girl, though. You know, some
Yeah, but-
girls
Yeah.
do walk up to guys, some girls don't.
Yeah, but that's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, most girls don't.
Most women do not approach men. You approach men? You approach men? Let's see some game. Okay.
I actually
Here.
I approach men more than they
We're at a
approach
frat party.
me.
We're at a frat party.
Okay.
Hold on, where's the hat? Where's the hat? Here it is.
Well, I don't have like I don't have liquid courage, so this is gonna be harder.
All right. Let's fucking sig up. Ow, fuck.
That's a horrible frat, by the way.
At least wear it correctly.
There you go.
You got
There
it.
you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're waiting for you to spit game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
The
waiting.
thing is, I would never walk up to him.
Oh.
Beer pong.
Yeah, no.
Pretend he's the guy of your
Just
dreams.
go. Just come.
Yeah.
Come.
Just,
Okay. What's up?
So.
Yeah.
Yo, you got no fucking game.
It's
Fuck.
not about
No.
spitting the game. It's like you have to make the eye contact. That's how I am. I'm a very big like.
You walk up to the dude and you just
No,
stare
no,
at
no,
him.
no, no.
Did you say the
are
blue
you the
eyes
blue eye
thing
comment
earlier?
earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't talk about the blue eyes shit.
Yeah, you were kind of creeping me out for a second there.
She was doing it with brown eyes.
Don't do that because it's honestly just ew. Well, if you're fucking staring at me like that, I would never hit on you in the first place.
Yeah, you got no game. I'm sorry. That was weak.
She
Just
does.
fuck.
That's also because you're old and I don't want to like make it weird. Like I could hit on him.
You know, you do know what a role play is, right? Gonna cry now.
You're cool, but just not my type.
I think the feeling is mutual. But so what was the whole thing here? Since we brought it up, the blue eyes thing. What's the blue eyes thing? You don't like men with blue eyes.
You're
Why is
really
that?
about to make me say it again.
You didn't
For
say it
the
on camera.
Okay. So listen.
Listen, chat. Listen to what she's about to say
Actually,
about men with blue eyes.
okay,
It's actually steeped in racism, but go ahead.
About an eye color?
You're racist?
No.
Are you racist?
I'm full Native American.
What do you
Why
have-
would I like
what-
want to
what-
be racist?
What do you have against? It's because you don't like white people?
Who said white people are the only ones with
What?
blue eyes? What are you saying?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just fucking around. Go ahead.
Well, I was at a frat party once, like specifically like a month ago, I would say.
Yeah.
And I meet this guy, and he's really cute. And I'm like, oh, I can't really see like what he looks like a little bit because it's kind of dark and there's like lights or whatever. And so I take him outside and we start making out, and like a light comes on. And so I open my eyes and he's still making out with me, but with like these piercing blue eyes just staring at me. They weren't closed the entire time we were making out. So when he like opened his eyes, I literally was like, I gotta go. And he like kind of followed me around the whole party, and I literally just looked at him and I was like, your eyes are just really creepy. Like I can't make out with you. Like it gave me chills. It's just a preference. It gave me
chills. Do I have those blue eyes?
Specifically like that color.
Oh, thank you. This color?
Yes.
What color are my eyes?
Like icy blue.
Icy cold, murderous blue. Dope. Okay.
Maybe not murderous.
I wonder if any women are into that. The whole murderous thing.
Oh yeah, I bet there's plenty.
Sure, there's a kink up
Good
there.
time.
You'll find somebody
They write
like
books
that.
about it.
Good shit.
Everyone loved Ted Bundy.
So okay, I'm too old.
Yeah.
My eyes are too icy and cold and murderous.
But I think you're cool.
Fuck, I'm so depressed. Oh my god, I need to go to talk therapy now. Okay.
You have all of us.
What do you mean?
You could talk to all of us about your problems.
Yeah, that's actually why I started this podcast. Fuck therapy. Let me start a fucking
Get paid for it. It's smart, right?
dating podcast instead of going to therapy. Okay, so
It's
we
Sophia
have
with
so
a
many-
PH.
Vapor alien.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay, so Amy, you also had a couple other notes here.
She's not here.
She's not here.
Oh, she dipped.
No, she's
She went to the
Oh, she went to
bathroom.
Okay, I didn't even see her. Okay, she was just. Yeah, good idea, Nick. Very smart, Nick. Guys,
I didn't even read what they said.
do me a favor.
Yeah,
Go
we
to.
can't see any of their comments.
We're
They
Don't
mentioned me. Can I
Don't worry
read
about
it?
Yo, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, all you got to do is you link it to a Twitch. You can sub with your Prime every single month. Lucian, thank you for the Prime. Definitely a hetero. Thank you for the Prime. Scam Blocker, thank you for the tier 1. Dante's Inferno, thank you for the Prime. Should she pay? Oh, okay. I think one of the mods did that. Pico de Gallo. Pico de Gallo. Thank you for the Prime. La Viga, thank you for the tier 1. Postman S2K, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Okay, so Lynn, you have relationship status.
I am very single right now.
Very single. What does that mean?
I haven't been in a relationship for a year and a half.
Year and a half. What? But I feel like you haven't been in a relationship for a year and a half. When's the last time you went on a date, or hung out with a guy in a romantic sort of way?
I guess technically 2 weeks ago.
Is this somebody you've been seeing for a while, or?
No, so it was somebody that I went to high school with. He's been texting me like consistently for a while, and I kind of just always brushed him off. But then one day he was like, "Hey, do you want to hang out?" And I was like, "Screw it, why not?" So I went to go hang out with him, and then we just hung out for like a couple hours, and then the next day he ghosted me. So like it wasn't really romantic, but it could have been, I guess.
Did y'all smash?
No.
Smash.
Did
I put it in my pre-show notes
that you what?
that I haven't had sex in 2 years.
Oh. Okay, we'll talk about that. So you've been celibate for 2 years.
Yes.
Why did he it sounded like he was really like up on you, and then he ghosted you.
Mhm. So
Did you like do something weird?
Did you say anything that was maybe like a red flag?
I think
He wanted to fuck, but she's not
he did
happy.
wanna fuck.
He said, "Fuck this."
Yeah. He tried to, and I straight up was like, "Listen, I don't have sex outside of like relationships. Like it's not gonna happen." And I think that's all he wanted. I think at some point, like some part of him wanted to have a relationship with me, but I think he wanted the sex first, and I wasn't willing to give that up. So
Good for you, girl.
Thank you.
I do think, Q, what are your thoughts on that, though? Do you think, my personal view is, I think, in the way most relationships, I think, tend to play out is, it's not, hey, let's go on 10 dates, be boyfriend, girlfriend, then have sex. It's typically have sex fairly early on, continue hooking up, you start liking each other, then you become boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah, typically with men, because sexual attraction is the primary factor. You don't know a woman. Commitment is a big thing for a man. I say commitment is equally as risky as sex is for a woman, because, as you said, a woman has the ability to fuck up your life. So you need to know this woman. You need to know what this woman is about. You need to know what her mindset is, her attitude, her values, her personality. All these things you have to learn. But what you do know is you would smash her because she's attractive enough.
But
Facts. That's just facts, son.
You guys want low body count, but then you're playing into that, like having sex with the woman very early on.
Well, because normally we let things just develop. We go with the flow.
I think it would be like a weeding out type situation where they're not wanting the women that are being promiscuous, so they're going for the ones that haven't.
So if she sleeps
dealt
with you,
that.
then you're weeding her
But
out because she's having sex with you.
No, really.
not necessarily.
Not really.
See, some women think if I sleep with him, then he's gonna think I'm a whore, but that's not necessarily the case.
But you're adding to their body count, and yet you want women with low body count.
Not if she continues sleeping with me and only me.
Okay, but if it doesn't work out, if you guys break up, then that's one more added to
That's
your body
if it
count.
doesn't work out.
I mean, a girl could be a virgin and then sleep with you on the first date and just stay with you.
Yeah.
Well,
I
but
doubt
why?
that works
Why
out
would
in
yeah,
most
exactly.
cases. Yeah,
exactly.
that doesn't
Girls
work.
don't do
No.
it. Don't sleep with guys. Wait until marriage, because they're not going to commit.
Wait. I think
I'd stay with her forever.
If she slept with you,
even if
Probably
there were
not,
like core, just like incompatible, like irreconcilable differences.
Huh? Oh, I'm being a little facetious here. Don't take
Okay,
what I
thank you.
said.
Okay, yeah.
But don't, like, you don't have to promote, like, everybody has to be a virgin. Everybody has different preferences. Like,
I think a
I was
good
just calling out the
I
guys,
think a
but
good
I'll
like
disagree.
measure to it would be like, don't do what you don't want your partner doing. You know, like if I could be a traditional woman, I wouldn't want a traditional man who would have a lower body count, which I know it is like a pipe dream. But I think I understand that men are more of like visual creatures.
It's actually not a pipe dream, and I would actually argue that there are more women who have higher body counts than there are men who have high body counts.
I haven't heard of that, honestly. I think I usually see the other way around, but maybe because
I think what happens is you have like a very small percentage of men at the top who
Have
have
like
insanely high body counts.
Yeah.
And then you have like women who are kind of in the mid tier who are like getting 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever. And then you have dudes who are in that top percent who are like 100, 200, 300, right? And then you have the rest of the dudes who are getting nothing.
Yeah, the men
who are like virgins, low body counts.
Yeah, the smaller percentage of men skew the average to where the average male body count is higher than a woman's by about 1 or 2 bodies. But it's like you said, it's that hyperstrata of men that get so many bodies that they naturally just make the average higher than a woman's.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Word.
I agree.
Moving on.
What were you gonna say?
I thought somebody was going to say some shit, so I just okay. I mean, my personal stance is, and I'm going to have Maddie come in on this too, actually, is I think that you can sleep with someone fairly early on, and that can flourish into a serious, committed, monogamous, long-term relationship. I would say I've had multiple long-term relationships. My longest was 5 years. All of my long-term relationships, it wasn't like, let's date for 3 months and then have sex. Let's go on 10, 20 dates and then have sex. It was within the first 3 dates we hooked up, and those became healthy long-term relationships.
Yeah, because y'all got to understand the average man is not a whore. Like he just can't get multiple women. So when he finds a woman that he can finally have sex with and that sex is repetitive, he's going to typically stay where he knows he can get sex. So once he has sex, he probably likes you. You know he's attracted to you physically. You guys do things after. You pillow talk, you cuddle, whatever promotes that bonding, and then that's what it is. That's what it becomes. It becomes a routine. Men can't typically afford to just sleep with a woman, then just move on to the next. Most men don't have it like that. Most men are not that desirable.
Word. Madysen, what's the sitch with Frankie?
Frank? Who's Frank?
Her boyfriend.
Her boyfriend.
Oh.
I don't know. We were talking about this like the other week, but basically my boyfriend and I, we had sex like the first time we ever had hung out ever alone. Like we didn't really go on dates before that. I wasn't really looking for anything like you said earlier. I'm pretty sure like things just kind of come to you. I wasn't really looking for anything. He was looking for a wife, but I didn't know that at the time. And I don't know, I feel like it really helped us
move forward in our relationship, not even just like a relationship, but a friendship in a way. Like it helped us. No, not like that. Not like that. I just like fumbled my words, but I don't know. Now we're going like 1 year strong.
They've been dating for a year.
That's cute.
Shout out to Frankie.
I just feel like that's
Shout
pretty
out to
like
Frankie.
that's really like I'm super happy for you, but I just feel like that's relatively rare.
Nah, it's pretty normal. I'd say most adult relationships, again, I don't think it's let's wait 3 months then have sex. I would say most relationships, the way they develop is the people hook up relatively early on, and then they continue seeing each other, and then it becomes a relationship.
Yeah, I guess I just don't have that.
But
much
I mean,
room to
yeah,
talk.
you haven't had.
Yeah, for me, it's just
you're a virgin.
it's the opposite experience. So it's like, oh, you're a virgin. Goodbye. I'm not gonna try to get to know you anymore.
Well, yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's fair, but it's also doing you a favor because you're not wasting your time on a guy.
Yeah.
Like why would you want to waste time on a guy that doesn't want to move at the same pace as you do?
No, 100%. I mean, the thing is for me is like a lack of communication. Like I'll be straight up with a guy like about myself particularly. And instead of like, if that's not what you're looking for, that's totally fine. You know, that's like that can be an irreconcilable difference. But most of the time it's like, oh no, it's fine. That doesn't change anything. And then they slowly distance themselves from me, and I'm left questioning like what happened. I just have to assume that is what happened, that they didn't like that about me.
Is Brian waiting for marriage? That's what somebody asked.
Okay, so to go back to Lynn, I had a couple questions for you here. So you have been celibate for 2 years.
Yes.
Good times. Right. And you said you had you have a tattoo for an ex from an ex or of an ex. Can you show us?
Yeah, it's right here.
What?
Right there.
Oh wait, the microphone. Can you maybe stand up? The microphone's blocking it a little bit.
Yeah, it's right here.
What's it say?
It says Ann Angel 9498.
Ann
Angel. ANANGE.
AN space Angel.
Yeah.
Is his name Angel?
No, it's Ann Angel because he was my high school boyfriend. I dated him when I was a freshman.
Yeah.
And he passed away.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
And after he died, like I just had like a really strong presence of him being with me. So he became my angel. So I got a tattoo that says Ann Angel and then his birthday.
How long were you dating him for?
A year.
Yeah. Well, sorry to hear that he passed away. That must have been rough, especially at a young age like that.
I didn't know I put that in my notes.
Would you get a tattoo?
I'm just trying to think, like, how would I feel if a girl I was dating had a tattoo of like an ex-boyfriend?
I will say I didn't sleep with him. Like we weren't sexually. It was just my first serious relationship through high school, and the way he died was really tragic. It was like a really bad car accident. So there wasn't any kind of like sexual bond. It was just emotional.
I'd feel if I was. I dated a girl who had a tattoo of her ex.
What was it?
It bothered me.
What was it?
It would bother me.
It was his name with like a basketball, and it was on
basketball.
Did he pass?
Or no?
He passed in a tragic basketball accident?
No, he did not. He didn't pass away. She just had it because I guess of their connection, and it used to bother me. And I used to ask her, I was like, you know, you got a tattoo of your ex on your back, right? Like, she was like, I'll get it covered up. I just could never get past it. I couldn't get past it.
Okay.
I think that's fair. I think most people would have a problem with that, but in this regard, this is a different.
Yeah, that's
this
sentimental. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, it is different because like there's people that will just do it kind of
impulsively.
I would never get it. Like if I would never get a tattoo for someone if they were like alive. This was purely because like he died and he was like someone that like and he helped me a lot like through high school because he was a senior when I was a freshman. So like coming into high school, and also I was a transfer student from like a different area. So he helped me a lot, like getting adjusted to the school. So he was like, yeah, he was my boyfriend, but he was my
freshman.
He skipped a grade. He skipped a grade, so he was also young.
Oh, okay, whatever.
Because he was born in '98 and he graduated.
Like I would get
16.
one.
Huh?
I would get one for like my first love if he passed personally.
Word. Word. Lynn, you also said hookup culture has literally ruined dating. I don't trust anyone and hate going out with guys because they always try something thinking it's okay, and I won't just hook up with someone on a first date or outside of a relationship. Also, fun fact, something funny to, the celibacy thing. Yeah. So do you have like, and maybe some of the other girls here might also have a standard on this, do you have like a hard and fast rule when it comes to how quickly you'd hook up with a guy? Like, is it?
Yeah, I feel like I put it kind of harshly. Like, it's not like, oh, we have to be, like, I have to be your girlfriend in order for us to have sex. Like, I think, and I mean, I'm not even saying that I wouldn't have sex with someone the first time we hang out. Like, if it feels right, it feels right. But
Never say never.
And, like, for me, too, is, like, if I say no, then don't push it. And if you do push it, then, like, it's a hard no. And that's my thing is, like, with the guy who I just hung out with, like, he kept trying to, like, touch on me. And I was like, dude, stop.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
And so, like, I mean, it's just situations like that. But yeah, my thing is like, I don't know what it is about me, but whenever guys hit me up to hang out, I'm like, all right, we can hang out, but like, just so you know, it's very unlikely like that anything's gonna happen. They're like, oh yeah, that's fine, like I just want to hang out. And then they'll try shit, and then I'm like, no. And then they continuously do it. So in that factor of like, I don't like going out with guys because I've just been in that situation a lot of times. And it's like, it sucks because it's like, I'm not opposed to the idea of having sex. Like, it has been a really long time since I have had sex. But it's just, I'm not going to do it with someone who's not going to respect, like, my basic boundaries.
That's another difference between...
She's not laughing at you. She's laughing at Nick.
That's another difference between body count, too. What she just said, a woman touches me, I'd never say no. Like, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to be repulsed
I've turned
or
down,
disgusted.
I've turned down.
No, I've turned down probably twice. I've probably turned down 2 women. And that was just because I just wasn't attracted to them, and they was just trying to force themselves on me. But most of the time, most men are not going to tell a woman, no, don't touch me. Like, women, y'all opt to go months, weeks, years without sex. If a man has the opportunity to go months, weeks, or years without sex, when he can have it anytime he wants, he's going to have it anytime he wants. That's also a difference. Like I said, we're sexually dimorphic. It's exhibited in our behaviors.
There you have it, folks.
The one thing I will add, though, is I have turned down men who, like, I was sexually, like, attracted to.
Straight into the mic.
Sorry. I have turned down men that I was, like, sexually attracted to. It's just a matter of, like, I'm not going to do it just to do it. Like, I'm not going to, if I see someone who I'm like, oh, like, you're really hot, like, I would have sex with you, that's not enough for me. Like, I can, like, a 10 could walk in the room right now, and if he was like, oh, let's hook up right now, I would still say no, because for me, it's, like, more than just the act.
Yep.
So that's it for you guys to just take no accountability, no responsibility.
What do you mean?
You just you have sex because that's just the way that men are. Like, you're not going to take any like accountability for like saying no because, you know, like we discussed, like women also look for men, like women with low body counts or virgins also look for men with low body counts or virgins. But you're just like, oh, we're men, it's just the way we are, so you're going to take no accountability.
Well, it's the reality of the situation. It's not about avoiding accountability. It's about realistic expectations.
Can you not have self-control?
It's about realistic expectations. You can in theory, but will you find a man who actually demonstrates that to the degree that you're talking about? Highly unlikely. That's just the reality.
It's not
of
that
it.
hard to just.
According to you, it's not hard for a woman to. But once again, you're not a man.
For men too.
You're not a man, so you can't say that, and you won't find men who agree with you in that regard.
I mean, again, it just goes back to it depends what circle you're a part of, where you're meeting.
No, it depends on it's biology.
Like, no, part of it is biology, but you can absolutely exercise self-control.
Are you talking about dick discipline?
Yeah,
if that's what you want to call it.
Basically, that's what you're talking about. And like I said, in
like,
theory,
you can't just like use that as an excuse and be like, oh,
that's
we
not
men,
an excuse.
we sleep with
that's not an excuse. That's called an
because
explanation. It's an explanation.
It is
like
true
I said,
that men have
like I acknowledge that biology is different.
Yeah.
I acknowledge biology is different.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is you're operating on should be's. What you think? Why can't this happen? Why can't this be?
Well, it just sounded like you were like using that as an excuse. Like, oh, like
no, that's
the
how
way
you,
we
that's,
are.
That's
so
how you
we
interpret
get away with it.
I'm explaining human behavior.
I was wrong.
Yeah, I'm explaining human behavior.
Word. We got a chat here. We have. Hold on, Thally. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for your donation. Hey, Brian.
Streaming as usual. Do you plan to have Virgin Mary?
Yeah, she's actually coming this month. I think she's going to do a double up. She's going to be on 2 shows. I forget the dates, but she will be here this month. So yeah, very much looking forward to having Mary back. She's great every time. We have Son of Hacks. Since you like to read, why don't you read this one?
Oh, I like to read out
Go ahead.
loud.
Go.
Okay, sure.
Into the mic. Go ahead.
Wait.
No, read it out loud.
Why?
So I don't have to read it.
You just read it.
Oh, I'll read it. Would any woman
Thank
on
you,
the
Sophia.
panel be a homestead honey? Live in a food forest with livestock, drinking fresh morning smoothies, living self-sufficient with a permaculture design consultant, traveling around the world, turning farms into paradise. Yeah, I would.
I would. That's an introvert's paradise right there.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Like my dream. That and kids and
As long
homeschooling.
as I could have cows that I don't eat. Like I just want a pet cow.
Are you vegan?
No, I want a pet cow. Like
A
I don't.
pet
I'll
cow.
Eat, yeah, I just want
Dope.
one that I can like keep.
Cows are super. I want the same thing, and I want like a cow like just for milk.
And I want one of the ones with the long
And
hair.
not eat.
Word. We have a question here. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. We're going to go around the table starting with you. Go ahead.
10.
I'd give myself like a 7.
9.
8.5 when I work out consistently.
Emily?
I'd say like, yeah, an 8.
I don't know, 6.5, 7.
6.
I'd say 6.
Q?
6.5.
You're more than that, but I give myself a 6. Sometimes I say 6.9 on a good day. Wait, so 10?
Now I feel like really conceited. I don't know how to explain my reasoning.
Female empowerment.
9?
9.
You're 9?
Yeah, I think I mean it's kind of hard to based on my own opinion, not everyone's going to be attracted to me, but I don't think there are a lot of perfect 10s out there, and I think I'm a conventionally attractive person, so
So you're 1 point off of a 10?
I mean, if
here,
that-
okay, I'm just
if
going to come
that's
out and
math,
say it.
yeah.
I'm just going to come out and say it. There are no 10s or 9s at this table.
That's your
I
opinion.
think that rating your looks, like, it's like looks are very subjective. There's not really
Exactly.
there's no like standard. Like
There
I don't
is some degree of
There-
objectivity
there-
to it.
There is.
Yes, but like maybe I don't want to put myself in that standard. Maybe like my rating of it is not based on that standard.
Well, but okay, so here's the thing. Your perception of yourself does not determine how other people view you or see you in the world.
Right. But it said
Okay, so
rate your
here,
looks
if I think I'm a billionaire, but my bank account, which is something that's external, if I have $100 in it, I'm not a billionaire.
yeah, obviously.
If I was obese, and honestly, look, I'm a stress
say
eater.
it in
I need
terms
to
of
lose like
looks.
20 or 30 pounds. I got a dad bod right now. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm working on it. I can't sit here with my fucking dad bod and say I'm a 10. Now, if I was obese, that would be even worse, right? Right now, I'm just got a dad bod, but still, I'm fucked up. I'm fucking up. Wow, okay, that was intense. I can't claim that. You can't claim to be a 10 if you got a dad bod. You know, I got a dad bod right now. I can't claim 10.
Well, I can claim 10 because
You don't have a dad bod?
I have.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. Like, it's not personally. Like, I don't know how to measure it. So, in my eyes, I'm a 10. That's not based on any standard that I like believe in. Yeah.
She's confident and she feels good about herself.
I have some makeup remover. Does anyone here want to revise their answer?
I will do it right now.
I will do it. Can I have one?
What is that?
Actually, can I have one of those so I don't have to wash my face when I do that?
Yeah, right?
Wash your face.
Do you want to?
I'm good.
You
I mean,
want-
I
How long
do this.
ago
I
have
have
you had that?
lashes,
Is
but
it expired?
I just did my makeup for fun.
Makeup remover expires?
Yeah.
You want to do it,
I tried
Sophia?
those.
Yeah.
You want to do it too, Lynn?
What is this trying to prove?
I don't know.
I don't even know.
Like right now?
Have you ever had women actually take the wipes?
No, this is our first time actually. Normally I reject
just
it.
open
the
Do you want, Emily, you want to
No.
I'll take one, but I'm not.
Unless you'll
because I don't want to look
pay
like a
for my
raccoon.
makeup.
pay for
Can I
your
have-
makeup that you're going to take off in an hour anyways?
No, I'm just kidding.
Actually, like,
It's really not that much. I mean, like, I feel like women
Wait,
can wear makeup and still
Can
consider
we
themselves
see
pretty.
without the lipstick? Just the lipstick?
without.
You're
my
not
lips.
Why
supposed
does
to,
it
like, put that on your
matter?
lips.
Like, why
Oh,
does
what
it
the-
matter?
Well, actually,
I-
no, I don't
I
have
never
chapstick,
do.
so then my lips are gonna get really dry.
Oh no.
But the thing is,
Wait,
like,
wait, hold up.
I
hold
don't
up.
care if I'm
You
free
said
or
you major
not.
in psychology,
But
right?
my lip is
This is going to be
Brian,
something that
So what's
this
your
is-
point?
This is something that psychologists do.
My lip is the
It's
same
actually
size whether I got it
scientifically
on.
No, that's not what I'm
determined.
talking
And what
about.
they
Oh,
to
so you
determine
think the
what?
color makes it prettier?
Basically, how to measure attraction and what the
Actually,
markers are for
not
beauty.
really.
Then
For
what's the
like the
point of
standards
lip-
of beauty,
yeah.
there are a lot of markers like
If I had
facial
injections,
symmetry,
I could
certain dimensions of the face, proximity of your eyes versus your nose, things like that. So what they do is basically you can tell how objectively attractive somebody is just cross culturally. So if I was to take a picture of you and show it to different groups of men and they rate you, then most of them would rate you similarly.
No, actually, like beauty in different cultures is perceived very differently.
No, it's not.
So they would have
no,
it different.
no, it's
like,
not.
There is objective beauty, but
it-
also culture very much.
Yeah,
but we're in the
Yeah,
United States.
No, not even that. Beauty is objective because that's how it becomes a phenomenon. You can't
No,
say.
but we just talked about like in the beginning of the podcast how beauty standards change over time.
I'm
and they
telling you,
change
I'm telling you that's not
culture
true.
too.
I'm telling you that's not true. That's not true at all.
It's been proven.
It has not. No, it hasn't.
I think I might have something, but let you come in right after this.
I can show you a myriad of studies where it's cross-cultural.
Okay.
Regardless.
So would you say so somebody who is deemed a 10 in one culture, someone who's exceptionally attractive in one culture, you say could be deemed ugly in another culture?
Yeah, I think that
Let's
there
talk
is
about major
objectivity.
cultures.
There
let's
is
not talk
objectivity
about some,
to beauty,
but let's not talk about some like 300-person tribe.
well, if you're
in
talking about
Africa,
like modern Western cultures, then modern Western cultures are going to agree because they're all modern Western cultures.
But I would argue that an exceptionally attractive woman in Japan or Korea is going to be deemed
attractive regardless.
Very
Yes.
also attractive in a Western country.
But at what like time period too?
It doesn't matter.
The
on the time period,
the
'cause
1600s, son. What are we talking? Huh?
Well, if you look at pictures of what like in the 1600s, what they deemed attractive, you would find it ugly today.
Modern day.
Modern day,
about
modern day, it's gonna be more similar even across cultures, whatever. Because like
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying,
what-
like there's an
I don't
objectivity
give
to
a
beauty,
fuck
but then
what
there's
the-
also like cultural.
Yeah, but I
but
don't
like
care-
culture also changes over time.
In Victorian London, England, like I don't care what the date the
Beauty
meta
standards
was.
change. That's what I'm saying.
I think certain
I think the only
aspects.
reason they've changed lately is because of plastic surgery. Like women have had makeup for hundreds and hundreds of years, but plastic surgery, getting new lips, boobs, ass, that's all something that's going to change your looks
Word.
from a 6
That's
to
true.
a 10. So that's when women can't really call themselves, I'm a 10. but
I
you've
actually
had all this work
disagree.
done.
I disagree with you on that. I think it makes women
Less
attractive.
Well, true, but I'm just saying in the sense where a woman could look completely different. So like a man could look at it would be an entirely new person. So like they're
No, you're the same person, but you got a bunch of plastic in you.
Well, I've seen
And-
people look really different is what I mean. Like they would look drastically different. So like somebody would look at them and who's not very intelligent might not know that they've had a lot of plastic surgery and consider them an 8 or 9.
Sure. I don't know.
I think
I got a good vision for fake tits, and
But
it
not
just I don't
all
think
men
it.
do because you're over your 30s. You're a lot more intelligent than young men who are 20, 18. That men my age do not know how to tell whether a woman's had her
So
lips
young
done
men
or
are
her-
being catfished.
Yes,
basically.
to a big degree.
We've started with the filters.
Because
Yeah.
they don't
It's
have the
yeah.
vision. They haven't developed the fucking. Bro, I can see that shit. I could tell if a woman has some fake titties in a burqa. That's how good my shit is. She's like, boom. Am I gonna get canceled for this shit?
Well,
She's wearing a full-on niqab. Is it niqab? I don't know. Look, she's fully covered up. I know. If she got some fake titties.
So wait, I think a good test would
Oh,
be
God,
like,
I'm gonna get canceled
do any
for
of
that
us
shit.
have plastic surgery? Like, do I have any work done?
Fake titties?
Any work?
I mean, I don't make it a habit to like stare at women's chest in
good.
like, you know, I try to look at people in the face.
True.
But do you want me to just
Do I look like
glance
I've
at your
had
titties?
plastic
I can
sur-
look
No,
at
not my
your titties.
boobs, just
Nope.
my whole
You don't have
face.
fake titties. I can tell.
Okay.
The t-shirt's a little tough with the t-shirt. I honestly, I don't think
don't.
any girls here have fake titties.
No.
And I haven't even taken like a solid gander at any of the titties here. I haven't, you know, it's almost in my peripheral vision. I'm just looking at you with the eyes. I'm looking at you in the eyes right now.
Mm-hmm. It's a little creepy. But
I'm not even looking. Right, you don't like men with blue eyes. Just my peripheral vision, I know you don't got fake titties.
Why
How
would
about
I
that?
need to?
Huh?
Why would I need to? Like I like.
No,
whoever-
he's just saying
Like, he
is
just
recognizing
means
when people have plastic
Word.
surgery or not.
One question on the whole 10 thing, right? Do you think all women are 10s?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. That's fine then.
To be honest.
I mean, if they
Just- okay.
think they're 10, they can think they're like, go
Word.
ahead. But
Word. Okay, we got to get back to a couple things here. Oh, we have to do her dating app. We're going to do a quick dating app review of her dating profile. We're going to check it
Okay.
out. Nick, if you're able to pull it up. What were the other things? Whoa, wrong. Next one.
That
Okay, I go. Wait, what's the quick rant thing? What was that?
blue eyes. The blue eyes.
Oh, the blue eyes thing. Okay, we already covered that.
Yeah.
She goes crazy for tattoos and brunettes.
I do.
Hi.
Okay. Next.
Oh.
Oh, that's just a
Get it,
photo.
girl.
This is her photo. So chat. This is kind of like chat. This is like you swipe left, you swipe right. Although it's hinged, so it's like or dislike or not like.
This is
Next.
figuring out my dating goals.
My greatest strength, Marvel movies. You had to be there. It smells like nasty ass pussy in here. That's like.
That was a frat party, and I literally walked in. It smelled like the
Smelled like
gross
some pussy?
ocean.
Is that what pussy smells like? What the fuck? What kind of pussy are you around?
It
Some-
smelled disgusting in there.
Is that our?
Like it
This is
smelled
very,
fishy
this is a
as
very,
fuck.
This is a very sexist statement for you to say. You are a misogynist. How dare you say that pussy smells like
offended.
Like
I'm-
fish.
Wow.
Like if you don't take care of yourself.
You get a little fishy.
Yeah.
I think you're self-snitching on you yourself. Yo, Flan Life, thank you for all the gifted memberships. Sorry we missed it. Next. My vulnerable side. Okay, I'll fall for you if you open the car door. Stop
Very
the cap.
simple.
Next.
Stories.
Are you crying there?
Okay, that was like the day my ex-boyfriend broke up with me.
And you documented it?
Yeah,
How
I
does that-
ranted.
Like, you ever seen these like TikToks and videos of women who are crying and shit, and like, and they get their phone? Oh, I'm so sad. Let me just get out to my camera. Okay. Let me make sure the angle's good. Like, it's so
no, it was
weird.
kind of in the
It's
moment
so weird
thing.
Who people like, I don't know, it's so fake.
I
Okay.
actually accidentally took that picture.
Oh, okay. That's
I
fine.
like went to
That's
go on
fun.
Snapchat and it took the picture, so I was like, okay.
Wait, Nick, can you go back to it real quick? Okay, nice. Next one. My life behind the scenes. Wait, is that what is it? Is
My
that
party
Is that a
trick.
frat party?
That's my party trick.
What
I
what
can
are you
do
doing
the
there?
splits.
What
and-
is that?
The splits
Are you
and
were you
twerking.
Yeah, I thought she was twerking.
Wait, Nick, can you go back to the open the car door one? Open the car door. Go back to the twerking one. I
could show you a video.
I want a gentleman, but
what are you
Can I not
saying?
have fun and dance
What
at
are
a
you
party?
saying?
it's just like the demands for
It's a fucking
chivalrous
joke, though.
treatment.
Like,
Oh, you'll fall. What, the car door thing?
no, like me doing the splits. It's like me having fun. I'm literally intoxicated.
Okay.
What are you
You're
saying?
telling me like when you're intoxicated, you know everything you're doing at all times. If you're really
Well,
drunk.
I mean, I don't know you well enough, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is there is a demand from whenever I see a demand of I want a guy to pay for the first date, I want a guy to do all these like gentlemanly chivalrous things, but then you conduct yourself in a way that is not.
The car door thing was kind of a joke too, because it's just something so simple. You should do it. It's like you're opening a door for somebody.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, if you want to be treated like a lady, you ought to conduct yourself like a lady.
Why is it so black and white? Like it doesn't have to be like that.
I mean, when I think, look, you're free to twerk. I'm not saying there should be.
Yeah,
there
you're a
should be
man
laws.
saying you don't like
Thank
twerking.
you.
Like
No, I
girls,
don't.
Girls twerking, like dancing.
No.
To have fun.
A girl twerking would be like. I'm like, that's not wifey material right there.
Like, do you not like girls that dance in general then?
Well, I mean, I have a hot take on this, but we're speaking about something very specific. You're like on the floor at a frat party. Look, you're free to do it. I'm not saying there should be some ban on it. However,
Yeah, I have fun with my life.
no, that's good for you. I am a dinosaur who doesn't drink, who doesn't party, who doesn't do any drugs, who I'm
young.
I'm a little boring, you know. She's shaking her head. Miss Christian over here is down with the
Well, I'm
twerking.
young. I'm supposed to have
No,
fun.
I know, that's how a lot
It's
of
not like
women-
I'm opening my fucking legs for the whole world. Like,
Well,
it's just having fun.
We can talk about that too, but no. But I guess what I'm saying is that there's, without saying you can't do it, you shouldn't do it. But what I do think a lot of guys are going to look at that, and if you
really,
do not,
they think it's funny.
That's cool. But like, and I'm not saying. I mean, I know you said the car door thing, whatever. You say you probably don't even give a fuck about that. But I would say there are a lot of women out there who request gentlemanly treatment, who request chivalrous treatment, want the guy to pay for the first date, want the guy to be a provider, but they are not conducting themselves in a way that is in a ladylike behavior. And I would say, like, going to parties,
Okay, I'm
shaking
human.
your
Though.
ass.
ladylike?
I'm not
What does that
perfect.
mean?
I'm human. Like,
That's fine, but can we agree that twerking is not ladylike behavior?
I love it. It's fun.
That's good.
ladylike to me.
That's totally fine. Nice one, Nick. That's totally fine. I'm not like hating on you or anything. Am I hating on you?
You should try it out sometime.
Twerking, I'll pass on that.
Why?
I feel like that'd be fun to see.
Me
Like
twerking?
on the
Yeah.
table right here.
Can you please?
For the
Someone's
record,
gonna
I-
have to donate a fuck ton of money for me to ever fucking twerk.
Somebody donate $1,000. He'll
I'll do it
it.
right now.
You'll do what right now?
Donate a
If
grand.
somebody to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she'll do. All right.
I did before.
She will twerk.
No,
Wait, that
I
might
will.
be too
No,
loud.
you
I will
will.
not twerk.
You
Oh,
will.
okay. Yeah, it's just like
Make it make it a thing though. Like, even if I'm not here right now, like in your next podcast, if somebody sends $1,000,
Well, we have a champagne
You have to
pop
throw
for.
ass.
If somebody donates $1,000, we'll pop a bottle of champagne right
Yo,
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hell
now.
yeah.
Lit, bro.
okay, wait,
Ryan, for the
what's your
record-
point though?
For the
I
record.
do agree with you on this.
Oh well, thank you very much. No, look. I'm not saying I'm not like
Sorry,
here.
I have an ass.
I'm. You-
I would say I don't know if that
Real.
makes sense, but like the
How dirty
if-
was that floor, by the way?
Oh, I was blacked out in that for sure. That was last year actually. That's when I
Wait,
had
do you
my
think
little.
a guy should pay for the first date?
Actually, the 4 days ago with the guy or whatever,
Yeah.
I offered to pay half.
Oh, that's so nice of you.
I
Can
don't do it all the
can I
time.
clarify?
If the guy busts out his card, like, and he doesn't ask anything really, but like I can tell by the vibe, like if they, like, oh, you want to pay a little bit of this too, and then I get that vibe, and then I'll offer.
Look, it's 2023. There's equal rights. There's feminism. If you want to go to look, I know that's how a lot of young people move. They go out, they party, they get drunk, they
Twerk on the floor.
dance. That's fine. But I guess my objection to it is then don't turn around and demand men act in this.
I
Like,
don't demand anything.
that's fine. But the whole car door thing, that is kind of a chivalrous thing. I want a guy to open the car door. That is kind of a traditional,
It's just simple,
gentlemanly.
That's where I agree. If you want chivalry, you gotta act ladylike.
Right, like, because
I
a lot of
agree.
people demand, like, a lot of women will demand men act like gentlemen, men act in the chivalrous manner, which is, well, they demand that men act chivalrous, but chivalry is something, like, you think it's just something that will automatically manifest itself in men and not something that women ought to try to nurture in men through their own behavior.
I mean, like, for me, I like a guy to be himself, and I feel like most of the time on first dates they put up this front, and I don't
front?
like it. It's like a front of like trying to be so gentleman, and I don't like that.
You like an asshole.
No, not an asshole,
Oh, okay.
but I like somebody to be themselves.
Sure.
Not putting up a front where it's like, oh, I'm this like gentleman, blah blah blah.
Sure.
No, I want to know you. I want to know who you are, not this guy that you're trying to like put out.
Word. I have the scam blocker, the one in the brown top with short blonde hair, is the only one I'm attracted to.
Does that mean?
Because of her character, based or not? Question mark. I think that's you. Sophia, do you want to say anything to him?
Thanks.
Are your DMs open?
No, only
For-
one.
What?
Their
never
DMs
mind.
open. They can message you.
Sure.
We have Puffy Vegas 49300 OF wife have offered me. What does this even say, dude? I can't read that. Thank you, Puffy Vegas, but what the fuck? Spell check, please. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Love you. Okay, we have, let me see where we're at. Oh, Amy, I had another question for you based off of your notes here. Okay. Let's see. The delusion of a villain arc. What's a villain arc? What do you mean by that?
I don't know if you guys ever heard of it, but I'm pretty sure you guys have. You guys have heard of a villain arc? It's usually like what would happen if, let's say, you get like broken up with, like you get really like heartbroken, and then all of a sudden you're posting like all these gym videos. I've been one of those people, I will say that. But you start acting like, you know, F everybody, like I'm gonna do my own thing, like screw this, screw that, and then you just have a very negative view of the world. That's a villain arc.
Rude. Get off your phone.
What do you say?
Okay, I kind of called him in the bathroom, not gonna lie.
Whatever. What did he say?
And I was just like, hey, I'm sorry for talking about it. And he was like, I low-key wish you mentioned my name. And I was like, no, because
Okay.
I don't want to expose myself either at the same time.
Sure. Okay, so villain arc. So you're saying that like someone gets dumped and then they use that as justification to just become a piece of shit, basically?
Yeah.
I mean, I think people like maybe
Like, I understand we all go through like our phases, you know, the 5 stages of grief, like especially after something like, you know, a breakup that happens. But I don't think you should like allow yourself to be in that villain arc for a long period of time. You got to get up.
Yeah, I definitely think social media promotes that sort of thing too, because I don't know. It seems like there's almost this trend. It seems a little more pronounced in women, where it's like it's quirky to kind of be toxic, and to me it's just like. Also, I almost wonder if men deal with rejection a lot more than women. So it's like when women do get rejected by a guy, they don't know how to handle rejection. So it's like, okay, I got curved by like 2 dudes. Now I'm just going to be a piece of shit the rest of my life.
I think
that's some real shit. I don't know. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think that women don't like nice guys who are like nice all the time. But I think my advice to men would be like, still be a gentleman, still be chivalrous. Maybe playfully tease her a little bit. You know, like you can like you can tease her. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm sorry, but like you don't have to be like nice 100% of the time. Like it's okay. You know, women like that, but don't be an asshole or whatever.
I think what I'm trying to say with the villain arc thing is, you know, once you get out of a relationship or whatever, like don't try to hate. You know, like things have passed, things have happened. Don't hate all men because one man did you wrong. Don't try to say that. I think it's very unfair for the very good men that are out there. This goes for women too. If a woman has ever cheated on you or wronged you, please don't hate the whole population of women, because not all of us are like that. I think please have more. If anything from my Christian faith that I could share is just please have grace with each other.
Okay. I think that's a big thing. I think another thing to point out is like a lot of people say nice guys finish last, and girls will even say nice girls will finish last. And there's a difference of like, and I'm like have tried to talk to some of my guy friends about this because they're genuinely nice guys, and they're like, I went on this date and like I don't know why she won't call me. I don't understand it. And it's like there's a difference between kindness, which I think is something everyone should have and focus on, but niceness sometimes means that you bend to everything for this person, and it's being in a really healthy relationship is being able to say no to things and having healthy boundaries. And I think that sometimes what happens is people get so enthralled by somebody and they want to be with that person. I'll be there. I'll cancel all my plans to be with you. I'll do this. I don't have a life. And it's saying like, hey, I need to have enough self-respect to say it's okay to say no to people sometimes and say when you're not comfortable with things. Right. And it's okay to be kind, but nice sometimes gets, I think people think saying yes and being a yes person is the way to do it, and most people respect people who have healthy boundaries.
Yeah, or it becomes the nice guy syndrome.
Here, let me redirect the conversation here, just because I want to try to get through all these. There was a lot of pre-show notes, and then we do have to wrap up here pretty soon. So
I'm hungry. I want McDonald's.
There's food afterwards. So let's see. You said, you went out with a guy, he got punched in the face, and then bit by a dog on the first date. Was there a second date?
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely
Can
not.
you explain? Can you explain?
I've been on some very eventful dates.
Short version.
So we went out crazy. Just when we went out to dinner, it was fine. His friend was having a party nearby, so we decided to go. And some chick punched him in the face, dead ass.
Randomly? Just randomly?
She goes, "You look like you have a face worth punching." He was a bit of a dick, though. I'm not gonna lie. He was. There's multiple reasons there wasn't a second date. And then he tried to get handsy with me while I was holding this dog, and the little fluffy dog was looking out for me, and just bit him
so it's
and
like a
blood
sign.
everywhere. Yeah, this dog was like, don't come near her.
Should have taken it
Jesus
home.
Christ.
Dog was looking out, but I was like, he had a rough night.
Yeah, that's L after L.
Shit.
Fucking punched in the face by a chick.
Then bit
by a dog. You broke up with your 3.5-year relationship via text.
I did.
Because he was cheating with his buddy's soon-to-be ex-wife who was leaving her husband for cheating.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's pretty valid. That's pretty valid.
Well, so the crazy part was, it was one of those things, and sort of like how you were saying, like, try to be nice, even like walk away and have a flex and just kind of just whatever. I was too nice and too yes person for a long time.
I was the same way, yeah.
And I had a feeling he was cheating, and I even said, like, went up to him dead ass, and I was like, look, if you don't think I'm the one for you, let me know. We can end this, and like, just don't waste my time. And like, we lived together, everything. He's like, no, I love you. I want to grow old with you. We went on a vacation with my grandparents to like Idaho. And then we came back, and I got a feeling, I work in tech too, so I found out through the iPad, he was cheating on someone that is the girl that you have a feeling with, even when you're together. We used to go on double dates with this couple.
Yeah.
And so and then when I caught him, I confronted him via text, and he kept denying it, and I screenshotted exactly what he sent to her, saying, "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I want to be with you." And he goes, "Well, you should have seen this coming." And so we were supposed to go to New York together that weekend. He had a flight a few hours before mine, and so he left. I broke up with him text. I moved all my shit out of the apartment and never spoke to him again.
Wow.
Dope. Cheating.
I broke up almost a 4-year relationship.
We do have to move. We can't linger on that for too long.
Cool.
You said, I think that most people don't actually know what they want, expect way too much from their partners, even though they can't articulate it themselves. If you don't know what you want, how's your partner supposed to?
Yeah, I think. So sorry, answer. No.
Well, I was going to
Is there a
ask,
question?
you said,
Yeah.
if you don't know what you want, how's your partner supposed to? What do you want?
I want someone who has a high level of integrity. I want someone who's kind, not nice. And I want someone who is very disciplined. And that's something that, because the thing is, like, people talk about, oh, I want this job, I want this lifestyle, yada, yada, whatever it is. I think if you focus on core values and characteristics of people, that is something that you can go a lot further with, because they will end up being there. And like, if I can say something real quick. So I am like a big advocate for, it's called the 4 pillars. And I want to say this was like a study done back like during the Clinton administration, where they said, if you can agree with these 4 things in your relationship, the probability of your relationship ending is like 10%. And number 1 is finances, because number 1 reason people get divorced in this country is money fights and money problems. Number 2 is in-laws. Number 3 is kids, whether or not to have them and how to raise them. And number 4 is religion. And if you can agree on those 4 things, I think a lot of people don't talk about that. They see, oh, we have the same Spotify playlist, or, you know, very shallow things that people try to find hobbies. Your partner doesn't need to be everything for you. We are social animals. It's not fair to put everything on a guy in this situation, to be your best friend, your confidant, the one that's supposed to provide you excitement, but also stability and security. It's not fair to ask one person to give you all these things when most of us can't even give it to ourselves.
Sure.
So it's looking for what you need, not necessarily what you want.
Got it. Let's see.
And I think a lot of, sorry, can I add to that real quick? I think a lot of people just jump into marriage because, oh, I love this person. And I think that you need to be smart and intentional about dating and ask those questions before you get married to see if like you are really compatible, and not just compatible, like, oh, we get along well, but like actually, like, would the marriage work out?
Yeah. And I think another thing on that too is this is the first time in human history, especially in the US, that we marry for love. We don't marry for compatibility. And the problem is, if you just marry for love, love is fickle. And you have to, like, for me, if I find a couple that's been married for a long time and you can tell they're still genuinely in love, I always ask them, like, give me the secret. I need to know, because I do not come from a family where relationships have been successful. And recently, one of the guys that I asked, he's been married for 28 years, and they absolutely love and adore each other. He goes, love is a choice that you have to make every day. I don't like my partner every day, but I love him and I choose to stay. A lot of women leave relationships now, not because they're unhappy, but it's because they think they could be happier. And that's a big issue.
That shit was profound. Yep.
Yeah. Another
Cook.
thing that Ben Shapiro said that really stuck with me was also pick a partner that with values that you would like with your kids to have. That's another thing.
So going back to the 4 pillars thing, that's usually the one. So most people don't care if their partner is for instance, like religion. Some people don't care if your partner is religious or not, if they're not, but it's when you have kids and now it's okay, are we raising, so that's actually the reason my most recent relationship ended. I love him. He's a wonderful person. I have no ill will towards him. We're still friends, but I want to raise my kids Christian and he does not. And it's hard to break up with someone that you genuinely are like, we get along in every other way.
Sure.
But you can't have half a kid. So.
Okay. I'm going to come back to a couple things here. We were talking a little bit about rosters early on in the show, and I just wanted to kind of go around the table. Have you ever had a roster of guys?
What is it? I feel like I need to
Dating
know.
multiple men at the same time?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many? Well, like what's...
Like 2.
2?
Usually it's like just like 2 or 3, like nothing major.
Well, we know
I just
you,
do
it's
the
like
first
50.
dates. I know if I don't go on second dates are really hard. So as soon as I go on a second date with someone, I'm usually not talking to other people.
Okay. Emily, what about you? Ever had a roster?
No.
Never?
No, No, actually, they never overlapped any of the guys I've dated.
Okay.
So.
No overlap. Sophia, any overlap?
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been like interested in 2 guys at the same time. I wasn't dating both of them at the same time.
Sure.
Yeah, same. Like I was interested, but I've never like was talking to them or seeing them or anything.
Yeah. Amy?
No roster for me.
Lynn?
No, once I'm interested in someone, it's only then.
Gotcha. I want to ask this. Sugar daddies. Earlier on, I overheard before the show, this was related to the dating app thing. You have a couple sugar daddies currently?
No.
You used to?
Never. I had one.
Oh.
And basically,
how did you meet them?
I got banned from Tinder because
damn.
when I first signed up, I didn't know there was like an age thing where you can like move around the ages. So I kind of just
18 plus.
I left it there, and there was like old men popping up, and I'm like, this is kind of weird. And then I guess they would find my Instagram, DM me on Instagram a bunch of stuff. And
did you have your Instagram in your bio? Because on your dating app.
Oh, I got banned from Tinder, but let me see.
Okay, go ahead.
At one point in time, I was fucking around, and I was like, I'm just gonna like all these old men and see what genuinely happens. So they start texting me on Tinder, and they're like, I will send you like $3,000 right now. I could be your sugar daddy. I'll take you out. I'll pay for everything, like this and that. And I was just like, okay, like here's my Venmo. They sent me money, but I got banned from Tinder because of that.
How much money total do you think you made from the Venmo thing?
Off Tinder specifically?
Yeah.
Maybe $1,000.
Once again, life on easy mode. There's
no,
no
it went
guy,
to my rent for my parents.
There is literally no guy, I don't care how fucking attractive he is, on the face of this planet that can instantly get money from women on a dating app.
But somebody just offered you money and you refused it.
Not on a dating app.
You don't.
That money went to rent though because I helped my parents out.
Nickelodeon donated $99.
Yo, Nico, thank you.
My name is Nick, long-time watcher, first-time commenter. Just
Welcome.
had a son. We
Congrats,
named him
man.
Nick Jr. Love watching Nick at night as he
Oh my
sleeps
God,
so
he
peacefully.
fucking got me.
My GF wants
Oh,
to
he
give
got
him
me.
her last name. Kurt, any advice?
What did he just say?
Nickelodeon. I think he's memeing. Any advice on what? Wait, my girlfriend wants to give him her last name.
Do you not get it?
Yeah,
the first name
So
Nick,
she doesn't
and
want-
then the last name that I'm not going to repeat.
No,
after
if
this
you
one.
Holy fuck! Oh my.
If you put the first name and the last name together, they're just making a racist comment.
Yeah, I didn't. I just realized that.
That took,
Did I say
that took
it?
y'all
No,
a while.
no,
No,
you
nobody
didn't.
said it. No. You just said Nick Jr. Nickelodeon.
I didn't get that either.
I was like, Nick Jr.
Oh,
wow.
Anyways.
Okay. Your sugar daddies.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, life on easy mode. Yeah.
No.
Life on easy
Sure,
mode.
I got the money, but I put it towards my rent for my parents. I gave it to them for rent.
Yeah, life on easy mode.
Sure.
That's not.
old were
easy-
these
that,
men?
Like,
Get-
women don't
that-
have life on easy mode. Like, that's not.
That
Just because we can
that's
sometimes
easy
get
mode.
money
that's easy mode.
easier
I'd
than
agree,
men.
that's easy mode.
That-
I
that's
think
easy.
I
But
agree,
actually,
yeah.
Bro,
like,
It's pretty
okay.
easy.
I mean, yeah, it's accessible.
Yeah, if I could easily pay my rent with somebody's money, that's easy. If you're
Well,
telling
yeah,
me you don't
that's-
have to
I
work
guess
an
that, like-
hour, a minute of your time, and you can pay your rent with somebody else's money.
I still
that's
work.
Easy. No,
But you don't get
you
paid
just
that
said
much.
you paid the rent
That's the
with
thing.
that.
If you
so-
really wanted to finesse, you could get on the sugar daddy websites. You could get
I
on
did.
all the dating. Oh, you were on Seeking?
No. SugarDaddy.com.
Oh.
As a joke, too. I just want to, like, preference. I'm not going on there specifically to, like, find a sugar daddy. It's like, I'm doing it to, like,
Be a
see.
piece of shit.
No. But I'm just,
Why?
like, seeing how this works. Because I was, like, interested. I was like, okay, I'm just going to sign up, see what happens, whatever.
But you also said when you were on the dating apps, which are people genuinely go on there to try to find whether it's casual, whether it's more serious. You were just like, well, I mean, I suppose it's no
I
surprise,
didn't go
but-
on there just for the sugar daddies. I mean, like,
No,
it
that's
was
not what
just
I'm saying,
like,
but wait, so okay, these dudes just sent you 1,000 and then you got banned because of the age thing.
no, because of the money.
Oh,
They
because of
don't
the
allow things like that on there.
Yeah, and rightfully so. They should protect men from predatory women. But
Anyways.
there's not men on dating apps who are preying on women the same way that women are preying on men on dating apps for money.
Okay, for money, but like
money wise.
For what?
I didn't ask for any of it. I was just like, here's my Venmo. You want to do you? Go ahead.
Look, I think men have some accountability in this. You shouldn't. Men, don't fucking send women you don't know money. Like, come on, guys, don't.
You need to
send-
watch Barbie. Like, you really need to watch Barbie.
Nah, fuck that.
How
What is
would that change
related?
the
What is that
topic
to-
of
Have
sending
you
money
not-
to someone you don't know?
Have you guys
She's talking about the
seen Barbie?
patriarchy.
I've seen Barbie. How is yeah. it related?
What does that
Okay.
have to do with the money?
It doesn't have to do with the money, but he's talking about how women have life on easy mode.
Yeah.
If you watch
Oh.
Barbie,
That,
Oh, yeah,
that
I don't
explains
even know,
everything.
no.
Okay, yeah,
there
but I
definitely
don't.
is female privilege.
I don't need to hear another woman explain to me how hard her life is, but when I hear someone sit here and tell me that they paid their rent with somebody else's money, I can just
Right.
look at that and decide. I don't need to hear somebody on a movie tell me how bad my life is as a woman. No, I don't care about that movie.
There definitely is female privilege.
Okay,
Like people talk about like
that's
white
your
male privilege. Like I don't think that's a thing. But like female privilege, like I have my car, like I got like flat tires, whatever, broken down on the side of the road multiple times since moving to California, and I like realized I'm so glad that I'm a young female because people will actually stop and help me. And if I was,
Yeah, I totally
if I was a
agree with
man,
that part
people
of
would
it.
not help me.
That's true. Also,
Yes, I agree.
just to add on to your point, when it comes to, was it mostly men stopping to help you with your car?
Yes.
So when it comes to male intervention, women, if you're out in public, you basically have, let's say you're at a party type environment. Let's say you're just at, not even a party type environment. Let's say you're walking in a shopping mall. You basically, as a woman, have male bodyguards.
Yeah.
Like, not every man will intervene. However, let's say, for example, a guy is attacking you physically. Other men who don't know you, who have no relationship to you, who are not your siblings or your brother or your boyfriend, total strangers, owe you nothing. If they see someone attacking you, say a man's attacking you, they will intervene on your behalf and not just try to stop the fight. There'll probably be a group of men, a horde of men who will beat the shit out of the dude.
Yeah, because biology.
Whereas as men, even if it's an unfair situation, if 3 dudes are fucking us up, if 3 dudes are like, no other men are going to intervene on our behalf. So women basically have that additional privilege of, you basically have free bodyguards when you're out in public.
Yeah.
Debatable.
Okay,
Debatable.
what
What
is
is
that?
because
Yeah,
it's also that
that's
women tend
just
to be.
like
I don't know.
Huh?
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I've seen men intervening. I don't know about that. Look at the Montgomery
There's also a
Brawl.
lot. It's also
Wait.
a lot of men getting jumped.
No,
where
that's-
people
that's-
pull out their camera phones and just.
I mean,
True, which I think
there's
is
pros
messed
and
up.
cons
I
to
think
that.
that's
Like
messed up on that side.
Well, there's actually this famous clip where it's from like some Indian TV show, very old. I don't know if this is a perfect example. Nick, we're not going to Google it, but a woman slaps a man, and it's on a TV show. A woman slaps a man. He slaps her back. All the men that were behind the scenes, like 20 dudes, it's like how could she slap? This was an internet meme. He's like, how could she slap? Slaps her back, right? She slaps him. He slaps her back. Look, I don't think you should hit anybody. However, if you hit somebody, you should be prepared to be hit back.
Instigating is something. Yes, I agree with that part.
So, all the men, despite the fact that they all saw her slap him first, that guy got the shit kicked out of him by like 20 dudes. So there's something in men that it's like this protection thing where if they see a woman like being hit by a man, they're going to intervene on your behalf. Total strangers. So that's another privilege.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like pros and cons because I
Sure.
am more vulnerable. So when I'm stuck on the side of the road and I have a flat tire and I know how to change a flat tire, but there's situations I got a flat in my spare tire. So anyway, then it's like, and I don't have cell service. I really need help. I have been very fortunate that everyone who stopped was very nice and had good intentions, but you never know. You never know what their intentions are, and I am more vulnerable. So
Sure.
pros and cons.
But why should I watch the Barbie movie? Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
There's a specific scene in the Barbie movie where one of the characters gives a monologue about like kind of the societal like standards that women are subject to, and personally it really aligned with me and like how I go through life, and like I kind of realized that women, like, it's a lot to get into right now, but
we can get into it. Go ahead.
No, I don't know if I want to, but like I just think that that movie really puts it in perspective for men to like understand what we go through as women that you might not understand.
Well, try to explain it to me. I don't have time to watch it now, but if you can, give me a 30-second, 1 minute.
Sure, we have the privilege. Okay, doesn't mean
No.
we don't have that stuff in our life.
I'm trying to understand here. I'm trying to understand. Please, if you can.
Okay, I'll
try to articulate it.
I can't get any words out. So, okay, yeah, we do have this like privilege in some ways, but also like you, as a woman, I feel like I can't walk alone at night because something might happen to me. And
can before I have you continue, can we just address that specific one really quick? Q, do you have anything on this? Because do you want to come in on that or?
About her walking
well,
alone
the
at night?
feeling that at night she is more likely to be victim of violent crime. I have
because if I walk alone at night, I'm more likely to be a victim of violent crime.
So even though I think it's the case that women might feel more vulnerable, the reality is if you look at crime statistics, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
Okay, but I mean, how like what statistics, like where are these coming from, first of all?
The Department of Justice, various
crime
statistics.
I'll have to see those statistics, but
it's true. Men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
Okay, sure, it's true.
Burglar,
but
murder, assault.
Okay, well,
what about getting like? Because I think something that I fear is like not only violent crime.
SA? Are you talking about?
No,
SA?
like getting kidnapped. Like,
getting
and like
kidnapped.
sex trafficked. That's like my biggest
men
fear.
using their
Getting
privilege as
sex trafficked?
against
To be
women.
honest, like as a full-grown woman, you're not the biggest like priority to be sex trafficked or kidnapped. They
Let's
primarily
maybe
go
just,
against children.
just so we're not getting into
true,
TOS,
yeah, we
let's
can't
stay away
use
from
that.
trafficking. But your biggest fear is to be trafficked. So your biggest
Not
fear
to be
is
just to
you're
be
going to
like
be abducted and then shipped to some Latin American country. Like, is that genuinely?
That was a big jump, but.
But isn't that what traffic? What?
Yeah,
what is,
you know,
when
in
you say
like
trafficking.
Yeah,
what,
like cities like Roseville, like.
Roseville.
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 Yeah, it's
I
like
live
it's
very close to there.
Yeah, it's near Sacramento. There's a lot more trafficking that goes on that we even know about.
But like, isn't that typically like some they bring in a woman from overseas?
Yeah, it's usually children and immigrants that are victims.
I will
of that.
say
but in that
speak on
area
this real
to
quick.
adult
it's
women.
it's people in that area. It's a lot of people coming
Are
in,
women
not
en
out.
masse, like American women getting abducted?
It's not
into-
common, but it happens.
It happens. It's a very real thing.
No, so I used to work with an organization that actually fought to rescue victims of that for several years.
Okay.
So 1 in 6 individuals that 1 out of 6 people that you know either know someone or is a victim of human trafficking.
Wait,
Most
hold
people
on,
don't
hold on.
understand that.
Just let's go into that. 1 in 6 people
of who you know, or in the sense of like you know someone, or you know someone who knows someone.
Whoa. That's a bullshit. Just on its face, that's such a fucking bullshit. How can you know somebody who knows somebody? What kind of statistics is that? Give me the percentage risk on. Yeah, but what does it? I know somebody who know. Why are they taking statistics on? I know somebody who knows somebody who was a victim of a crime. Why? That's just you're trying to use words to paint things in a certain way. What is the actual likelihood of someone in the United States being trafficked?
So I'd have to bring back the stats just because it's been a couple of years to get the exact piece. The highest rate for where trafficking happens, though, is the victims are actually brought here. U.S.
But do you see how disingenuous? Oh, Jesus, I can't speak
disingenuous.
Right now. Disingenuous it is to use language. 1 in 6 people.
Mike Davis donated $100. You don't blame the kid for being a brat, you blame the parents. I don't blame women. They don't know any better. I blame this new generation of low T, beta, sissy, bonehead men for allowing this. I'll become an African dictator to show you goofs how it's done.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike Davis. Appreciate it. He's going to be an African dictator. I do think it's like you're using language in a way to 1 in 6 people know somebody, or 1 in 6 people have either been trafficked or know somebody who has.
Yes.
That's such a weird way of 1 in 6 people eats candy or know somebody who eats candy. That's just like a weird framing of a statistic.
I mean, it's just the way that I framed it right now, but it's one of those things as far as like how it is a lot more prevalent than what most people think, and most people are trafficked by someone they know. That's what most people don't realize. It's not necessarily people coming from India or Vietnam and being brought to the country. Yeah, that happens a lot, but you'd be surprised at how many people are actually in the U.S.
I would say one is one too many, and it is a thing that
yes,
happens.
Yes, of course, it's a terrible thing.
I don't know the statistics. It might not be like obviously it's not as prevalent here, but it does happen. It is a real thing.
And as
it is
women,
actually the biggest business in the United States of America, and that's funny you say it's not as prevalent here.
Okay.
That's the biggest.
Here,
business.
let's bring it back to this. The Barbie. Hold on. Okay, we're moving on.
But they're also
so
citizens.
Hold on. So you mentioned the Barbie movie. What are some of the other things?
Other what?
What are some of the struggles that women have?
If I watched the Barbie movie, I would be enlightened to the plight of women.
Okay. Well, first of all, like the beauty standard, and kind of just like traditional values that men like, and like you were just saying, like you should be a virgin if like that's your type or whatever. That's your type.
Low body count.
Whatever
preferable.
You said. Okay. Like these standards, like it's just not like healthy, and like I don't know, I just think
what's not healthy,
like having like putting women to these standards. I just
so men are not allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries.
That's not what I'm saying, but it's just interesting that a large majority of men have these standards.
So would you hold your kids to standards at all? Like, does that matter to you, your children having morals
what
and
are
standards?
Well, yeah.
So then why would a man not be allowed to want a woman to have morals and standards? And like, why is that so wrong?
What are the standards that men have that you object to? The body count thing, men should not be able to, if a woman slept with 300 people, men should just tolerate that?
Okay, that's unrealistic, but no, that's not what I'm saying. Like,
okay.
It's just interesting that we have to like live up to these standards that are like, and for what is basically what I'm thinking. Like it's a lot of pressure on women. That's not the only thing. That's like actually.
But wouldn't you say that women are pickier and more selective than men are? So there's actually a greater pressure on men when it comes to standards.
I don't know if women are more picky.
Women are just naturally more selective than men because of it's just biological.
I have a question. Do you think it would be better for little girls across America to not be held to any standards growing up? Like no standards for like, how they carry themselves, how they act in public, who they, like do you think that would be better for society if little girls then going into women had no standards to be held to?
I mean, not necessarily. It depends on the standards, but yeah, I guess.
You're talking about the Barbie mirror. Are you talking about like unrealistic like a lot of unrealistic standards on women?
Yeah, like the body count thing is like, if I could say, like the body count thing, that's not really like the main one. It's like the way you look, like
you gotta be a perfect 10.
You have to like slim waist, big boobs, big butt, all these like things that women feel that they have to be like in order for a man to like them, and like living under the male gaze and things like that. That's what.
Sorry, it's just the buzzwords, the male gaze. Okay. See, any sort, like, it's so interesting to me that basically like male sexuality is pathologized. Like if men are gay, like looking in your direction, you basically just want to pathologize and almost Actually, in the UK, in the United Kingdom, they attempted to criminalize staring.
Okay, I'm not saying the male gaze
This is the
like
clown
that.
world
I'm saying
what is the male gaze?
Okay,
a guy looking at you?
I'll explain. You know, like no, that's not what it is. There's the female gaze, which is like women typically like men who are like really strong, or like they live in, they like these certain things about men. That's like living under the female gaze. If like you are doing a certain thing to yourself in order to please a woman. So for women, it's like doing things that you like to yourself so that you can please a man.
Can I ask you something? Do you think women actually amplify the pressure that they put on themselves? And I say that because you just talked about
I think that's what the Barbie movie is
trying to live up to a standard. You notice this. You notice other women with big boobs. You notice the women in magazines. You notice the women on social media and everything like that. You're comparing yourselves to those women. You still get approached by men, right? Men still find you attractive. So if men still find you attractive, if men still come your direction, then what is it what makes you insecure? You're doing it to yourself.
Yeah, you mentioned there's this pressure on women to have thin waist, big boobs, big ass.
Who puts the pressure on themselves?
Didn't you say earlier you're currently dating like 3 or 4 men?
I'm not dating.
Okay, you have a roster of 3 or 4 men? Or was that your friend? I don't know.
No, that was me, yeah.
Are you struggling to get men?
Not particularly.
Do you think you need to modify anything about you to attract men?
I
mean, you said you were a 10, right?
Times, yes, but there have been times where I felt like, and still.
There you go.
Right
you
now,
just said it.
What?
You just said it. There
yes,
have been times where I felt like
I had to act a certain way, look a certain way in order for a man to like me.
But no one told you to act.
No one told me to, but that's how it is in our society.
But so and you mentioned like unrealistic body standards, etc. Who do you think is more picky when it comes to dating, men or women?
Well, it's personal. I mean, I went to an all-girls school for, like I said, for 7 years, so it's kind of like, I don't really know. Like, I honestly don't know because of that.
Well, who do you think? If you had to ballpark it, you think men are more selective or women are more selective?
Well, I guess it's difficult to say because I think women get approached by men more, so they can reject men more, or like.
So if they reject men more, don't you think there would be more criteria for them men have to meet? Do you think there's more criteria men have to meet to attract women, or vice versa?
I guess women are, I don't know, like
it's impossible for her to acknowledge that men are somehow at a deficit in one realm of human endeavor, because
I recognize that men struggle for reasons.
Well, let's keep it to the body thing, right? So okay. You said that when it comes to appearance, that there's this like expectation that women have to live up to of like a certain body type, and because of the Barbie movie, I didn't see the Barbie movie, but I guess it touched on it in the movie that women have it harder when it comes to body type.
Just living in society.
Just living in society. Yeah. Do you think that same pressure exists for men?
Yes. Definitely.
Now, here's I don't think it's a hot take, but here's my position. I would actually argue that depictions of aspirational bodies for men are far harder to attain than what you see of women. So the aspirational body type for a man is far harder than the aspirational body for a woman.
For the average person, probably. Yeah.
Well,
like it depends on the person and their body type.
Well, the other thing I would add to, let me ask, do you care about a man's height? Would you want to, do you care about height?
maybe not as much as other women I've heard.
What's your ideal height for a guy? You're 5'1", right?
Yeah.
Ideal height for a guy?
Like, I guess like 5'7".
Okay. Would you want to date a guy who's like 5'2"?
Probably not.
Probably not.
It depends on who they
Okay.
are. If they're a really good guy, we'll have to see.
Sure. Do you like really skinny guys? Like who have no muscle?
Really,
Do you like a muscular guy? A little, not like super like bodybuilder, gigantic steroids.
I like muscles.
You like some muscles,
but
okay.
it's not gonna be like a deal breaker.
Do you like fat guys?
What?
Like
what?
Don't worry. I'm getting somewhere. Go ahead.
Like
fat, obese.
It's like this is
What is
so
that?
big boys are better.
Just go ahead.
I guess it's not really my type. I've never been into a guy that
Sure.
is like that.
Okay.
But
Do you have any like when it comes to race or skin color? Do you have any preferences there?
not.
Okay.
particularly.
So what I would argue, let me ask: if a guy is lacking in the bulge, is that deal breaker?
No.
Don't care. Okay, that's fine. Would you prefer a guy like if a guy was balding? Would that kind of be a turn off or unattractive?
Well, I'm 18, so like.
Some guys start balding early.
I don't know. I mean, it's not like.
Okay,
I
well,
would want
let's say
that.
think forward to 25. Some of the men in your age cohort are gonna start losing their hair. Like,
I
would you
wouldn't
prefer
want
a guy?
them to be balding, but like if they were, if I really loved them, like.
But would you, generally speaking, like, do you find men who are not balding more physically attractive?
Yeah, I guess.
Most women do. So, I mean, kind of going on this whole thing of, well, the body expectations of women are like really intense and there's so much to work up to. I would actually argue that for men, it's way harder because of the things that both men and women we judge each other for. There are far more things that that are outside of men's control that women judge men for. So height, penis size, physical size, if they're losing their hair, that's a big thing for a lot of women. A lot of women don't like that.
I'm not saying men are
penis
not
size.
subject to like societal standards. I'm just saying that women have
It worse?
like
Disavow?
yeah, a bit.
Not
like
really.
no, not a bit. Like they do have it worse. That's my opinion. And I think that like the whole like thing with bodies and like the beauty standard, like that's not even like half of what's wrong with society.
Sure, there's more. But just speaking specifically on the body thing.
That's like the one like topic that men kind of like are
No,
have
I feel
equal
like I agree with
standards
Q
in.
that it's women who kind of did that to themselves because if you look at it really when that body started to become trending, it was when the Kardashians did it. That's when everybody wanted the small waist, the big boobs, the big ass. So it's like women, we did that to ourselves
And
by
most guys don't
making
even
that,
find that attractive.
popular, by praising those women, by giving them all of our attention and money, and then now guess what? It's not a trend anymore, and all of them are getting their BBLs
But
removed, and now we're admiring being skinny again. It's like we create these standards for ourselves.
But
And I
it's
think
not
that's what the
really
Barbie movie was
women
actually about.
Well, it's not really like women specifically who are like doing that. I think men also are the ones who are praising it, and it's not just women.
Yeah, but you cannot argue that a woman getting surgery on her own body is her only decision. That's not a man's decision. That is literally her only. That is
but
her.
it's like in our society,
you
men
can't blame
kind
that
of
on anybody else.
like in some ways, men created some of the standards that are for women
Well,
in
look,
society.
It's not just women.
Sorry to disappoint you.
It's
Yeah,
not
dude.
just women who created it at all.
Yes, but men like men are attracted to women with big breasts. Like men are attracted to women with big asses. However, like I would say most men, that's not like. There are some men who just have a big titty fetish, whatever. Like I think that's really not gonna be. First off, you don't want to be with a guy that doesn't like you the way you are. Obviously, you should take good care of yourself. You should be in good shape. You should have good hygiene, etc. But like, I think you've spoken on this, Q, and we have Nick over here. Like, you have 3 men sitting in front of you. Earlier I said I don't like women with plastic surgery. I don't. I even said it's not even like I really want a girl with fake with big boobs. I said I would prefer a girl with small boobs. I'd prefer a girl with a little belly than lipo belly. I'd prefer a girl with small upper lip than lip fillers. I'd prefer a girl with like a smaller ass than with a BBL. And Q, I don't know about you, but
I'm the same
you're not a fan of plastic surgery.
I'm not
Nick?
a fan of any alterations.
So you got three guys here that aren't really into plastic surgery.
And the majority of men could think like that too, but it's just as women, we have praised these women, the famous ones that do it so much. We think, oh, that's what I have to do. I have to look like them. I need to be like them. I need to get the money like them. All the men will like me like they like them. But it's like most men, like you said, don't actually care about that. They don't actually like that. But we see the famous women doing that, and it's what we admire, and we want to be like them.
Refined_Randy donated $99. Are men or women lacking more nowadays? In terms of husband/father and wife/mother? And explain your take. Bring back Chase, Mary, and Josiane on the same panel. #Christ is King.
Amen.
Yo, Randy, thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Are men or women lacking more nowadays? I mean, I think both men and women are. I'm not trying to play a blame game here, where it's like just like. I think both men are lacking, and I think women are lacking. I think we both got to level up. Did you want to finish your point really quick, or did you kind of have it?
I don't remember.
That's fine.
I finished.
Can I add something?
Really quick.
I do think that it is a lot harder for men because us women put the expectation on things that men cannot physically change besides maybe like working out. Okay, but like in terms of like penis size and like height, that's something us women put up the pressure on men for. But on the other hand, us women, we're the ones who willingly choose to scroll on social media and compare ourselves to other girls. Like the guy said, guys will praise anything.
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier, is that when it comes to like judging other people just on a purely physical basis in terms of what we find attractive physically in the opposite sex, again, my position would be women have far more criteria when it comes to physical attractiveness for men that are completely outside of men's control. Height, penis size, balding, sexual stamina, sexual function, a lot of these things are totally outside of men's control, whereas like what the big thing I'd say with women is weight, and that's within your control. Men don't really care about your height. Women don't really bald. So that's not a factor. So when it comes to hair, that's totally not a factor with women. This is going to be kind of vulgar. Loose pussy is not nearly as prevalent as men with like average or below average penis size. That's it. Plus Kegels, you can fix that shit. Just saying. Okay, I didn't mean to take it there, but.
To answer the super chat, I think that the sexual revolution is screwing all of us over, or has screwed us all over.
Also on the physical front, I would argue that physical disability is a far bigger disadvantage for men than it is for women.
Isn't it sad we're only talking about physical appearance, though, and not who people actually are? Like,
I mean, physical attraction is huge.
Why would that be sad?
She brought it up. She brought
frame
it up.
it as more.
Here, let me just finish my point here. Physical disability, far bigger disadvantage for men. So, first, sexual function for men with spinal cord injuries, fucked. Whereas a woman, you can still fuck, I guess. I would argue a woman in a wheelchair could get laid far easier than a man in a wheelchair. I'd say she could get laid more easily than an able-bodied dude.
Why? Because she can't run away.
Also, males who are not neurotypical are going to struggle far more than women when it comes to dating too. So there's a whole bunch of things. Is there anything else from the Barbie movie though that you wanted to?
Okay, the Barbie movie was just an example. I think everyone should watch the clip of the woman. I don't know what part it was in, but she's explaining like the struggles that women go through. Anyway, but that's like appearance and all that is really not like the biggest thing. It's also like the wage gap when women women work in the same field as a man and a man gets paid more. What is that about? And just
the wage gap's been debunked
a million times.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Did they mention the wage gap in the movie?
I think they did, but I don't really remember exactly. But
there's not a wage gap. There's an earnings gap. And the earnings, but like it's you basically the whole like trope of women make 75 cents to $1. The number's always changing. That doesn't account for like dozens of different factors. It's basically comparing all the money that men make and all the money that women make in this country without factoring in people that don't work,
hours worked, maternity leave, overtime.
It's also
type of profession. It's across the board.
Also, if a woman takes time off of maternity leave, so say you decide to stay at home and raise your kid for 2-3 years, you are 2 or 3 years behind in your career.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is a factor you have to face.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the Barbie movie, it does talk about like, because I did see it, and I actually do like the monologue that she says. I do think it has this idea of everyone is held to such a high expectation that's not achievable, and they're shamed when they can't even get near it. It's like if someone's overweight and they're working out in the gym, people make fun of that person, but that person's trying to better themselves in that.
Yeah.
And for women, I would say where we do struggle is we live in a society where we try to own our sexuality, we try to do this, and then we're criticized and crucified by public if we don't, or if we do. And then at the same time, it's like if we're this quiet, shy girl, it's something that people don't necessarily always think is the most appealing thing, or if you're the plain Jane is like an insult for people. But I would say it's both sides, because if you don't like a girl, and I've called some friends out for this, looks aren't everything, you should really get to know a person.
Exactly.
But why is it that when a woman makes an insult to another woman, the first thing she comments is her looks?
Because women are more aware of each other than anybody else, and that's what I just said.
Women are petty.
The term
problem,
intersexual competition.
Yeah.
It's intersexual competition.
Actually, isn't the first insult a woman's going to say to another woman is she's a slut?
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that the
that's
go-to?
true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
So,
Intrinsic awareness of body count.
Can I quickly add one more thing?
Sure.
I remembered in the monologue, it says like, if you're too skinny, well, like you're not good enough. And then if you like gain weight, you're not good enough. It's like you can never be good enough in this society.
It's just untrue. It's just untrue.
Like, no, okay, putting it simply, of course, like you can be good enough, but it's like in this world that we live in with all these standards, like physically sometimes you can't like live up to like the perfect standard.
You can't live up to the perfect standard. Well, that just comes down to acknowledging that you're not perfect.
Yeah, and there's hundreds of different standards. Everybody else has a different standard of like what they want somebody else to be, but to continue to compare yourself is just putting yourself further and further back of being eventually confident and like having that, like you don't need to compare yourself to other people. And if a woman's like struggle, I feel like to base struggles for women solely to appearance is kind of disrespectful. Like I feel
that's not
well,
what I'm
but that's
trying to
kind
do.
of all you've been mentioning is appearance and a wage gap that doesn't exist, when I would say like the biggest struggle women face is people saying that you can just become a woman. That's, in my opinion, the biggest struggle women face is you can just put on some tits and makeup and be one of us.
Yes.
But I don't believe in that, and I think that's the biggest struggle we face.
I agree.
I mean, I respect that. But
While we're on the subject of appearances and attraction, can I say something real quick?
Really quick.
Okay, so I think I have a different take. So I think that men are a lot more visual and women are a lot more emotional. So yes, men will be looking for that physical attraction a lot more, and you said like women also, but I think like personally and a lot of my friends that I know, like we don't really, like if a guy has a good personality, that's what we find attractive. Looks are kind of like secondary, but you have to actually get to know that person in person. So like on a dating app, I just see like a balding guy and I'm like, oh, swipe left, whatever. But then if I were to like meet that same guy in person and he had a very charming personality, then I wouldn't mind that he was balding.
I mean, you can say that, and look, there is something to be said that men are a little more visually focused, women are a bit more
men fall in love with
a
their
little bit
eyes.
more personality, but I would actually argue that looks are very important to both.
Yeah.
And again, like my position would be is women are actually far pickier than men when it comes to physical appearance, because there's so many things that women care about that are absolutely out of the control of men: height, penis size, physical size. Like for example, I think the men find a far wider range of body types appealing. Like you've got thick, you've got skinny, you've got fit, whereas like a skinny guy, like I would say if you look at a woman who's skinny, skinny can mean different things to different people, but a woman who's has no gym training, who's not an athlete, she could, like an 18-year-old woman could just exist and have an attractive body. But like most women, an 18-year-old guy who isn't an athlete or doesn't have some degree of muscular development, like just a straight up skinny dude, that's not attractive to most women. So I think there's a far narrower range that men can fall into to be deemed physically attractive. I mean, I actually want to go around the table on this really quick. What percentage of men that you see on dating apps or that you see in real life do you find physically attractive? Like, what percentage would you say you find physically attractive?
Probably like 50, like maybe like 60% of them.
Wow. Okay. What about you? 60% of men you find physically attractive?
50, 60.
Okay. What about you?
Well, it's kind of like explain a little bit more.
Here's a different on a dating app, right? Because like if you're out in the streets, you're gonna see people that are outside your age cohort. Let's say on dating apps, right? What percentage of men do you swipe yes on?
I don't have any dating
Okay. What about you?
15%.
15%. What about in the street? What percentage of men do you find physically attractive?
I'd say like 35.
Okay. What about you?
That's a really hard question. I feel like mine would be like 15, 20.
15, 20?
On
Okay.
a dating apps.
I'm low. It's maybe like 5%.
5%?
Yeah, you pick. Yeah, I can tell.
Same.
I would say very low because when I look at somebody, I usually don't think most people are attractive, but for me it's very like if I'm emotionally attracted to you, then I will become physically attracted to you as well.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not on any dating apps, but on the street it's very low, maybe 10.
But like you could have like in my case, like you could have like perfect body, whatever, and I still won't find you attractive because I don't know your personality. Just saying.
Also, I do gotta get going. It is a little bit.
Yeah,
late
we're gonna
for
wrap
me.
up here in
Yeah.
just a sec. We'll wrap up here in just a sec.
Yeah,
so you said 10%?
Yeah, on the street because I don't have dating apps.
So you find 10% men physically attractive?
Yeah, it's very rare for me.
Lynn, what about you?
When I was on dating apps, I was probably swiping right on like 10%.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Putting it in the perspective of like in a classroom, like at my school, I feel like I would think like 50% of the boys in my classroom are attractive. So just that's where my reasoning is
Okay, sure.
from.
So, I mean, 5%, you said even a really
You could
muscular
be like
guy.
a 10 out of 10 and like I still won't find him attractive. Because
All right,
like I don't
you gotta
like
talk
I don't
to
know,
your
I have like
therapist
a
about that
specific
one.
type, like okay, maybe like I don't know 2% if like somebody like really catches my eye, but like when
Okay.
girls in middle school like drooling over the guys in magazines, I was just like I don't know, I don't see it. That's just
I'm
me
like
personally.
that too. Like if you're too
Thank
attractive,
you.
I
Yeah.
will not go near you.
I think a lot of girls though.
Yeah, like if you're
I like
too
pretty
hot, like
boys.
it makes you less hot.
If you're really hot, it makes you less hot?
Like like conventionally attractive men, like I don't find them attractive.
Okay, fair enough. Was there anything else with the Barbie movie? Was there patriarchy? Was it? I don't remember though.
I think everyone should watch the monologue, and yeah, that's all
Okay.
I'll say.
I want to come back to something you really said, or you said. You said that the biggest thing that's facing women is, what was it?
People putting on a costume and trying to be us.
Claire, do you have anything on that?
I mean, obviously, I don't agree with it. I don't know what else to say to. I mean, that's just what you think, and I don't think that same way. But
Yeah, multiple people don't agree with
Yeah.
that, but I mean, it's just like a matter of fact. It doesn't matter what you put or wear on your body. If you're a biological male, you'll never be a female or a woman. So I mean, you can dress up like one, like you can dress up like a mime, but it's the same thing. It's a costume.
okay, but a mime dresses up for a performance.
That's also the same thing in my
You
opinion.
think it's a performance?
Yeah,
You don't think it's genuinely how they feel in their core?
I think most of the time.
Which way? This way?
No, to that way. Scoot it closer towards you. No, not you. Sorry, it's just the microphone was, her face was blocked. Go ahead.
Oh, I think you were in the middle of talking, or was
Oh
I?
yeah, I do absolutely think it's a performance, and I think that most of these times these people are assigned an affirming therapist. They're not actually looking into anything deeper into their into their life. They're just saying, oh, okay, you think you're a woman, all right, here's some hormones, here's some sexual reassignment surgery, here's a way to make me and my company some money.
I'm pretty sure they have to do a psychological evaluation before.
Yeah, no, not
forward.
really. There's so many, you should really look into stories
correct.
of people talking to private journalists, people who have transitioned, come back years later that sue their parents and their doctors for letting them.
Okay, so you're talking about
make
children.
those-
Let's talk about adults.
Oh, yeah, I think
because that's
it's-
a completely different subject.
But the entire world isn't on that page with you, where they like to lump them into each other. So the rest of the country doesn't believe that there's a distinction between that. They think that children have every right,
because
just
half
like
the
adults.
country doesn't think that way, means I shouldn't think that way?
No, this is my opinion. We're talking about my opinion, right? So
Yeah,
my
but-
opinion is that you cannot wear a costume and become somebody else's I don't think, no matter how many breasts a man puts on, no matter how many hormones he takes, no matter how many dresses he wears, he's never going to be a woman. He'll never have my experience as a woman, and he'll never be able to have children or procreate or be a mother like a woman.
So it
is.
offends you when someone identifies as a...
It does.
And why does it offend you?
It offends me because you're trying to be me and you're not me.
They're not trying to be you. They don't want to be
they're
you.
trying to be women. Yeah.
They no. Wait.
Well,
so
what's your
why does
question?
it? So why does it offend
What's your
you?
question?
Because they're trying to be. They're not trying to be you.
It offends me because the country can't distinct with the fact that like you can be a cow, that's fine, do whatever you want, but you're not gonna. I'm not done talking. So you can be a cow, do whatever you want, but I don't think it's right to let biological men live in sororities with other females. I don't think it's right to let them into bathrooms with other females. I don't think it's right to let them play sports with females and win against them. I think that's wrong. Okay. So when nobody else likes to distinctualize that with just being a woman, yeah, there's a bigger conversation that needs to be had.
Okay, sure. I mean, I think,
agree with Emily.
Okay, I think there's
Me too.
a very important distinct. Okay, should we wrap? Are we going over time or?
It's okay. We'll talk about it for a bit, then I'll wrap up.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't want to take up all your time.
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead. I have one last question afterwards, and then we're done.
Okay.
I know,
okay.
guys, we'll get out of here soon.
This shit's getting deep.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think there's an important distinction, and I was watching a video on this the other day, and I agree with important distinction between people who are doing it because it's a trend, and then people who are genuinely trans. And I think people who are doing it as a trend ruin the representation of actual trans people and the image of actual trans people who feel like, I'm not comfortable in my body. I don't think this is the body I was supposed to be born in.
Right.
You know?
Right. That's but I believe that's a mental illness, and I believe that needs to be looked at
Yes.
a lot deeper and not just reaffirmed into, okay, yeah, take this surgery, take these hormones, and potentially ruin your life.
I think we're
So-
doing those people with gender dysphoria a huge disservice because it is a very serious surgery, and I find it personally offensive because they talk about like oh, if you're transgender you can get this like big surgery, and when I like as a woman for like endometriosis, which is like a women's issue, I needed surgery, which is a minimally invasive surgery. They wouldn't give it to me in the United States. I had to go out of the country, and then even when it comes to abortion, they say, oh, it's a women's right, women's healthcare, whatever. No, they don't care about women's health, and they don't care about women's right because they didn't give, or they don't care about women's choice because they didn't give me the choice to get the treatment that is the closest thing that we have to a cure. They said, no, here, go on birth control pills. And I said, absolutely not. I'm not going to take birth control pills for the rest of my life. And yeah.
Wait, what does that have to do with trans people?
It's all related. It's all related. They talk about like I just find it very offensive because like
I don't know why you care about people's
trans
gender and
people,
sexuality
trans
so
people
much,
can get
but-
surgery so easily. I couldn't get surgery, and then also just
unrelated.
abortion is like a side note. It's all related.
I
Like
think
they
it's
say they care
completely
about women, but they
unrelated.
don't.
Okay.
Moving on.
Here's a question. I'm going to try to fuse that into the dating thing. Do you think it's do you think it's wrong for a man to not want to date a trans woman?
Do I think it's here? When it okay, I don't think it's necessarily wrong, especially when it comes to like the sexual aspect, because there might be a guy that's like, okay, let me try this relationship with a trans woman who may still have, you know, male biological body parts. For some people, they might just not be able to get over that hump, which is like I feel like is understandable. So yeah, I think again it all comes to preference and standard.
What about if they got the surgery to change, but I still couldn't get over that part? So they had what are they,
gender
what's
reassignment surgery.
Well, what's the term? I don't know.
Bottom surgery?
Yeah. Yeah. Would that also be? Would you object to that? Like, oh, I don't want to be with someone who has the what's it called? The inverted? I don't know what it's
Gender
called.
reassignment surgery?
No, there's a term for the
Oh,
like
okay.
a medical term.
Bottom surgery. I don't know the medical term.
Whatever, the surgery, right? Would you object to that?
Do I object to that?
Yeah. if
I
knew.
mean, yeah, I probably would object to that. I mean, because that person's like a woman, and you say you're attracted to women, so.
Had to
Yeah.
get no, they're not a woman.
In your opinion?
Wait, is it real?
Yeah, it's related.
Okay, go ahead.
So what were the 4 things that you said? One of them was children, right?
Whoa, that's totally, hold on, that's
No,
not
but, like,
related. That's
for
not related to what you
trans-
just said.
No, it is. For like because children is one of the important things in a relationship.
Mhm. Oh, okay.
And if you meet someone, and if you really want kids, like if
Yeah,
you want
okay.
your own biological kids from your partner,
Yeah, then that's
you
fine.
can't
Yeah.
have that. So like to say like, oh, even if you've transitioned but you still won't date me, that's not fair. I mean, if someone really wants biological children, it is fair.
Okay, then that's a standard. They say, I want a partner who can have biological children with me.
Yeah, but like
They
the
can
only
also just
person
say,
who
"I want a
doesn't
woman."
fit that is going to be someone who's trans.
Your definition of woman is extremely different.
My
but-
definition of a woman is someone with a uterus who can have children. And I mean, some women can have children, and that's very sad, but they're still a woman because of every hormone in their brain, body, and every bone in their body is female.
It has to do with
so.
chromosomes.
I have since I want to come back to the whole dating, like trying to focus it on dating. What is a woman? And I want to start with you. We'll go around the table.
Great.
A woman is someone who identifies as a woman. I don't really know.
We'll let everybody finish. Go ahead.
It's kind of like, I'm not really like one side or the other side. It's like, I'm not against trans people. Never will be. Like, that's
I'm just
just
asking
not.
for.
I would say a woman is somebody who is capable to have children, but at the same time, people can also identify as a woman. I don't have a problem with that. Sure, you do you, but I truly know that I am a woman. I can have children. I get a period every month. Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would just point out that there are women who are infertile, for example. They're still women, even though they can't have children. But go ahead.
I want to clarify this because I don't want it to seem like, oh, I'm a woman today but a man tomorrow. That's, to me, like I said, there's an important distinction, and to me that's someone who's following it for the trend. To me, a woman is someone who identifies with it, and like that is, and
Identifies with what?
identifies as being a woman, but not just like any day of the week that they feel like it's part of their identity.
Okay.
Yeah, an essential part.
Identifies
But
as what?
so what is a woman?
You said, what is a woman?
But you
Identifies
accepted
as a
her
woman,
answer.
what
Why
is
is my
that?
answer not
So
acceptable?
your answer
You
is
identify as a woman.
just
What is a woman?
make sure I'm making sure I understand. A woman is a woman who identifies as a woman with some degree of continuity. So it's not just Monday
Exactly.
I'm a man, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so there needs to be some continuity.
It needs to be part of your identity. Like you genuinely feel like, I
Okay.
do not feel like I was supposed to be born in this body.
So a woman is someone who identifies as a woman essentially.
Essentially.
Okay, what about you?
I think for a woman, it is someone. I don't even want to say. I want to say. I don't want to say can have children because there are women who can't have children. I still do identify those as women. I identify trans people as a trans woman because you have an entire different past than a woman who was born that way. And I think that's a big distinction people
I
need
agree
to
with
make.
that part for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think I do get upset sometimes when someone says I'm a woman, and it's because our experiences are different. I recognize a woman. If someone says I'm a trans woman and this is how I identify, I respect the hell out of that and the choices that they made, whether or not they make the surgery or not.
Mhm.
But they have a completely different upbringing than mine.
I would
So
agree with
you have to
that,
recognize
yeah.
It's sort of like when people say I don't see color. That's kind of the problem, is because you're not recognizing someone's background and
Mhm.
what they had to do for where they're at. They have a completely different experience.
I recognize
but
that for
wasn't-
sure.
I mean, not to derail the conversation, but like, wasn't that Martin Luther King's whole thing to be colorblind?
Colorblind in a sense, but
Okay,
with
let's
some,
not go.
yeah,
there.
I was gonna say we're-
That's just that's a whole other can of worms. What about what is a woman?
A woman, I don't think I really need to answer this. It's somebody who was born as a female and is a female today. It's pretty simple.
A woman is a human person with 2 X chromosomes.
Amy?
A woman is someone with female chromosomes. You said XX, right? I was kind of confused with which one was X and XY.
Sure.
But someone who is able to produce kids, someone who gets a period every single month with a vagina.
Well, some women don't have periods,
some women
but
don't even have periods.
Lynn, what about you?
A woman is someone with XX chromosomes.
Okay. Q?
A woman is an adult human female.
That's also my definition.
Oh,
A woman is an adult human female.
Okay.
What you're smiling, you're laughing at that.
I think
I'm just saying thumbs up. That's all.
Yeah, I think I would agree with
I agree
with
with
her
her.
on the trans woman topic. I would consider them trans women, not women, because
Yeah.
there is a difference. A woman is a adult human female, and now that everybody wants to say gender is a construct, they want to deconstructualize the entire society that we've lived in since we were the conception of humans. Literally, we have always gone by male female genders, and now that everybody wants to diminish that and just what's a woman, what's a kid, that doesn't make it. We know what a woman is. A woman is an adult human female.
You think you know what it is.
Yeah, I know what it is, and I know that a lot of other people are confused.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So bringing it back to the dating thing, you said that you would object to somebody if they've undergone bottom surgery, a guy not wanting to date a trans woman who has undergone bottom surgery, you would object to that.
Yes.
Can you articulate your reasoning and logic?
I mean, what's the question? Like,
But it's especially interesting because you said you're a virgin, you're saving yourself for the person you feel like you're going to marry. So let's say somebody like you want to pursue someone long term for a long term relationship and have biological children with that person. If you're a trans woman, you are incapable of.
and that's why I was making that distinction earlier. And like you said, not all women are fertile. Not all women can have
So
babies.
why do you object to a man not wanting to have a relationship or have sex with a trans woman?
Well, why wouldn't they? Well, I think first they would have to present their argument. Like, why wouldn't they want to date what's the reason for not wanting to date a trans woman?
People are allowed to have genitalia preference.
But you said if they have bottom
That's not the
surgery.
same as I don't know what the fucking term for it. That's not the same as like a natural grown
Organic.
pussy. I don't know how to fucking frame this, but
going
it's just
about
hard to
this
form a rebuttal when
natural
there's not like an initial.
That's because you think
argument.
everybody works on this.
as somebody who has had sex at least one time,
Once.
if my penis was inverted, I don't know the fucking procedure. I don't know. First off, my understanding is that when they do the procedure, they have to take like lifetime antibiotics, so because you're
very
essentially creating
traumatizing to your
a
body.
wound into your cavity, your pelvic cavity or something, and it doesn't naturally lubricate, and the composition would be different, and I would just know, like, it ain't, like, am I gonna get canceled for this? That's not pussy. I'm probably gonna get canceled for that
Yeah,
shit.
you probably will get
All over
canceled.
TikTok tomorrow.
No, but it's not like, it's not the same.
At all.
It's just not the same.
Right.
I'm not trying to hate on anybody. It's just like,
People have
I have a
preferences.
genitalia preference for, I mean, we talked about the large labia shit, but that's another conversation. I have a genitalia preference for female pussy. I don't want male pussy. I want female pussy.
I mean, when you put it that way, I feel like it's okay to have a preference. I don't know.
Oh.
I just think that like there's ways around. Like you said, it doesn't lubricate naturally. Okay, there's lube. Like I don't know. I think there's ways around
What
it.
if I want natural
Juice.
pussy juice? I don't want to use
Okay,
KY
then-
jelly. I want a chick that's just, it's like a river.
like the
son.
floodgates are opening. I mean, I guess yeah. I think
that's
having
weird.
a genitalia preference.
I have a
That's fine.
I
Yeah.
have
I've
a
had
genitalia
preferences all day, and now that he wants to have a preference about someone's genitalia, it's an issue. But
I
we've
just-
been talking
I just
about
said it's
preferences.
okay.
Yeah, but it took him
No, but
literally.
before-
It took him explaining to you that he wanted natural lube in a female vagina for you to understand it. Like, you see what I mean? Like, he had to break down
what
it
we're talking
really
about.
hard.
So what is that supposed to mean?
That not everybody has this blind view of gender like you do.
I think you have the blind view.
No, he had to just explain in very detail the difference between a man-made and natural vagina.
No,
sure?
I completely understood the difference. I said what would be his objection to dating someone trans, and that's what he explained to me. And I said it's difficult to form a rebuttal when there's no initial argument.
I'm also just attracted to females. I'm not attracted.
Can I
to,
add something?
I'm not attracted to males. I'm
Pretty
not attracted to males, regardless of the drugs that they're ingesting and the plastic surgery that they've had and the.
See, that's the other thing. You're like, I'm not into plastic surgery. There you go. Like.
But I'm not attracted to males.
But it's okay.
Can I add something?
No, we're talking about
please?
sex. We're not talking about gender. We're talking about sex. I'm not No. Go ahead.
Okay, I understand, like, this is a topic of conversation and, like,
Sure.
this is a podcast.
Yeah.
But, like, why does it matter so much? Like, why can't we just, like, let people do what they want to do?
That's
like, it's
fine.
not, like...
That's totally fine.
It's not, yeah.
It's very,
But-
so it's...
But if we're having a conversation, if she's saying you're a bigot for not wanting...
What?
But
That's
why
putting words in my mouth.
That is some people's
matter.
position, and
Like-
you said earlier you object to men who wouldn't want to sleep with a trans woman who's had bottom surgery.
Yeah, but then after you explained your
But that's
genitalia
my
preference, then I
that's my
said that's
position,
fine.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had to explain it
I
for
had
you to approve.
But you objected
Usually
to it.
I don't
people
know what
have
that's
to
supposed to
explain
mean
things
to
in
you.
order for other people
I
to
don't.
understand.
But how
not
are we in a
really.
crazy world
A
where
lot
I
of the
need, as a
time.
man, a straight man, need to explain that I am only sexually attracted to
women.
females?
I think
Seriously, like-
I don't think it like matters to a lot of us. We really don't care. I think it's more of like, please just admit that you are a biological male or female, and just
Why should people admit it? I don't know. I just
because
don't,
it's a
like,
fact. It's a fact.
Do you
It doesn't matter. Like,
And why how does it change your
Look, it
life?
doesn't matter on surface level, but when it gets into
Yeah.
legislation and biological men being allowed into female prisons where now these female inmates are getting R-worded, that's when it's wrong.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does matter.
Female
It's
prisons,
fine
female
until it comes
sports.
to a certain
but that's not
standard.
really like.
Yeah,
but,
well then...
but do you object to a guy not wanting to sleep with a trans woman?
No, like
Oh.
I'm not going to say anything.
You wouldn't what?
I didn't say wouldn't. I didn't say
It's
would.
okay. You
I'm
wouldn't
just
sleep with a
saying
trans man?
I understand why.
It's okay. That's fine.
I
You can
understand
have your
if
preference.
men or women don't want to sleep with transgender people. That's
I
just
think we
their
just need to
preference.
live
But
life.
yeah.
Okay, final question on this.
Brain work.
You got it. You sport.
Is it? Let me do some chats. I'll come back to it. Okay. We have, and then I'm serious, guys.
I
We're
know,
gonna
we need to
here.
wrap
We're
it
gonna
up,
wrap.
right?
Yo,
Yeah.
W's in the chat for Nemesis and Michael Machoke the Fourth. Bring back Chase. Oh, okay. That's a membership normally. We don't worry. Okay. Let me do these last two chats, and I'm sorry, guys. I know we're going a little late here. We're going to wrap up right now. Men have to meet more criteria than women. Honestly, the more beers I down, the more my standards for women also fall. Eventually, the chick may weigh more than me. Fat, skinny, hot, and ugly. No shame. Hashtag slam pick. Okay, Calutronic. Okay, there you have it. We have GP here. Hey, man, thank you so much for the donation. It's coming in here in just a sec. It's women competing against women to keep up with the Kardashians, trying to reach what women feel is ideal, not what men think is ideal. I've yet to meet one dude that finds those ridiculous duck lips attractive. Major turnoff. I guarantee you, like, when it comes to, like, the fake lips, anyone here had any... Have you had it?
Oh, you're looking at me, but I've never...
Never had it? You've
I
had
did
some
long
filler?
ago, but it's gone.
Like, I think if you ask most men, they'd say, I don't like the lip filler stuff. Like, women, you do that
Shit
for,
look
like,
like
you do that on your
anaphylaxis.
own.
What about the men that will say, "I'll pay for you to get this stuff done"?
Those guys are
They're
cuck,
building
simps,
stuff. Yeah.
degenerate.
Yep.
They're Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
Red flag, red flag.
Straight up.
Okay.
Good too.
Christian believes in abortion?
Yeah.
We got some Christian ladies here. Do you object to her considering herself Christian, but she believes in
Yes,
abortion?
well, like I said, the two Bible
we already
verses,
talked
I knit you together in my mother's womb. And I think that, and the reason I am so, like, pro-life, like, very passionate about it is because I know that it is an issue that really deeply affects God and really saddens him and grieves him because they are the most vulnerable. And whenever a group of people like that are being oppressed, God has big problems with that. Like, if you go, like, read throughout the Bible, then it's always when people are being oppressed, that's what's closest to God's heart. And so, like, for that reason, because I'm a Christian, it's also, like, close to my heart. And so I'm out here, like, fighting the pro-life battle because of my Christian faith.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you think God's saddened by the amount of children in foster care right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, then let's talk about that, because most people who are getting abortions are people who can't afford to sustain a child's life.
I don't think that's a solution. I don't think killing an innocent life is a solution to a bad foster
we
care
have
system.
to consider what the child's life is going. We have to consider the long-term consequences.
I was in the foster system, was not that bad.
Well, okay, but that's your personal experience.
I think instead of
but what if she got aborted instead of getting a chance at life because she's going to get into
I
foster
do want to
care
say
anyway?
something.
I do too. Okay, go ahead.
So, with abortion, I view it as, say you financially cannot take care of a child. You had something happen to you. Or, in general, like, sometimes things happen. It has to happen for reasons. Like, you don't want to bring a kid out into the world and have them have a shit life.
Yes.
But at the same time, I also don't support women who go around and sleep around, don't care about anything, and then they get the abortion because they fucked up and started sleeping around.
Yeah, don't use
and
that as
didn't
birth
use
control.
protection,
That's
didn't
based.
care about their bodies for it. That's when I'm against it.
Okay.
I think instead of funding, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll wrap up after you finish.
Instead of funding Planned Parenthood, I think all that money should go into the foster home system. And also, sorry, did
No,
you
go
want
ahead. No, go for it.
and also, I think a lot of the pro-choice arguments that I do hear, although I understand there's some, like, obviously special circumstances about it.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from that argument is that I want to have sex freely without the consequences, and also you're choosing to lay down and have sex with, random strangers without considering all of that
it's like,
too.
if you do that to yourself, you are putting yourself in a position where you are going to get pregnant.
Yeah.
And then you're killing something that could have been so amazing in your life with somebody who you love, like, a lot.
And also, please be careful with the people that you choose to sleep with. If that person you don't think that could raise your child with you, do not sleep with them, please.
100%. Do not ignore red flags.
And please don't complain about it later that they
But
left
sometimes
you.
things
We'll have
do
y'all
happen,
back.
though.
We'll have y'all back for a political debate on this. Last question. M1 Grand. Would any of the girls date a guy who legally owned a firearm? Just a yes or no?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Please
Wait.
own a firearm.
No.
You wouldn't date a guy who owned a gun? What
It
about
depends
you?
on the
I would.
situation.
You would?
I would.
I wouldn't date a guy who doesn't own a firearm.
It'd be a requirement.
Yes.
Not that.
Depends on the situation. Like you said, personally, I'm not allowed to own a gun. I'm not allowed to own any of that because I am
Yes.
mentally ill. Whatever. I don't care about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Because of
she
that.
can't.
Yeah.
She straight
That
up
is
never.
weird.
Not never.
I don't think
I
I
would
would even have
Not
never?
never. No, not never. I can, but
Oh,
they have to
I thought
give
it was
me like.
forever.
But,
You couldn't.
but
No.
you said you wouldn't date a guy that owns a
If he
firearm.
was like, if I knew like it would not be a good idea to have that in the house with the. I know I could like handle it. Obviously, I'm not like gonna do anything, but with the person who has the gun, if I have a feeling that I can't really trust it, I wouldn't feel comfortable, especially if I have children. I really would not want a gun like in the house where it's like, because sometimes people like put it in places where it's like accessible. Or
Well, what if,
whatever.
I mean, it could be kept safe.
Yeah,
but-
it just depends on the person.
But wouldn't you almost want it more if you had kids? Because then,
No, yeah.
let's say there's a situation where there's a home invasion and it's you, your husband, your 2 kids. 3 men break into your house. You don't know what they're about. Maybe you got some beefs with some people. I don't know. They're trying to break into your house. They could be on drugs. Maybe they're just trying to steal something. Maybe they want to they're violent. Who knows? In that situation, would you prefer your husband to not have a firearm?
Well, yes, obviously, but
Okay.
I'm just saying sometimes with different circumstances, it's like, I don't know. It kind of worries me Guns worry me. It
Okay.
worries me a little bit. Yeah.
All right. We won't linger on that too long. We got to wrap. It was popped up, so I wanted to read it. Are we all caught up? Let me just make sure, double check we're caught up on. Oh, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. All right. Let's see. I'm just double checking. We got all our chats. We're good. Okay, guys. I'm going to, those of you on Twitch, I'm going to send a raid to Stay Safe. He's playing like a druid on hardcore or something. Okay, guys. Fuck, sorry, hold on, I'm pulling on my fucking, okay. Last call, guys. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Big thank you to the wonderful panel. Thank you for your patience here. I know we went a little late tonight. Thank you to all our chat mods. Any women who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram. We will be live again with a very good panel on Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Q will be joining us again, so be sure to tune in for that. Let me send the raid over on Twitch. While I'm doing that, any final thought really quick from anybody, or?
Thank you for having
Yeah,
all
thanks
of
for
us.
having us. Thank you.
It was a good panel. It was a good panel.
We should all come back, like this entire group specifically.
I'm down to have anybody here back. I thought it was a very good panel. I know some people, we talked about politics. We talked about Barbie. We talked about man pussy. It's been all over the place. So if you guys want to come back, that'd be lovely. Okay, on Twitch, I'm sending you guys to Stay Safe TV. Tell them whatever sent you. Thank you guys on Twitch. Okay, I think it's rating now in just a sec. All right, guys. Once again, we'll be live again Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'll see you next time. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. Oh, should we do body count really quick? Wait.
1.
Wait, pause. Really quick. What's your body count?
0.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
Really? Why?
Yeah, they said it earlier.
Why are you?
Word.
What about you?
No comment.
Over 10? It's okay.
No comment.
Okay.
0. I can count on one hand.
I'll just say one hand.
1.
1.
3.
30?
3.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Okay, there it is. All right, guys. 07's in the chat.